and welcome. It is time for NA Dota, and it is time for us to get into week number 2, day number 5 of broadcast here, as we've got 2 very exciting series coming up for you guys. But of course, we had a whole day's worth of games just 2 days ago where we got to watch a bunch of teams battle it out for those all-important group stage points. So let's take a look back and see exactly how those ones went down. Starting things off, we had the... who was our first series on that day?
I believe that would be Bates versus Nouns. Oh. That's a great segue to
Yeah, I was really hoping it would hit a little sooner there. You know, casted my bets, didn't pay off. What can you do?
Yeah, Bates versus Nouns. First game ended up being pretty much of a long stretch, but I mean, when you look at Bates drafts, everything's looking all right in the case. You've got like the Primal Beast for Dendy in first phase, locking up with offlane to the second phase, and it's, you know, pretty standard from Bates, right, drafting-wise. But Nouns, they don't do anything flashy either.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game was it was pretty competitive. It was rather close as well, but like some unfortunate things did happen, as you saw in that last fight right there. Stonebank jumped in to the Ag Static Storm without getting the BKB off. Clipped him pretty hard there, and it was a very difficult to turn around game. But it was really just the game number 2, which I feel like they lost all their steam and their momentum, and maybe even their confidence going to that like draft. For this series in specific, I really wanted to see Stonebank step it up because he played so well in the first series against Wildcard. But like in this one, maybe it was the hero picks, going for the peel, going for a Slark, and something instead of something that's a bit more aggressive, didn't really pay out for them at all in this series.
No, it did not. No, it did not. And yeah, it just kind of came down to Bait once again getting outmaneuvered across the map, but Nouns this time after game number 1, getting a better read on things. And this draft, just in general, looked way too good for Nouns. Like, there was nothing really which we liked about the Bait draft when it came to countering the heroes of Nouns. It kind of felt like they were doing their own thing. And it just ended up looking a bit messy and a bit uncohesive. And that can pretty much sum up Bates' performance in that second game. Unfortunately, they weren't able to put it together. And then we moved on to Felt versus Wildcard, where Felt, they turned out the pressure and actually might be the sleeper team for a lot of people here, because we came into the season with very low expectations of Felt, but they delivered in this one.
Yeah, I'm super surprised that just seeing how they're playing right now that they even lost to like Dog, because like they looked really good here, and having them in the interview as well and having them talk about the team, it's like they want to win. They're not here to play for fun. Yeah. They don't have that Div 2 mentality anymore of like, we're just here to play. Like they got some new players, and they're part of the deal was like, you got to be on the same page as us. We're here to win, so let's get our shit together.
Yeah, they grew up. I mean, be careful who you bully in high school.
Exactly. And also, like, what I was really impressed about was the fact that going into the second game of that series, it took us 7 series in total to get us game 2 that lasted longer than game 1 did. Every other game 2 in the series we've seen before were shorter than the starter, and you start to feel like, where did the steam go? Where did the momentum disappear on the teams? So we actually saw them going over an hour of a brawl between the 2 teams, which was somewhat back and forth. We saw Felt having a good advantage. We saw Wildcard kind of grasping on the game, getting a bit of an advantage for themselves, and still Felt just finding the tools that they needed to win this game in the end. Like, this was one of those fights where you're thinking, like, can they still turn things around on the side of Wildcard? Like, you're forcing them out. You're getting quite a lot out of these trades pretty early on, and then we jump 40 minutes forward. And we're just like suddenly 40k lead on the side of Felt, and it's just Wildcard holding onto their base.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like Hit Immune in this series, like, we didn't see him play a lot of this Nature's Prophet, but we're seeing this team, if they do get NP, he looks incredibly strong on it. What I'm really going to be looking out for him is, can he utilize those later picks? Yeah,
and it's interesting for him as well, because he's currently topping out GPM and XP per minute averages after the first week out of all of the regions, because he's just playing so much Nature's Prophet. So what's going to happen? So now we move on to our third series of the day. This one was DogChamp versus 5-Rat 4-Staff. Probably the one we had the least of a clue about. I think we kind of were leaning towards 5-Rat 4-Staff in the pre-game, because this team kind of showed a bit more consistency, a bit more drive to succeed as well. But once again, our heads were turned as DogChamp with a team which kind of stepped it up. But I don't think in this first game. I think this first game was a bit of a brood.
Yeah. 5-Rat was massive this game. They basically just countered every single lane and just got themselves a very clinical game number 1 victory. Not a chance for DogChamp. And then how the turntables basically was the situation for Dog Champs. Like, where are they suddenly popping up out of this game? They had to play again against the Hoodwink. They've got a lot of pusher heroes on the side of SF and the Lycan, but not worrying about it too much. We saw a pretty heavy net worth Naga, and we were doubting, is this dead worth once again? Like, all this farm, is it all for nothing? But it wasn't in the end. Like, we saw the carry player just kind of pop off into a completely different level. And who was the carry player as well for that last game? It was Russell the offlaner.
Oh boy. This guy plays a mean Nagasaran, as it turns out. Both games really did deliver on the hero. In the second game, he was the kind of death force of Dog Champ. But in the third game, he kind of wasn't. He took more of a back seat, but was still there to secure his team the win when he needed him. But it was really a team effort. And I think, again, the interview was really, really interesting coming out from Russell. Obviously, not as ingrained in the scene as some other players, so a bit more of an outsider perspective. But he really shared to us that they're trying to make this work, even though it's not the ideal circumstance they're in.
Yeah. Also, like, farming-wise, I just wanted to bring up, I talked with Russell after the series, a couple of things he was interested about, like, oh, I broke some record and stuff like that. And I did take a deeper dive with the last hits per minute averages, where Russell, he went 17.3, which was higher than anything in Tour 1. He's number 5 in last hits per minute. We've seen insane farm numbers coming out on the side of Rebellion and TSM, who both share the top 4, Tomato, Abed, RTZ, Braille.
Nice.
But
NA,
still,
baby.
Russell in that group, that's pretty good.
Yeah, no, you got to respect it. These guys are, they've been dealt a bad hand. A victim of the NA scene where people just randomly fall out with each other, or even though they stomped the group stage, the Division 2, like 14-0, absolutely no challenge at all. And then they just decided they didn't want to play anymore, and we lost half the team. But this is how the leaderboards look like now after that day of games. And DogChamp not looking too bad, sitting at 2-1. Nouns and TSM currently leading things with the 2-0. We got Beta 1-1, still a series behind Felt as well. SR also sitting at 1-1. They're due to play today. And finally, we've got Wildcard at 0-2. Very disappointing opening series from them. And 5-Rat 4-Staff 0-3. Definitely not the start to the season that 5-Rat 4-Staff were looking for. They said they wanted to break the top 3, and that simply isn't happening anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now things are a lot different from the last tour as far as like where we thought people would end up here. Like, we had much higher expectations for Wildcard. I personally had higher expectations for 5-Rat. Didn't really know what DogChamp would bring to the table since they did have those roster changes, and felt, it's a team that didn't even look super impressive in Division 2, but they made some roster changes as well, and they're looking really good here. So they're going to really shake things up, I think.
Let's see how much they can shake things up, though. We've got them playing later today against Shopify Rebellion. That'll be our second series. And if we take a look at the schedule, we can see our first series of the day as well, which is going to be TSM versus Bait. T-Panda, give me your thoughts on this second series. Is it possible for Felt to bring a threat to Shopify Rebellion, at least try and push them past the, let's say, 30-minute mark?
Oh, that's going to be tough. If Felt is really going to stand a chance against Rebellion, it has to be like, what, their best game ever, technically? I mean,
absolutely. I mean,
that's how blunt I'm going to put it.
Yeah, and it also has to be one of Rebellion's worst games
ever.
Exactly.
Yeah, vice versa.
Some more RTZ Abaddon Tower TPs, please.
It's going to have to be very generous for that series.
Generous. I like that phrasing. That was nice. Shopify Rebellion versus Felt is on the way, and that one is probably not going to be too close, but I think I am excited to watch Felt play and just see what they can learn from this series as well. I want them to bring their best ideas, let themselves get challenged, learn from it, and then hopefully bring it on to their future series, and then, maybe Season 3 will be looking at Felt, start to bring a threat to the top 3, but for now, we are going to refocus on TSM versus Bait. This is a matchup we've got coming up, and this is our first series of the day. So talk to me about it. When we're looking at these two teams, who are we looking at, Fear?
I mean, it has to be TSM, right? But at the same time, I'm looking at, Bait, can they draft better? Yeah. Because, yesterday, their drafts were they weren't not good. That's it. They're a team that can compete. They almost beat Rebellion in one game last tour, right? So they're going to go with TSM. If they have a good draft, I could potentially see them taking one game off TSM.
Yeah, it's a kind of a politician's answer in a way. Like, which one are you looking at from what perspective? TSM obviously racking up some good numbers individually. We see Brawl, for example. He's currently very high in the North American list of mid laners. He's 996 damage per minute. He's got third highest damage and gold conversion, meaning that he likes to brawl. He likes to fight. He's got higher farm in the matchup versus Dendi. Dendi has also got some interesting numbers, but then again, you've got Tomato. he's got 1.67 death average basically per game. That is very low. We're looking at RTZ numbers from Tour 1.
Yeah. I mean, I think Tomato's really been the backbone right now for TSM because before in the last tour, I feel like he didn't have to do much. They were just stomping 20 minutes, playing fast around Kasane and his Lycan. Well, Kasane is still playing Lycan, but that hasn't changed. They are, however, like not winning early enough, and Tomato does have to like play very stable and carry the games. We saw that on his Morphling, and he's been delivering. He's been playing some top-notch performances.
Yeah, he really has, and it's no surprise to see him. It's him and Abed, actually, who are tied on some of the lowest deaths so far. They've only died 10 times across all of their series so far, across the 3 series. So pretty good performances coming out from those guys, as expected. But meanwhile, on the other side, Bait, it's been a story of inconsistency, has it? I mean, really, is it just Stonebank you want to see improve here, Fear, or is it like it's got to be across the board, though?
It's definitely across the board. I think in the last Nouns draft, their drafting was just like, it was so strange to see, right? Like they just picked the Primal, which I'm like, okay, that's fine. Then they pick a DP. I was like, okay, that could be good as well. And then out of nowhere, they pick Storm into Lone Druid, and just like, what's going on right now? Who's playing what at this point? Why do you even have a Storm in this game? And as we saw, they didn't even get a single kill that game. It was a complete blowout, and hopefully they came with better ideas and preparation coming into this series.
Yeah, expectations on the side of Bait coming in from Tour 1 to Tour 2, what we've seen so far. Stonebank's made a massive improvement. Funnick is looking a little bit better than he did, which I'm happy about, and bringing Stamanen into the team. I think they've got a lot of new, fresh kind of ideas coming into this one. They're not just old, stubborn players stuck with their old ideas.
Yep, and if you don't want to be a stubborn viewer and get with some new ideas, then you can check out this amazing new idea coming out from esportsbet.io. It is their new Watch to Earn platform where you can earn up to 3,000 free tokens just by watching your favorite teams across the NA and Western EU regions. 3,000 tokens equals about $3 an hour just by watching the game. That's right, there is no need to place a bet at all. Just turn up, log in, and watch. It's a new way easily to earn tokens and engage with the community. So head over to esportsbet.io and start earning tokens today. But now, we've got a draft in our hands. Let's see what Bait can pull out the bag. Can they bring a threat to TSM, or is it going to be another clean wash here from the TSM lads? Let's get into it.
What I've really liked about like the main comparison and kind of revolving into the hero picks that they're looking for, still trying to jump on the idea of Bryle. He plays a lot of objective hitters, right? He has a lot of tower damage onto like, and then again, Dendy doesn't. He's very low on that number. He likes to play more space makers, more snowballers. It's been the Storm and the Ember and the Primal so far, and they could also be looking at in the first phase. Also the Furion ban, which has been a huge impactful hero. 15 bans up on the board so far, almost every single game, either low pick rate or high ban rate, so we're not going to get that one through. But in regards, Bait is averaging higher than TSM in farm, but Bait also has longer games than TSM does, so there is that at least speaking on their side.
Yeah,
Despite having a blowout, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like trying to puzzle this draft together here for Bait. Like, first overall pick Disruptor, very strange. Not something we see a lot of. I do think Disruptor is a strong hero right now. However, I'm wondering why he's getting this much attention to just be an overall first pick, because this isn't something that Bait traditionally does. I am happy with the fact that they're kind of moving away from the Primal, because I think they keep running it. Dendy looks fine on it. The only issue is like they're just not really winning with it. He seems to be doing a lot better. Like when he did Storm IO, that looked amazing. His Ember looked good. Some of like the more traditional mids might be something better for Bait here, but they're going to have a harder time now because TSM did pick this Death Prophet, and it's notoriously known for destroying like the Embers and Storms in the mid lane. So they go for something else. They go for the Stonebank Alchemist, which they did play before, right?
Kasane's. Oh, wait, was it them that switched it to the offlane?
Funnick played it offlane, and Stonebank had one carry game. But the only reasoning I find for the Disruptor is the first phase Storm Spirit. That's the only big reason I can find behind it. This is like East European meta with opening Pulse 5 support. It was like 2018, 19, 2020, and then things started to change a little bit, that we don't necessarily want to first phase the Disruptor. We pick it 15th in the second phase. That's like interesting that they wanted to take this path.
Yeah, I mean, the only wins Bait has actually got this tour are on the back of an Alchemist, so they're just going back to their comfort here. And to talk about like shutting down the Spirits, I think it's really difficult for both teams to pick a Spirit now, because DP also really good versus Spirits. At the same time, you have the Disruptor punishes them as well. So we'll see if we have a different type of mid meta in this. game number 1.
Yeah, and at least when it comes to Ember Spirit as well, we've seen Tusk being the one hero which is actually able to rotate in on it and find success, because that snowball can be just really difficult to dodge. Like Sleight of Fist is it's just not long enough for it most of the time to help you dodge that. So
it was even better when the Tusk was played as a mid, but now as a support, it's still just as viable as it was before, because you still get that utility damage, a guaranteed stun connection, and you don't worry too much about your core getting rooted up by chains.
Snowball from the trees is just super obnoxious as well.
It is.
Especially when you can't see it coming and it's just like all of a sudden a full-size snowball just on your face. You're like, okay, guess I'll die.
It's like one of the two scary things in the world of Dota is a Blink Hex, which is usually like Blink Lion, something like that. Insta Hex, oh, what can I do? The second thing is usually like Witch Doctor Casket, when he just throws his coconut out of nowhere. But Tusk kind of fits into that that trio.
Third scariest thing is the enemy Avatar Tinker with 100 games.
Ooh. Don't want to do that.
Sorry to everybody watching who's just gone into PTSD mode. Like violent flashbacks. It's okay.
Yeah.
This is a safe place.
I mean, we haven't seen the mid Tusk in a very long time,
We
so
haven't.
in my mind, I don't even like think of this hero as a mid anymore, just because nobody's playing it anymore. So definitely probably see it on the support role. As far as like TSM and what their objectives now in this game are, you've already shown on bait that you're gonna flex this Alchemist, and so I think what they need to do is counter in 2 lanes. And I think already this DP offlane is countering the Alchemist carry. I think it's a very difficult matchup for an Alchemist to play into. So now they also need to deal with the offlane Alchemist and maybe pick up an Ursa, a Slark, something of that magnitude where they can just lane up against the Alchemist and really give them a bad time. Little surprised that the Ursa is not being banned, because I think that one is pretty impossible for the offlane Alchemist to play into. So we'll see.
It's a solid idea. Seems to win so many melee versus melee matchups. Not every one of them, but against the Alchemist, it's a definite 100-0.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
He doesn't have a fast enough, like, he does have a stun, right? But he's got to cook it, right? And when it's not ready, yeah, I mean, Alchemist cooks for sure, but like the Ursa, he's already taken at least half your HP by the time, even if you don't kill the Ursa, or sorry, if you don't die there, you're taking a lot of damage from the Ursa.
Also, what I kind of like about the Alchemist pick is the rise of the Naga right now. Even though she's only played 2 games and won both of those 2 games, the ban numbers, you banned the hero 6 times and you've won, and only once a Naga ban has led into a loss. So you've got the Radiance answer to it. You have some way to clear out the illusions early on. It's not massive amounts of damage, but it's also the miss chance, which allows the rest of your squishier supports, like Disruptors, they give them a chance to live a bit longer.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see a Naga Siren coming out from TSM in this game. It doesn't seem like a great idea, but yeah.
So in a way, Bait is playing like a preemptive strat. They're already thinking ahead of these heroes are not good against this lineup anymore. Does that give them an advantage, though? Because I think this second phase is going to tell us everything. We've got the Rubik already, very solid. It's great when this Disruptor is already on the field. You've got a very long cast range stun you can throw from miles away on this Rubik if you can't get it from the Alchemist. Pretty easy to grab as well.
I mean, I think them picking Rubik here kind of makes it to the point where they believe Tusk could go mid in this game. I mean, you do want to play fast versus, I mean, like the 5 Tusk, I'm not a huge fan of. The 5 Rubik, these are both 4 heroes for the most part, like in essence here.
Yeah.
But they can be switched around. It's not terrible, but I think if you do have the option of putting a Tusk mid, you can now win your side lanes and also have a mid laner now who can just go run into the enemies like Alchemist jungle, go kill him, go pressure him. Something that they could think about, but if they do want to pick a Storm anyway into DP, maybe TSM do think about just, you know, maybe we'll put the DP there. This is a very easy matchup. However, Kasane's hero pool did get targeted. You know, the Lycan, the Beast is out. They banned Brute themselves. How many more heroes does he want to play in a game like this? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Because I know DP is definitely something that he is comfortable in and he will play and fits his style. So, all right, they'll still give Kasane the DP.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so this probably settles these 4 heroes into their roles then and won't give us any kind of wild curveballs for the final pick. We wouldn't imagine.
I mean, this is a really good puck game, though. Like, versus Disruptor, like, you can dodge it with, you know, phase shift and the orb if you time it correctly. And then you're playing versus Storm. You have the coil, of course, and Pugna just looks like... We didn't talk about it. Why is there a Pugna in the game? Like, we saw this before.
Look.
The Pugna versus the DP. You're playing versus Tusk. It seems very difficult to make this hero work, but yet some of these teams really want to make it work.
They're
I'm still
very
trying to figure it out,
insistent,
like, why? Why do they want to make Pugna work so badly?
I mean, this is a Stoneman classic. You know, this is a hero he's been comfortable with for a very long time. However, yeah, no, it doesn't answer any of your points as to why it's in this game.
I mean, it can heal the Alchemist, right? So
Yeah,
they're gonna
healing battery.
He always struggles
they're
with
gonna
that.
stay behind him. They're gonna heal him, but like you're playing versus Tusk Puck. Their objective in this game is to kill the Pugna as soon as possible, and they are pretty good at it. So it's gonna be a very difficult game yet again for whoever is gonna be playing this Pugna.
I mean, you still got the Decrepify. Again, like a preemptive pick in a sense of like the Monkey Kings and a couple other heroes that just kind of beat Alchemist later on in the game. They get countered by Pugna Decrepify, except for the BKB durations. We got a lot of BKBs being built this game. Storm, Alchemist absolutely need them. Makes it look more like Stonebank wants to play this Alchemist than Pugna going into the 4 and leaving their offlane open and get themselves a good offlane duel with Funnick. Funnick likes his last pick.
Yeah, in an ideal world, you know, it's really nice to be able to decrepify, you know, the enemy carry, whacking away at your enemy carry. But then, like, you know, there's a Puck in the game, there's a Tusk in the game. They have a lot of ways to catch you out of the backlines. And there's silence coming out from the Death Prophet as well. There's BKBs. It's very, very tough for that to actually come into effect. I think it's more about like the early game damage and the early game pressure,
sense.
which you get from your 4. That's what Stoneman used it for. He loves these heroes which give you like a truckload of damage in the early phase of the game. That's why he plays Skyra.
Yeah,
so,
they don't really have anything that hits objectives, so they kind of needed it either be to Funnick or Stomanen to kind of fill that void.
kind of covers the Storm's weakness in that way. So.
And we're gonna see what they're gonna do now, because like they do not have the last pick here, so they need to choose where this Alchemist is going. Is it gonna be a carry Alchemist, or is it gonna be an offlane Alchemist? I think it should be potentially an offlane Alchemist here, because I do not believe carry Alchemist is going to be very good here, because I believe TSM, they've got a lot of options for that last pick. They left the Ursa in the pool. There's still a Morphling. I think both these heroes could out-carry an Alchemist quite easily. So they'd play for the tempo if they wanted in that regard. But if they want to do the offlane Alchemist, carry heroes that they could pick, I mean, that's a tough one too. I mean, Drow is in the pool. That one could be okay, give him a lot of tempo. We did see Stonebank play that before.
he's all right
It's
with
good
that.
versus the Death Prophet.
Let's go PL.
Oh no,
God, no. Not again.
not even in the
please.
best PL game, but Puck versus PL is a terrible matchup.
Yeah.
And you have a counter pick, so hopefully not here. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not sure what he wants to play here. All right, Night Stalker, so we still don't know.
Okay. Probably
Anything.
Alchemist carry and Night Stalker or Flame.
That would make the most sense to me, but you know, I've seen weirder things.
It is bait. That's why my voice is so high.
Yeah.
Not convinced, but I would imagine that's where they're going.
I was curious
TSM
about
now
that.
to answer.
Yeah.
Very high voice. I mean, I shaved my beard off, but I'm not that young.
Yeah. I mean,
I
they
actually-
have 3 really obvious picks here.
Yeah.
Ursa could be super good. TA, I'm fine with a Sven in this game, but maybe not so much. Yeah.
Gone.
It's all
Look at
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Let's
I
go
mean,
straight through.
the reason
Rest
why
in
I
peace.
did cut off my beard, for a sense, I was thinking, getting that young vibe from Funnick and Dendy, you know, living their youngster days and just dominating everybody. I'll say it right now before this draft finishes. I said at the start of this series, if Bait wins, I'll shave everything off,
Everything.
all facial hair gone.
What about your hair
or
on
just
top?
your mustache.
Just the mustache. You know? The beard's already gone because I have faith. That's the amount of copium you have been feeding me, Fear.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
All right.
See if they can do it.
mustache.
If they win.
I mean, it's not looking good right now from a draft perspective, though, I must say.
Yeah, show
I mean,
you
this
will have a shave.
Night Stalker is a hero right now that, like, he's just good on paper. But in reality, he normally just has a terrible laning stage. He's playing catch-up most of the game. You have a Pugna, doesn't really enable it at all. So you're really worried for how these heroes are going to work with each other. Storm Spirit, I mean, technically Pugna can be a battery for Storm in ways. It's not the best one. The IO is definitely better, but it is banned. So we'll have to see here.
Yes, Stamanen's just going to have to follow his cores around all game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just an easy TA or Ursa game if they do want to go that route.
Yeah, they don't have the lockdown
Troll.
to control someone. Wowee!
Oh, wowee.
Okay.
I mean, this is fine too. It's the same type of like hero where you just kind of go in, man fight the Alchemist, you come out on top. Didn't expect that Tomato would go for that over the other options, but it can work here. It's good. You got the root for the Storm too, so Decrepify, a little bit annoying though. That's the one thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, out of all of the heroes which they could have picked, you know, what we were saying earlier, like, Troll is one thing it doesn't really apply to because he can't control himself when he presses his ultimate. So that's a little concerning.
Yeah.
But
maybe TSM were suspecting a 6th pick Ursa from Bait, you know?
yeah, maybe that's the case. Maybe Tomato goes for the Axe build or something crazy like that later on just to give him that dispel. But overall, I don't think there's much they could have picked in this final position here for us not to kind of favor this TSM draft. So we favor the team, we favor the draft. I'm going to ask you who you think is going to win, and I'm going to ask you what Bait need to do to win this game.
I mean, their draft isn't like horrible. It is in a bit of a disadvantage, but it does again rely Pugna's Storm. Pugna can buff up this Storm a bit earlier on. You get that extra healing mana battery, allowing Dendi to play more active and play maybe a bit more extra aggressively. I think this team needs that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a little weird for them, but they need to find a way to make the Night Stalker ult really work. I mean, at 5 minutes, he's going to get nighttime to 10 minutes, and then it's going to be daytime at 10 minutes. But I think that 10 to 15 minute mark is going to be really important for Alchemist, and it's going to be daytime. So they really have to find out how to use that ultimate from the Night Stalker to get through that stage.
Yeah, I was going to say, second night is usually pretty important for Night Stalker. I think in this game, it's vital that they're able to make that one work for them. So let's see how it goes. TSM versus Bait. Game number 1. We're going to throw it to the casters. We've got MLP and Lizard to take you through it.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 1 here between TSM and, of course, Bait. Lizard, let me tell you, I was listening to this panel just a few minutes ago. I find it highly amusing they're talking about facial hair. I mean, I couldn't see any. I couldn't see any on any of these guys.
Come on, Fear.
I mean, Fear had a little
yeah,
bit.
he's got enough for both.
But he's like
all
60
of them.
years old.
That's true.
I mean, you'd expect that.
He's been garnishing it for years and years. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Still game 1 between
Come on,
these.
you and your beard. Well, yeah, he's so cool. Excuse me, Mr. Main Beard of Dota.
Hey.
No, after Tsunami, I'm sorry.
Hey,
after
you don't have
Tsunami.
to hurt me
Yeah,
like that. I already knew.
What can
I
I
already
say?
knew.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, game 1, Bait versus TSM. I mean, you saw the odds, Lizard. I mean, obviously TSM looking to be the favorites here in this game 1 matchup. What are you thinking? I mean, looking at the drafts, do you think Bait have a decent chance of maybe pulling off a bit of an upset?
It's hard. Like it's rough. Like of course they have an alchemist. It's an alchemist game. Perhaps they can do something with it. Like you guys must be enjoying watching us instead of the game.
Oh,
We're
absolutely.
just so handsome.
Crack him a smile, Lizard.
Yeah.
Oh,
let's
it's
go.
too late. It's too late.
I mean, with an alchemist, there's always a chance if you manage to dominate that early game and give him enough farm, you can roll out of control. But it ain't simple. My main objectives are, first, Troll is pretty damn good against him. Second, Troll is gonna have a blast of a lane, like he is playing into a Night Stalker. He really shouldn't suffer there.
Oh, Glimmers back. Who have they got?
The
It's going to be
DP
Kasane. Few body blocks out from Stonebank. Not going to prove to be quite enough. Kasane.
I mean, he's dead.
Oh, he is dead. Unstable Concoction's going to land. Oh, that's a great start. I mean, if you could ask for a better start for an Alchemist, I'd like to see one.
For sure, 100% TSM feeding a little bit. The Glimpse was used, the Unstable Concussion obviously twice. Meanwhile, DP didn't go for the Spirit Siphon, understandable. Gets
What happened? I didn't see what happened.
Well, we're watching middle lane. Meanwhile, Kasane got glimpsed on the bottom lane
Oh,
back to base.
no!
Yeah.
Oh, no!
Offlane Rubik, boys, let's go.
Oh, no! I should have known.
He dies, he forgets about the Rubik glimpse.
Oh, no.
Sorry, the Disruptor glimpse.
Shout out to the Observer for not showing us the walk of shame here for Kasane.
Yeah.
That was, it's a pay. He's back anyway. He's back. Let's just pretend nothing happened. He's only missed like a creep wave. It's all right.
I mean, you asked about like what needs to happen for Bait to win. This is as good of a start as you can ask for. On top lane, they as well killed the Tusk. Troll is not having a good lane. I was expecting him to be doing much, much better. But apparently this Pugna Stumanin is just owning them. Like the right clicks of the little skelly kid are hurting.
I mean, Bait, they woke up and chose violence today, Lizard, I'll tell you. Well, Stonebank, as I say that, is going to drop Kasane. Never mind what I said. Kasane, he's pretty upset about that walk of shame he had to make, so he'll take him down. However, top lane, Tomato, in pretty massive trouble, is going to go down. Funnick, able to pick up a kill.
Yeah, pretty dead right there. Not a lot of regen on him from the get-go. A clowny start, by the way. 4 kills, 2 minutes in. A lot of action happening across the field. Storm, by the way, dominating mid lane. look at Dendy, 11-3 versus 5 CS on Bryle.
Look, Lizard, I said this last tour. The thing is with Dendy, right? Like, people say, oh, you know, he's getting old, washed up, blah, blah, blah. I don't think so. Like, every time I watch this guy, whether his team wins or loses, Dendy always has a good lane and tends to always put on a pretty good performance.
That's why he's Dendy.
That's right.
You know, like, people can hate on him right now. Memes will be memes. Bait isn't doing well, obviously, for ever since they were formed. But at the same time, there's a reason this guy won a TI.
That's right. And he's still, honestly, quite near the top of the game here. I mean, yeah, sure, the team hasn't been going great, but he's been gradually just been getting better with them as bot lane, Lowdyne. He's going to be going down. Kasane able to secure another kill for himself on the Death Prophet. Ari, oh, he came back. Stonebank knew he was coming. Ari cannot outrun him. He will drop.
No mana on that Prophet, by the way, to do anything about it. Greeding out a little bit when it comes to the first starting items, but it's fine. Trades of kills everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So 4-2 now, very slight net worth lead the way of Bait, which, you know, to be fair, is to be expected, because again, you are against
Top
an
lane
Alchemist.
fun.
Top lane.
Yeah, he should be fine.
Should be. Still fighting back here, just trying to secure some more creeps.
I actually thought Troll might do a bit better early on in the game, but I guess Pagna made way more of a difference than I expected.
That he did.
Yeah, like, we've seen a couple of Pagnas so far in the DPC, in the Spring Tour at least.
It's dominant.
And it wasn't impressive.
Tag team was there. Whitemon still going. Tomato forced to back off as Funnick does join in the battle, but shards are going to be right on target here from Whitemon. Stominant still getting low, but trying to buy a bit of time with the Decrepify, but eventually will go down as Bryle.
Bryle from the mid lane tipping him.
Bryle from the mid lane giving him
He's
the
like,
tip.
bro, focus on your lane, you're losing it.
Bryle. I mean,
Now I understand what's happening mid lane.
yeah, I was going to say.
He's watching top.
Yeah, he just got the popcorn out here in the puck.
Man's chilling.
Oh, I see, because Stolmanen doesn't have a TP available. That's why he's getting the tip. Stolmanen has to smoke up and make the Walk of Shame himself.
It's a Pagna though, 380 movement speed with the smoke.
Balanced. XD.
Yeah, the guy's pretty fast.
Fast little boy.
He has such short legs. Why is he so fast? Makes absolutely no sense.
It doesn't. But that's
Right.
just Dota, isn't it, Liz? Just nothing makes sense in this game anymore. It's
What
just
do you mean everything makes sense? Don't you say that about my game.
I challenge you to play a pub game and not see a Meteor Hammer right now, Lizard.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's cheap.
It is cheap. That's what doesn't make sense, though. Why is it so cheap?
Well, it's a great rotation of items, you know.
Okay. 4-3.
The great confluence of items.
Funnick. Oh, the Great Confluence. That's the one thing we never got to see. What the hell was the Great Confluence?
I have no idea.
Is that the new Suns fan was talking about? I mean, it must have been it.
Yes. Only Sunsman knows. No one else.
Top
Dendy on
lane?
the top lane. Without level 6, by the way.
Without level... I mean, we've seen this with the Primal Beast. He's one creep away.
Yeah.
He's going to move in. No creeps dying yet. He can't get it in time. Vortex is out. Snowball to connect. This is the one thing I never get. He always rotates with one creep from level 6.
I mean, it does make... Look, it makes a bit of sense within the game. Because it's more unlikely that he will be rotating, right?
Sure.
Like, he's probably getting 6 instead of rotating. That's what everyone is expecting. So it's kind of a out there play that can definitely move. That can definitely work out. Yeah.
I guess in fairness to Dendy, he was probably expecting a creep to die, and he gets level 6 as mid lane. Speaking of Dendy, he's the one that's going to die
With level 6 as well.
with level 6. Happy
Yeah.
days. But
Unfortunate, as you talk about him.
yeah, I mean,
For 2 minutes he
but
dies.
now that you mention it, I kind of get the mentality. You rotate, they think you're level 5, you kill, a creep dies, you hit level 6, then you go. I get it. He just got unlucky with no creep dying.
Yeah, because you have to understand, like, in pubs even, but definitely in the pro scene, you know what level every hero is at every single point. Like, you're checking it constantly. So, if you see that he's still 5, you're kind of feeling safer.
Oh,
Again.
Dendy. Silence is there.
But they can't, right?
Snowball connects, but he's okay. They can't do it without the Dream Coil, so instead he'll turn onto Whitemon.
Disruptor is here as well. Maybe a glimpse.
Perhaps. Will commit. Whitemon in trouble. Should go down and will. Doesn't have the snowball to try and buy himself some time. It's a nice little pick off there for Dendi. Gets a little bit of revenge there onto the Tusk.
Yeah, so far, at least he got the revenge kill, right? Like, it's not terrible, but he was winning mid lane more or less. He wasn't winning. It was kind of even. He wasn't winning it a lot, but he was in a good position. That rotation on top lane that failed, and then rotating back mid.
Oh, Stonebank.
He
That's
did.
a big one. He's still healing through it, but he might just end his own life, and he... Oh,
He doesn't.
he doesn't.
Unfortunate. The spirit kills him in the end.
That's really unlucky. I guess it was level 1 unstable concoction.
Yeah. Oh well.
Mid. Another fight to break out. Lodine. Be chased. Very nice shots out from Whitemon right on the edge.
Oh, nice silence.
Haste is going to be there. Lodine is down, and now the coil going to land onto Dendi. He's very low on mana, but they do allow him to get some charges up with the sticks.
And the deny from Puck. Nice silence on Disruptor, by the way. He jumps across the shards and silences Disruptor so he doesn't get the glimpse, so that he can take the haste. Pretty nicely done by Bryle. What can Dondo do with his friends? Alchemist is around, but he can't really... He doesn't really want to... Like, you know what? This is a big problem for them. They just lost the tier 1 tower and you're playing an Alchemist. It opens up the map too... Just way too much. This triangle that he's farming in, it won't be theirs for long.
Top lane. Tomato. Kind of getting dived here by Funnick. I mean, it is nighttime, so Funnick understands he's pretty hard to kill. Whitemon has rotated back up as the Tusk, but I suppose with the nighttime up, Funnick just walks away.
Funnick had no mana as well, right? Like, he has 1 more minute of nighttime, but no mana, so can't really do a ton.
That's terrible.
There's, like, yeah, they don't have a lot of moves, really. Storm is a bit of a greedier pick. The supports obviously aren't there yet when it comes to levels. Alchemist is in the triangle. You're just chilling at this point. Meanwhile, in TSM, I believe that they could start making stuff happen on the map.
I mean, it's the strength of having a DP. Like, you get so many early objectives, and of course, the bottom tier 1 tower is already down.
I wasn't even talking only about the DP. I feel like Puck, Rubik, and Tusk are extremely capable of making a mess on the map.
It's dominant.
Can they get him?
He's going to avoid the gank. They don't have the vision on the high ground of the Radiant Triangle. Still, stun is being channeled up. A very nice phase shift is going to avoid that from Stonebank, and now the snowball is going to avoid the stun out. Whitemon still in trouble. Should die. The chase, it will be enough.
Funnick on the Rubik.
It will be another.
Yeah. Okay, so they get both Whitemon and Ahri. Mostly because of, obviously, Night Stalker rotating in. They get the Rubik, the Tusk.
Coil, though. Dendi, he's a huge target. Still breaks the coil, but they have the silence.
Anyone else? Nope.
Not quite.
Yeah, I feel like the big difference maker will be the Disruptor once he gets 6. They did leave him the lane on down bottom, but he didn't get the tome, so he needs to farm it up.
On Stonebank, Courier, get out of there. Ah, it's alright. It doesn't have any items anyway.
I don't know about this tome to Pugna. I'd rather give it to Disruptor, but that's just me.
Stominant. Bit of a chase here from Whitemon. Will block the staircase. Stominant still buying a lot of time for Funnick to close the gap. You've also got Dendi around the corner if you need him. Problem is Kasane and Bryle are hiding around the corner as well. So everyone's kind of there here from TSM to make the jump in.
Yeah, like, imagine if you had Glimpse level 3 and Static Storm here. That's a kill, like, on a hero. I don't think that getting drained this early on is a big difference maker, but it is what it is. You can see what I was talking about earlier, like 3-4 minutes ago. They're starting to control the triangle away from Radiant. It's just they made all these stacks, but it's very difficult to control them.
Oh, these ancients.
Juicy ancients.
Yummy, yummy.
Well, it's what happens. Like, the tier 1 mid fell way too soon.
Real shame as well, because Tomato, he wasn't having the most amazing time farming. Pretty average kind of time for the troll, but now with all these stacks being taken...
Well, he didn't get most of the last hits right, but at least something, yeah. It was a bonus for him.
You'll have a
Definitely.
much more decent time on the Battle Fury now, at least. Like maybe 14 minutes at this stage.
Yeah. How's our good old Alchemist doing though?
How's Stonebank? Well, he's working towards the Radiance, believe it or not, Lizard.
Oh, I can't believe it. Wow.
Very surprising.
So surprised, shocked.
Got the Sacred Relic up
Pikachu
now.
face right here. Yeah, he's got the relic, 1,000 gold away from Talisman. I mean, not the best, but decent timing.
Oh, mid lane, Lodine. Gonna be in trouble. Meanwhile, though, they've got the puck, which is a much bigger target. Bryle is still able to get away. Now pops the Dream Coil back in onto the Night
And
Stalker.
he's got regen.
Oh, and he's got regen. And that's called emotional damage, Lizard. Right there. That is emotional damage.
Yeah, they used the knight and everything, but didn't manage to kill off the puck. He has that Witchblade as well. Yeah, at least the Night Stalker, at least Phoenix survives. That's something.
That it is.
But can you see how they're choking them out on the map? Like it's so... You're trying to create space for the Alchemist, but... Look at this, even under the tier 2. It's hard to play. It's really hard to open up the map for the Alchemist right now. And keep in mind that while they're opening the map, DP, he's got a mech, you don't have damage.
Yeah, no Static Storm up.
To finalize my long-ass monologue,
Yeah.
to open up the map for Alchemist, no one else is farming. Like the Night Stalker is just chilling, blocking the ganks.
Dominant. Hands up here from Brawl. Wants to wave him bye-bye, and at least Dominant does buy himself a few extra seconds, I suppose. Bit of waste of time.
Yeah, delayed the puck kill a little bit. It's space, right? Like he's creating space for the Alchemist to farm a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Smoke up.
It is there. They'll see Kasane trying to mess with Stonebank right now, and Stonebank forced to run, but his team right behind him. Problem is
Bryle.
TSM are all there.
Loading.
Yeah, he's gone. Bye-bye, sir.
He just moved right past him.
Yikes.
He just moved right past him. He didn't see him, I guess, because puck was moving uphill. Yikes, indeed.
I mean, meanwhile, that Alchemist Courier is still in that tree line, by the way. Just hanging out there. I don't know if he's forgotten about it. Mid lane.
No, he still didn't farm up the Talisman.
Right.
He's just keeping it safe for now. And he probably will walk alone, maybe on the other side of the map to
Now he's bringing the Courier back.
yeah, because he's on the other side. Maybe he's thinking he can move there. I'm not sure. Never mind.
Yeah, Tomato's blocking him off. It's so frustrating here for Stonebank. Like, I don't know if TSM are doing this on purpose, but Stonebank can't catch a break. Like, he can't find it. And now Dendi goes down top lane. Meanwhile, bottom. Oh, no. Kasane. Oh, he's a tanky boy, though. Still healing up. Static Storm drop. Kasane still running. Glimpse back is there. Kasane is eventually going to go down. Eventually.
Eventually, but this was such a necessary kill for our boys on bait. Like, TSM so far has been dominating them. At least they get this kill on DP. It alleviates the pressure, at least a tiny bit.
That it does. Oh, Tomato. Now, that's a big kill if they could get it. But Lodine, he's basically by himself. Stonebank does not want to get involved. And that seems like Lodine's just going to get some deep wards down. You know, future investments here for the Disruptor.
He blocked the Ancients as well.
He
so
did.
That's something, you know, like doing what he can at this point. Pagna is here too. They have Night Stalker, they have Pagna, they have Disruptor. Maybe this is an attack. No. Alchemist.
Well, they can't see him yet.
Can they kill Troll?
They could try it. Tomato doesn't have any help around. They are going to make the jump in. Tomato in a very kind of greedy farming position. May get punished for it, and it seems like he probably will, but Battle Trance is there. He might be able to at least get a bit of a trade-off. Funnick, still running, is going to be okay as Tomato. He does end up going down, and that's another massive pick-off here
Top
for
lane,
Bait, but Dendi... Uh-oh. Oh, Dendi. He is just gone. Bryle is really messing with the Storm this game.
Right. It's always like that, right? Like this matchup, Storm versus Puck. It can go heavily in Puck's favor if he starts getting these pick-offs. Storm as well can be problematic, but the item builds, I have a feeling that made Storm problematic for Puck aren't viable any longer. They're just not purchased. Like an Orchid earlier on, and I can't remember when I saw that, 10 years ago. Rubik?
Chase is on. It's going to be just fine, Funnick. He'll be alright as bottom lane. Who have they got? It's going to be Lodine. Shards is there. I mean, you can glimpse him back, but you are still stuck in that same area, so Lodine is going to end up going down.
Yeah. The main idea right now should be how do we protect the Alchemist for his
Dendi?
BKB.
Dendi again? Dendi's gone.
Night Stalker as well. Has to be careful.
Okay, Ari took the Dark Ascension. Which is not a bad spell on a Rubik, right? Because like the amount of vision you get, mind you though, you are giving
Yeah.
Yeah. You are giving Funnick the nighttime, so
But he kind of popped it at the same second, so
sure.
it's like 2 extra seconds of Dark Ascension, I believe. Let's see the cooldown. 120 versus 124, 4 seconds extra. So
I guess that's one of those interactions where it's kind of bad for the Rubik, right? Because it's like, I got this ultimate that gives me so much vision, but
yeah, it's not bad in this game, in this situation, because it's only 4 seconds, right? Difference.
yeah.
But usually, if you steal it and then you pop it on your own, Night Stalker is like, all right, thank you.
Is it even giving the vision to the Rubik though? It doesn't look like it.
I don't think it does.
But it's the spell says has unobstructed vision and you're flying. So theoretically.
Yeah, but Night Stalker gains flight and bonus damage.
Oh, it does say Night Stalker. Well,
So when you pop it, a Night Stalker flies. Yeah, it gets bonus damage.
what is this?
Yeah, that's not how it works.
What?
But
What?
it would be funny.
Is this the only spell where Night Stalker specifically gets the bonus? Like you can't steal it?
No. I think it's just. I don't know. I feel like Rubik should be getting the vision.
I mean, you are right though. Like grammatically wise, it does literally say Night Stalker. So, whatever. We'll live with it. It's all right.
Wait.
Our observer's saying Hunter in the Night though.
Right, Hunter in the Night, exactly. But wait, Hunter in the Night gave you fly.
No, it gives you movement and attack speed.
I know. But before, in the old patches, was it the spell that gave you flight as well?
I think it may have been.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's why, because it's still connected perhaps to that spell, the flight. I'm not sure though. I'm not 100 on this. I need to contact Alchemist.
Yeah, Whitemon needs to contact an ambulance. He's gone down.
Yeah.
Stonebank able to pick up the kill here on the Alchemist, and that's a very long TP, but he's going to be all right. Funnick, not so much though. Funnick will drop. Not the greatest trade in the world for bait in the end of the day, but you know, it's something, as they are going to start Roshan here on TSM.
Kasane is like, rally up, boys. I have my ulti. I have my Greaves. Time to rush. This game, if you haven't noticed, is kind of rough for bait. But at least the BKB should be flying out right now to the Alchemist. With that, they'll be able to fight. The only problem is there will be an Aegis on Troll, most likely on Troll.
Top lane. Coil is there. Dendi once again just being haunted here by Braille, but a nice static storm. Lodine this time around, sticking around, making sure they can kind of turn it back around as Braille, he still gets a phase shift off. There's no way he gets
Come
out.
on.
Braille, no, they heal him up. Oh no, Dendi.
Was there a missed spell there on the puck? I had a feeling that they had him.
Can we see a replay, please? I mean, it was quite painful to watch.
And it was such a nice setup as well. That's what hurts the most. Like the setup on the puck was good. Baiting on the Storm Spirit.
Oh,
It's
here we go. Let's have a look.
Here we go.
So, Braille literally just barely got out of the static storm, but let's see. What does he miss? There was the illusions.
There was the illusions, I guess. That's what.
So the zip damage may have been missed, I think.
The illusions helped out a tiny bit.
That's unfortunate. I mean,
Very.
props to Brawl, though, for getting it.
Yeah, very nicely done by him. But Bait cannot catch a break. At the same time, they're only 2k behind, but they're 2k behind with an Alchemist. So let's see. They'll have a Blink Dagger on the Alchemist very soon. They'll be able to fight.
Kamado will go in. Dark Ascension there. They'll try and go on to the Death Prophet.
There's no damage for this.
There's literally no damage. They're trying. Kasane's the actual Alchemist. Kasane's just not dying. He's going to walk out. The regen's too much. And they're just like, okay, I guess so.
They have a Blink now on Alchemist as well.
Let's try again. Kasane, thank you for coming back, but not so much. Bryle, he finds Lodine. In goes Tomato. Onto Storminen. Meanwhile, they've got Bryle, but can they actually kill him? Bryle, he will finally go down. That's a big one. Bait, they might be doing it here as a Static Storm catches two of them. Tomato, he'll get trapped up as well. He will lose the Aegis.
Very nice buyback by the Disruptor.
Indeed, he does have the ulti up. Battle Trance is available here for Tomato, and he is forced to pop it just in the nick of time. He does go on to Lodine. Meanwhile, Kasane trying to zone them out. Tomato, he's healthy once again, thanks to the Guardian Greaves and now the Life Drain from Ari.
Not the hardest spell to steal. Ari gets that Life Drain, heals up the Troll. The Greaves as well were extremely helpful. Look, everything's said and done. Like, not a bad fight for Bait. Glimpse.
Here we go again. The Disruptor. Gonna go down. Lodine should be dying back here, but Dendi does pick off Ari, and now Tomato. That's a big pick off, but they don't have the damage output. He's all right. In they go again with Whitemon with the snowball, but Dendi, he wants a vengeance. He will at least find the Tusk.
Puck is here, 5 seconds for Dream Coil, if he wants to commit. But yeah, with the Blink Dagger, with the Radiance and BKB, Alchemist finally joining the fray. Like a couple of decent fights for them right here. But the biggest thing that happened, probably the biggest changer, was the buyback on Disruptor. Like, he buybacks, catches them all in Static Storm. Huge value.
Oh, Bryle is going to back his way out, but Bait, it seems like they're confident now. They'll smoke up as two. Dendi and Storminen going to look towards perhaps Kasane, but we've seen this before. Kasane is way too tanky, so instead they'll go into Tomato bot lane. Meanwhile, Funnick just gets blown up by Bryle.
He disappeared. He disappeared in a second.
And Tomato, he's read the movement. He's out. In fact, he's back in now because they see Storminen. Dendi, he also got scattered out, but he'll zip away just fine. Storminen, though, not so much. He will drop as Dendi. He's going to stick around and maybe cut the creep wave, but you know, TSM, they could probably just pop the X over. Oh, they don't have it, but nevertheless, they could still go after this T2 tower.
Yeah, they have creeps on mid lane as well that they can skip now. You see Rubik and DP going there, basically making sure that they have two lanes pushing in. This Pugna, like, he's done a lot in the lane. Later on, he's had some crucial plays. I feel like he might be the difference. Oh, Bryle. Almost.
Oh!
If he didn't Waning Rift, he'd have him.
Whew. I mean, I think he's done enough to Dendi this game. You know, he can miss his dream call once. My God. Leave him alone, Bryle.
For sure. Also, Bryle buying BKB next. At least that's what he... Did he queue it up? He did.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, with the BKB up, how are you actually going to lock this guy down?
Exactly.
It's practically... Like, Lodine is farming towards the Ags, but that's going to be a long time.
Yeah. They need... They needed Funnick to do that work, but once the BKB is up, he won't be able to. Yeah. And he's pushing top. Funnick for 23 minutes in. The tier 1 tower is still standing. At least they will take it down now.
Well, that's the tier 2 bottom tower gone. Tier 1 top tower is still being glyphed up, so Funnick's got to wait.
Look at the smoke.
It's a big one.
It's a big one, but...
Oh, they don't even find the tier 1 tower.
They'll find the Alchemist.
Oh no. Stonebank. No. Not Stonebank.
Did he pop it? He popped the BKB.
Oh,
As
no.
well.
It gets worse.
Oh, what can you do, MLP? What can you do?
I mean, it literally is a matter of what can you do.
Yeah.
It happens. 14 to 22 Lizard, 6k advantage. The problem is, while 6k doesn't seem like a lot, they are against an Alchemist who tends to need a net worth advantage.
And it's like he was under the Ancients, and his whole team was on the high ground. BKB.
Oh, Dendi's been caught again. He's got his own BKB. He'll be just fine. Lodine's, of course, already down. But they force a BKB out of Dendi, and now, if they really want to, they can just go fight again, knowing that that's not available. As Funnick.
I mean, he's got a BKB. They can't kill him.
You say that.
Maybe they can.
They can mess around with him at least.
Maybe
Shards are there. Funnick, you've got to pop it. I think he has... No, he won't. He'll be all right.
At the silence. Very nice. After the lift was used, he was fine. But nice silence from him. Didn't even use the BKB.
You do now give the silence over to Ari, but to be fair, he doesn't really want to be that close to everyone. So
Yeah, he doesn't have a blink or anything like that as well, so If you're Rubik, you want to stay. Oh, they're going in.
Yep, that they will. Zip is there. Ari actually did get caught for a moment, but is going to be just fine as now Stonebank. Stonebank's been caught again. He's going to try and make his run out, but Kasane's on the chase. Meanwhile, Funnick also running, can't deal with the side of TSM right now. They do retreat, but Funnick does not. Stonebank, he's back in. He's popped his BKB, but it's wearing off now. And in comes Bryle. Bryle, he's got Dream Call in 1 second, and he will pop it. He found 2 targets. Stonebank will drop. Stominant, oh, he'll life drain, but it's not going to be it. He's down.
I know, like, there's a lot of hate on Bait, but that was probably one of the saddest initiations that I've seen recently. They jump in, Storm zips 2-3 times, doesn't find anyone. Alchemist uses his stun, but it gets mitigated by the snowball. It doesn't connect. Like, everything that could go wrong for them in that fight went wrong from the get-go. And then they're kind of lost as well. They're literally just hitting the DP, 2 or 3 heroes, like the hardest hero to kill. You'll have an easier time killing this troll. Well, maybe not him, but anyone else than the DP.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be a top racks to go down at the very least here for TSM. Bait can't really do too much about it. So Dendi is going to go for a zip in. Stonebank's back. BKB is still on cooldown though, Lizard. But so Dendi's gone.
It's DP as well. Like, you're not killing this guy.
Kasane, I mean, they're still trying to chip away, but he's got Guardian Greaves in 2 seconds. Glimpse back. Kasane, he'll keep
What did he do to them? Like, Kasane, they killed him once in the early game. But what exactly did he say that they harbor so much hate for this DP?
I don't know. I don't know, because Sane's
They're
been
like, they're enchanted. They're taunted by the DP.
Yeah, quite literally. This is what my pub teammates do. They always go on the offlane that can't die. Every time.
Just go on the first thing that you see.
Yeah, quite literally. Just tunnel vision.
I mean, they are in a rough spot. It's kind of hard to initiate Night Stalker.
I mean, the game's, you know, I don't want to say it's over, but
it's rough.
It's really
It's
tough.
definitely, yeah, it's not an easy one.
Yeah. They've got about apparently a 6% chance according to Dota Plus here for the side of Bait.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe they'll manage something with the Crabfire on the Troll. He won't be able to hit, you know. Meteor Hammer on Pugna came in quite early. I was thinking, okay, maybe that's gonna help. But they just couldn't have a single play properly. That's the problem. Like, they found some items, it's just that plays weren't there. Now Bryle, he's hunting them.
Yeah, jump in. Gonna be low dying gone. Bryle having a fantastic game. 15-1-6 on the puck. Practically uncontested. Almost a perfect game, in fact, from Bryle.
Yeah, he fed once on the top lane, right? When they caught him. He had haste, he got caught. Dendi?
Mid lane, Dendi's been caught out. It's only Kasane and Ari, though. But Kasane just knows he can't die, so Ari's the one that's really in danger. Greaves will be out. They will find Ari. Can they deal with the Death Prophet? They're going to try. It's a big surround, but he'll pop the BKBs, and now with the Siphons out, he'll turn back onto the side of Bait. But they are still trying with Funnick, but his BKB's about to wear off. And there's a DD available on Tomato. I don't know if this is really the fight. Glimpse back onto Tomato, but he's happy to fight Stonebank on the Alchemist. They'll decrepify, but he's still just going. You know, Wymore will take the kill. Bryle's in, but he's got a BKB. He's fine. He'll just pop the Dream Coil, just keep going. Double kill out for Bryle. Buyback's incoming. This could be the final team fight. It has to be the final team fight because Bait have nothing left. They will lose Dendi once again. That's a dieback.
That's a
GG is called.
Yeah. That one was a roughie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No kidding, Lizard. That's a tough game. That's a very, very tough game.
Yeah. Sometimes you just don't feel... I feel bad for them, honestly, a little
Tomato's
bit.
eating.
Yeah. He was eating the whole game. He was very well fed. Rough one for Bait.
Oh, what could you say? I mean, Tomato's literally just like, yeah, it was another game. Yeah, game 1 was easy. TSM, they pull off the victory. I mean... Look, Lizard, going into game 2, I mean, is there anything you want Bait to change up? Like, is it draft? Is it play style? What do we
And none of the moves really worked out for them after Alchemist got a couple of items and they were able to fight. prior to that, they lost map control way too fast. Like that tier 1 tower, if you're playing Alchemist, I feel is crucial. You can't lose it that fast.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, we are going to go into game 2 rather soon. I suppose, like you said, don't lose map control that damn quickly. Maybe change up the draft a little bit. Like maybe the Alchemist. I mean, I don't want to say it was Stonebank's fault.
No. All their moves didn't work. It wasn't one man's fault. They all have to regroup and go next.
Just a team effort. Yeah. Well, with that, let's throw to our panel, which see what they have to say about this game 1.
Much Mike and Lizard, yes indeed. Ryle absolutely turning it up and buttering some muffins here in game number 1 versus Bait. But where did it all go wrong? I mean, was it the draft? Was it the early game? How did they lose control of this game so quickly, Fia?
I mean, I think for the most part, they just didn't have that timing that we were talking about, that 10 to 15 minute timing. They lost control of everything there. Their heroes no longer could kill Puck. You know, their DP with the early Greaves, they just ran out of damage. We saw Dendy in the early game try to rotate at level 5.5 and kill Troll. Didn't really work out.
Not really.
And then he walked back to the mid lane, and then we kind of noticed throughout the course of this game that he just didn't get any farm on the Storm Spirit, and it was really just had to be all Alchemist, and they didn't make enough space for him because the other cores in this game just did not have a game.
Yeah, they're very defenseless on the side of this draft. Like you said, failed rotations, the mid and the bot tier 1 towers down at the 10-minute mark. That's an easy call for TSM. Let's contest Triangle. He did not finish the Radiance at that time on the Alchemist. So you're losing control of Triangle. Got to find some farm somewhere else. There was a bit of a positive spark for Stonebank. He found 2 quick kills in succession out of each other. So it didn't hurt him too much that they lost the Triangle. But it did hurt Funnick. He's going to have to go on the other side of the map to farm. And Storm has no one to play with.
Yeah, and also, like, it always feels weird getting kills on your Alchemist as well, because, okay, sure, he's getting a bit more money, but he doesn't really need money, and what he needs is space, and he's not going to be able to give himself space with a bit more income. So he was super rich this game, but just really didn't make much of a difference. It was just those tempo controllers never really coming online in the Night Stalker and the Storm, which was very unfortunate. But, I mean, were they shut down super hard in lane and couldn't do anything against it? Was there anything which TSM did really nicely to control their game specifically?
I think they played around Puck really well. I think Bryle on his Puck, you know, the sports, made a lot of rotations, made Dindy's game very hard. Every coil, it felt like, was dropped on Dindy, resulting into a kill. So I think they shut down Dindy incredibly well, even though he didn't really help his own game in a lot of ways. Just, they lost pretty much every lane in the draft here. Like, they got counterpicked on every single lane. And, like, if you want to run an Alchemist draft, I feel like you have to be winning your other lanes other than the Alcon, because that's the one lane you can afford to lose, because he's just going to go farm. So Dendy not having a game and then Funnick not having a game was, like, the biggest problem here for Bait.
Yeah, and also, like, what I like about their draft is the actual first pick Disruptor that they brought. That works perfectly with the Storm Spirit to kind of shut down this Puck, which was the major issue. But where does this Pugna fall into the draft? Like, Stomanen was invisible throughout this entire game. No real presence, no one really to play around with.
He was in the trees, dropping hammers, bro. He was having a great time.
I mean, he was having, but his team wasn't. So I feel like the Pugna was a weird pick, this one.
It was a weird pick. It was a weird build. Pugna Meteor Hammer. Don't do that in your pubs. But you could see the idea behind it when he was kind of getting a bit of squeaky rat time. But TSM were the winners. We need an MVP. And I don't think anybody will mind if we give it to Bryle on the 18-1-7 Pug. My God. I mean, the guy just absolutely turning fools inside out.
Yeah, I mean, he played amazing this game, but I think he had one of the easier Puck games as well. Like, they didn't, the Pugna surely is not a hero that is quite good versus Puck, as Bryle did feed a lot of Stomanen with this Puck here, but he just had an overall solid performance here. Went just for a normal item build and the Witchblade. Every rotation, it felt like he just got a kill with every single coil. Just, yeah, not much else to say. Just a very clinical game by Bryle here.
Yeah.
Very clinical indeed. Was there a sense of TSM starting to, you know, get a bit cheeky with this one, having a little bit too much fun? There were moments where it kind of like, they were just doing stuff which like there wasn't really, but they were just having fun. I don't know. Yeah. They tend to do this, don't they?
At least in a game like this, when you're playing against the Alchemist, you know that his timing is very locked into, like, depending how good of a start you have, it's somewhere between 19 and 24 minutes. If you can't make your impact there, you know you got the game in the bag pretty much. Like, that's just when the hero kind of starts to fall off. His strongest spike is there. We didn't really see too much out of that. So I guess there was a little bit of room for TSM, you know, just mingle, have a little bit of fun, enjoy the game, and just put their sights onward, because there was no sign of stopping despite the fun they were having.
Absolutely not. No, they weren't slowing down at all in this game number
were
one.
showing.
They were definitely showing off. Yeah, they were hella showing off. TSM looking absolutely fantastic here in the first game. A true return to form for them. The NA bad boys smacking it up. We're going to throw it over to a break. Then we're going to be back with game number 2. The NA Slayers are back at it again. That is right. TSM getting it done. You know, guys, I was almost hoping that Bait would be able to turn this into a win, just so that, you know, because they're not an NA team, really. They're moving over from Eastern Europe. So, you know, like the part in Lord of the Rings, I'm the Slayer of Men. I'm no man. Could have had that moment, but unfortunately, Bait couldn't pull it together in this first game.
No,
Yeah,
they
no.
most certainly could not, unfortunately. They,
So-
I mean, it just comes down to like this Storm Spirit pick. Whenever they keep picking it in these series, it's not making a lot of sense. It's not really working. Maybe Dendy's feeling like he can do more on this hero, but then I think he needs to play a little more greedy himself. I feel like he's very a selfless player. He likes roaming around the map. You know, that level 5.5 Storm gank kind of like shows it as well. Like he's oftentimes wanting to do something, and I don't think Storm Spirit is that hero. So I want to see him something a little more Dendy, if we will.
Yeah.
Like maybe a Witch Doctor mid. Maybe it's time to bust out something special here.
And the
could
Dendy
be
builds, the
Yeah.
Brown Boots Blink heroes. Let's go back to that. It worked out against
the SF?
even against like the top teams in North America, the Rebellion series from last tour. So close to getting a win there, but having massive impact together with his pause 4. Now we had a pause 4 that doesn't click at all with the Storm Spirit until we go like 30, 40 minutes into the game where the Pugna Storm really works together.
So if you wanted them to change something up and like prioritize a certain role on the side of Bait, which role would that be?
I mean, I think it has to be Dendy for me,
Has to
right?
be
Like,
still
because like Funnick is just Funnick. You know, he normally just has a game. He does what he does. There's nothing that I see about him that I'm like he needs to play this to be successful. Like he has a pretty wide hero pool. Dendy, his hero pool is pretty big too, but like I think it's more going the direction of giving him better games. So he can do more in the mid game. And the games where they really seem to fall off is when Dendy can't make something happen in that mid game, which has been happening quite a lot. And so maybe prioritize him with maybe a later pick, or just think more about your pick and what it needs to do and make sure it fits in that criteria.
I'll take the other pair. It's going to be the Stomanen plus 4. Like, we know that he can play a mean Hoodwink. We know that he can play heroes like the Elder Titan if the situation requires. Or even the Primal Beast would have been fantastic last game. That would have given them some tool to defend the towers, to fight together with the Storm Spirit early on, and just show those heroes he's really good with. I know he's a good Pugna player, but just didn't find a place in that draft. So if Dendy changes something, then Stomanen should stick to his guns. If Stomanen changes something, then Dendy should just keep what he's playing.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to like making sure you have like this kind of. You want this guy to come in, you know, they've said as well, Stumman's coming in and he's being the discipline the team needs, right? So I feel like you want to draft him something in the game which is going to allow him to carry that through to the gameplay as well. I don't think Pugna's that hero. I think something like a Clockwork would be. I know it's a little weird on the 4, but Tiny, you know, something along those lines which he can just go in with, make moves with his team and bring them the order in the game, which he's apparently given them to them outside of the game, because this hasn't been working for me. You know, Skyras, the Pugnas, these no-stun heroes feel just... You're making the game unnecessarily difficult for yourself. So I'd really like to see them trivialize the game for themselves, you know, give themselves a much easier time in starting these fights and controlling up the game. And I think Stomanen's probably the position to do that in, and maybe just give Finnick like a lane controller. We haven't really seen him much actually playing on these like lane control heroes and just kind of sitting top. He has been trying to like play his heroes which move around a lot more. Why do you think they're making that decision?
Potentially... I mean, I think there could be like a lot of things that we just cannot see and hear what's going on, like comms-wise, if there's something that they wanted to do a little bit different than how we see things. I mean, if you do get into a position of being able to rotate supports or having more stuns in your lanes, of course, you're putting more emphasis in there and just not worrying too much about your mid. And then it also tells that you have a very talented mid player who can just carry out his own matchups and be happy with whatever he's placed against.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just trying to outdraft their opponent. Like, they didn't have an answer to this puck, and that was a problem, and their answer is supposed to be the Night Stalker, but as we see in most of these Night Stalker matchups, it doesn't really go that way. Your lane normally is pretty hard. You want a Blink Dagger, but at the same time, you also want like an Armlet and a BKB. Feels like you want the Shard. It feels like you really need a lot of items that just never come. Yeah. And that's kind of like the issue that a lot of Night Stalkers are running into, but we'll see if they can change this things up a bit. And what I really do want to see going into this series is going to just be like at least getting further into the game. Like I always call TSM, they have like the triple threat. The first person you have to deal with is Bryle, right? And teams have done that, and it is like it didn't happen last game, of course. They didn't even get past phase 1 here. Then you got to deal with Kasane, who's normally going to bring something a little cheesier that buys Greaves, pushes the tempo. Then obviously Tomato in the late game is someone that has not been able to crack that in NA DPC yet, so it is what it is. I want them to at least get past Bryle this game.
All
That's
right,
my goal.
let's see if they can clear the first boss. Let's jump into it. Game number 2, it is TSM versus Bait, and the draft starts right here, right now. And we're going to have the Alchemist banned out from TSM. A lot of respect being shown, or maybe just trying to push them out of their comfort zone a bit more.
A little bit. It can also be one of those things where you beat it, you had a strategy against it, and you don't want to show you showed your cards already. You don't want to play against it again. So that could be another reason for why
That's
they banned it.
interesting.
Yeah, and also the flex that they've used us on this hero. Like, they played a carry. The next series, like, oh, we're debating you to playing another out carry. And then Funnick brought it up and surprised them completely. Like, now your counter picks to our supposed pos one just don't take place anymore. But that's a hero that probably should have been banned on the side of Bait. This Nature's Prophet already talked about the 15 bans, now 16. This hero is right now, after Broodmother, the most contested hero in NA. So we've got plenty of good players for that, and we can also see in gameplay-wise that this is a scary hero to let through.
I mean, what are your options though? You play against the Brood or you play against the IO Lesh, something that TSM is really good at. So like, it definitely is a pick your poison type of situation, and Bait feel like they can do better against the NP than they would do against like the Lesh IO.
So too. And also,
And
like,
considering, you know, some of the best teams in the world have struggled against the IO Lesh, you know, like TSM owned with that hero at the major, even though they didn't make it out of groups, those were some of the best games they had were with the IO Lesh. So I think it's pretty wise to try and ban out. And Leshak's not like a first phase hero, so you don't really want to take it for yourself on Bait unless you're willing to like run it as with the IO as well. I think.
Dendy Lesh too. It's not a hero that I really see
unless you have
him
a specialist like
favoring,
Quinn.
right?
yeah. Like, what I was thinking
does
about
like
here
that hero.
is the first phase and the drafting order for Bait, because they did swap around, going Stonebank first phase and Dendy going into second. So now that Dendy has his hero out of the way, I know Funnick is the one who probably talks the most about the strats and the ideas that they have, but they probably got a bit confused in game one where they're like, well, we have our carry first phase, and it's different than what we've done so far. Maybe in scrims they've been playing that more, but when they've had a first phase opener for Dendy, it feels like the draft makes a little bit more sense, right? Like, he's got this initiator type of semi-damage dealer, doesn't really hit objectives, and then you can let Funnick fill that void, or let Stonebank take that kind of objective filler, and also the late game security that brings into the heroes that they want into the draft. So I'm happy that they do bring up the Primal Beast, mainly because it's a drafting style that has worked for them, having Dendy first phase.
But I don't want him to play it no matter what. That's like thing for me. I'd want to see Dendy play the Primal if the NP is offlane. But if the NP is carry, I want to see Funnick play it. And I think we saw at the major, like, doing this Vanguard rush into Arcane Boots, into like BKB Blink, this has been incredibly good against the NP. And plus the trample in the laning stage and the onslaught, you can get on top of the NP really easily and kill him. And that's kind of how you beat like the old, you know, Lina type heroes, NP. Like, you're not going to beat them in CSing. So you have to get on top of them and abuse the fact that these are squishy heroes. And Primal is one of the best heroes at doing that. But we'll have to see if this is carry or if it's going to be an offlane. One of the many strengths of the Nature's Prophet, it is flexible and can go to multiple roles.
Yep, and you can see on your screens here, you've got the 71% win rate on the Tusk right now, and I think Clockwork shares a very similarly high win rate on his picks as well. And that's what we keep saying, right? Like, on your supports, just have this go-in melee hero. You just feel so much better to play the game. It's so much easier, and those heroes have been winning.
But Stumanen doesn't really like those heroes.
He really doesn't.
He does not. He wants to he wants to have as little stun as possible on his hero and just all damage.
Yeah.
But I will say though, Stumanen, every single time that he has got Skywrath Mage, I feel like maybe if it's not a true stat, but it feels like he's won. Except for that one game where he went Midas on Skywrath. I remember he did lose that one. But every other one,
remember that.
but every other one, I feel like he just wins on that hero, and it's just like, why not just pick it if you have someone that is so good on it? I'm surprised he doesn't ask for it more himself. Maybe he doesn't even understand like how good he is at the hero potentially. But
Just
yeah,
a humble guy.
yeah, maybe.
I'm only a man.
And Stomanen, like, jumping on the sky, I think that's one of the answers Bait has to the early game aggression and the impact, because we see him taking 1v2s on a sky, winning those. Even if he gives his life away, he's getting Funnick a fantastic start for the game. Even Funnick, who doesn't necessarily want to be super aggressive early on, he likes the lane presence, he likes the farm, right? But Stomanen can create the necessary fighting to open up that space for Funnick to get those big items. Say if he plays Beastmaster, it speeds up his Overlord helmet timings, for example. If he goes on DK, he gets a faster BKB because Stomanen is doing so much brawling that helps him. And actually, DK Sky would be great. Dragon Tail with the Mystic Flare. That's a foolproof combo, right? You got the Tusk Snowball, but you got Ancient Seal to actually counteract against it.
Yeah, I mean, even Primal with Skywrath can be pretty decent as well. You've got the ultimate there, but it's just a bit more commitment, which is obviously makes it a little less appealing. But we'll see which way they go. I still don't want them to pick it this game. I do agree that he's amazing on it, but again, I'm just here for the brawler. That's what I want to see. Just give a Primal Beast a partner. Give him
Yeah.
a friend.
Yeah. There is a Hoodwink in the pool, and now that I look at
That'd be
the
great.
Tusk for Whitemon, you've got a core Primal Beast. A good counter to that is support Ricky, which Ari likes to play. He hasn't played it too much lately, but it's
Not
an
since the
option
nerfs,
against
but
me.
yeah. It's definitely something they'll pull out if they feel the need. We're going to get a Mirana, so I don't hate it. I think it's a little tricky to lane this, though, right? If I guess we don't see its matchup yet. They might put the Primal mid still, so...
Yeah, I mean, they just wanted another hero that can follow up with Primal when he initiates. Having that long-range initiation, this is kind of like the answer of Skywrath in a way. You do have that arrow that can connect, it'll bring in a lot of damage.
Lane Brawler.
Yeah, the lane should be fine. I mean, you did mention, like, Funnick maybe playing DK or something, which I could definitely see potentially happening here. But I really don't like it when they get stuck into this kind of situation.
Yeah, I think DK just go worse with this bat pick.
Right. I mean, at this point,
You
you
have
kind of
to
just...
get your Primal out of mid, right?
You don't have to.
You don't have to,
No,
yeah.
but I would in that situation, right? Because, like, it is Batrider. Dendi, Queen of Pain. If there is no better time to bust it out,
Yep.
there will never be a time.
So does this...
Like, if Dendi's
It'll
not going to
never
play
come
it,
out again,
if he's not going to play it in this game, then I don't think he just will ever touch the hero. But we do know he loves his Queen of Pain, so I do want to see it.
So Stonebank most likely now, unless Funnick has already locked in Primal Beast, then we're going to see Dendi pick his hero. If that is the case, Slark for Stonebank or Bloodseeker? Which one would you prefer?
Depends, I guess. They might get to see a little bit more, but I think as far as like between those two heroes, if I had to choose one, probably Slark. I mean, Bloodseeker's fine, but
It's not great.
it's just good against Bat, the Rupture, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
outside of that, you're not really man fighting the NP.
Hey,
There
Dendi
you go.
there it
Guap.
is.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah,
All
I mean,
right.
You know,
King
he
picks
loves
our
this hero,
queen.
right?
Oh, yeah, he went back in the TI meta. Before TI started, he would play Queen of Pain, have massive impact early, loves to play on the Radiant side, especially with this quap. Rotate to top at 8-9 minutes, get the tower kill. Always happened, game to game. They always got it. And then the Tour 1 Dendi happens where he just kind of calms down a little bit, focuses more on farm, or just chases around for kills and falls behind. And he loved to build Veils on this hero, by the way, so hopefully he doesn't do that and instead goes for like Kaya Sanj, for example, which would make a lot more sense for the Quap. Have a bit of a brawler, you reduce the stun duration from the lasso on the bat, and have a fighting chance.
Yep. It's the Int Core mid laner build at the moment, Witchblade, Kaya Sanj, and BKB. And have a good time.
And the idea that they picked Dendi's hero now does give Stonebank the last pick of the draft. So he gets to see, is it Furion or Bat that he's most likely going to be going up against, and consider his hero pool accordingly.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think for TSM's side, they also get to determine whether they want to put this NP on carry or not. They're going to have to make their choice right now.
Yep.
And I think at this point, when you see the matchups, I think it's best just to put it on off lane and then address the Primal now. Because you do see for sure it is a carry Primal, or sorry, off lane Primal. So now you can pick your carry, whatever you want. And I think the Slark would actually be pretty good for TSM as well. So if they want to steal that away in a single pick there.
I was looking, a Lycan ban could be coming up from bait, because that is the one hero that Kasane has shown everyone to be really good on. It's not a fantastic Lycan game, but when you think about the tempo you can play with, Bat Lasso, not the super long cooldown ability, actually can brawl quite often. Tusk and CM, they can always join in on fights and just play around the shapeshift. Just shut down bait with every time your ultis are on off cooldown, just brawl the whole time.
Yeah.
And Bloodseeker just got banned, so I actually like the Lycan pick here for TSM.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot as well. You're playing with, normally I'd be complaining about all three of your cores. You've only really got like one decent stun between them, but with these two supports, you can kind of get away with it. But they're actually going to go for the Faceless Void carry. Tomato doing a little dance there. Very happy about that pick.
I feel like if you pick your offlaner
yeah.
there, you kind of just counterpick both your side lanes. So they want to go for at least one winning side lane matchup. And NP's NP. He'll be fine in the off lane. I did want to see Slark, but this is very similar. Like when you play versus Primal, you kind of just want to get away from him, right? So you have like the leap from both those heroes do the same type of job. chrono damage is not the best here for the Faceless
not
Void.
amazing.
So I don't think like this is going to be a game where you're going to see like Tomato running around trying to make a lot of kills happen, but the dilation is very strong in this game. So many heroes like Quap has 4 spells, Mirana has 4 spells, Primal has like 4 spells as well. You can time lock. Same with Disruptor. So this is actually like an S tier kind of like time dilation game instead of like playing around the Chronosphere, which could make a really big difference.
Yeah, one of the cons is he doesn't have a Magnus to buff him up, but on the pro side, there's a lot of magical damage on Bait, making a BKB on Void, and even a Manta. Really good build up on this hero.
Absolutely, and Bait will answer with the Ursa, so that'll be their big fat carry coming out for them. A lot of snowball potential on the side of Bait is what I'm seeing. You know, if they can get this draft off the ground, and if they can kind of get this early game under control, I think they're standing a decent chance of taking a good fight to TSM. I like both these drafts. What are we thinking?
I mean, these drafts are very, very even. Maybe even Bait favored a little bit. We'll have to see a lot of like what Funnick is going to be able to do this game and what Dendi can do this game. Stonebank, sure, he's just going to farm, but will this Primal have a decent laning stage against the Faceless Void? It potentially can, and it needs to. And Dendi versus Bat mid here, this matchup can go both ways, but I'm hoping it goes in his favor and he makes Quap look good, because if Quap doesn't look good in the laning stage, it just won't look good for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for Bait's draft. It's a lot better, but I'm going to go on the side of TSM in terms of Kasane. Furion and Brawl playing the Bat Riders. So these are 2 very scary heroes against the entirety of this Bait draft. And Tomato, we know he's just going to secure the game in the end, but I think Kasane, if he survives the laning stage, he's going to have a fantastic game on his hands with this Furion.
All right, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Bait, they're going to take this game, you know?
Whoa,
this is it. This is going to be the winner.
All right.
Love to hear it.
I'm on
Everything's going to go right.
Everything's going to go right. Bryle's definitely not going to win mid and then take over the entire game with this BKB Bat Rider, which
That's
can't be
Dendi,
stopped.
Queen of Pain.
And one thing to note, Fear very rarely says that out loud, that Bait's going to win a game, so that means a lot.
All right. Well, let's see if it can actually happen. Bait going into game number 2 with a reasonably good draft. They have options. Is it going to work? Let's find out. We've got our casters, we've got MLP, and we've got Lizard.
Thank you so much, Nomad. It is MLP, and of course Lizard. Lizard, you heard the panel. These guys have a bit of hopium here towards the side of Bait.
They have some hopium. Yeah, Nomad says we have options. Nomad, my only option is you. Just so you know.
How
I
romantic.
have no other options.
What about me?
And you.
And me. All right.
While we're casting together.
While we're casting, all right. Well, we are. What do you think, though? Like, looking at these drafts, the panel said the bait draft looked a bit better than game 1. You know, we've got some potential here. Dendi's back on this Queen of Pain, which is going to be very, very interesting, I think, because this is something we don't get to see too often anymore.
It's the Dondo Quap.
It is the Dondo Quap.
And it's the Dondo Quap played into Bat. So this is a pretty damn favorable matchup for the Queen of Pain. And he knows the hero inside and out, so I expect him to do well. We'll see. He had a decent lane last game as well.
It could be a bit of a rough start, though. Look at this. 5-man smoke up on the high ground. Bait, aware of something, they are staying back. Stominant, don't do it, sir. Don't run up that high ground.
I have a feeling he will.
Don't do it, Stominant.
He will.
Stominant, get the hell out of there.
He will.
Oh, TSM back off. Tomato, he's going to see him. He's like,
Stominant.
hey, boys, we got one.
Body box.
Get back over here. Oh, it's not going to work. Nevertheless, they do block the large camp while they're there. So they get something out of this. Cesari now going to be chased down. Looks like Bait do want the team fight. Shard, oh, that's a great shard from White Mom, but they are still going to be able to get away.
No arrow level 1 on Mirana.
No. She had to level leap to get out. Otherwise, that was first blood.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
It is such.
Yeah, you can't get the range creep, you can't really mess with them, but you know what, leap is also pretty damn good when you're playing into a Tusk lane, so it's kind of alright.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Queen of Pain versus Brawl's Bat Rider. Now, this matchup, usually I would argue that, you know, Bat usually just wins any matchup in the mid lane, but the Quap matchup is a little bit different, isn't it, Lizard?
There's a Quap matchup, there's a Puck matchup, and there's a Storm Spirit matchup, I feel like are probably the best for the mid laners that play into the Bat. There's a couple of others, obviously, like some cleanse heroes on the mid lane that can purge off the sticky napalm. But Quap is really good, yeah. So I expect Quap to do well.
We'll see how Dendi does go. For now, it looks like he's going to have a pretty good time. Doesn't level up the blink yet, but doesn't really need it yet either. Should be just fine. What about those side lanes? Well, we have a chance. what's going on there? Like maybe the bot lane, Whitemon and Kasane, the Prophet and Tusk matchup against Lowdyne, and of course Stonebank on the Ursa. That should be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm thinking this shouldn't be too difficult for Radiant to stand their ground. Like Bait, they have two ways to get out of the shards. You have both of these heroes have built-in jump abilities, so you can get across whatever Whitemon sends your way, exactly like that. So the ice shards will not be super valuable.
No. We'll see what they can do. I mean, I guess at least if you do go for the tag team build-up, it can be quite effective with the Prophet, but it's kind of like you said, like you don't want to jump on the Ursa, and Lowdyne's always just going to leap away. So chances are not too many kills to happen here. See who does win the CS war at the bot lane. And maybe the top lane, of course, Tomato against Funnick on the Void vs Primal Beast. Stormman there on the Disruptors, the POS 4, and Ari there as the POS 5 CM. This lane, do you expect much here? Like, is there any kill potential between these two teams?
Kill potential is everywhere, I have a feeling, on the top lane. There's just so much damage. All of these heroes are brawler or brawler types. Kind of maybe harder to kill Timado, but if he's a bit too aggressive, you never know. Bottom lane though, Sane.
Oh, nice jump in.
He's dead.
He is gone. Lowdyne able to secure the kill. Happy days for the Mirana as he does still get chased down by these treants, but he's going to be okay. Does eat a Tango and he will be just fine. Nice little first blood start here for the side of Baden. Well, mid lane, Dendi being chased. Oh, he's going to be all right. The flame break not quite enough yet, but Bryle, he's going for the dive and does find him.
Oh,
That's a big one.
that's a really big one.
A lot of TP rotations in. Bryle should go down. I
We have
say
the
that.
arrow. Yeah.
Will be going down, but still obviously gets a reset, gets the solo kill. You can't complain about that.
If you're the bat, you're super happy with this. You just kill the co-op 1v1. That probably shouldn't be happening, but it does.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Lizard. Like, Dendi doesn't go for
no
any
blink.
points. Yeah. Well, what's with that? Like, is that obviously a greedy kind of build? Like, I know he doesn't want to skill blink in the laning stage if he can avoid it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit greedier. But usually you can kind of control the lane with level 2 Shadow Strike. Obviously, it didn't work out for him this time around.
We'll see what he does. I mean, the thing is, Bryle, he can definitely go for another kill prior to that level 4 mark of Dendi. If he does want to, but probably just sit back for now, just wait for another opportunity. Like, it's already... I don't want to say he's just won the lane outright, but, you know, obviously he's going to have a decent advantage from this point on as the Bat Rider. With that level advantage. Poor old Dendi just not having a good day whatsoever against Brawl. Obviously, last game around was a horrifying experience for the poor man.
Yeah, but the laning stage last game was all right. The problem is, this game around the laning stage should be good, but it isn't. We'll see if he manages to form some sort of a comeback.
He does go for the blink at level 4, so not going to risk dying like that again.
Yeah, it's like not a bad co-op game overall. Like you have a ton of burst damage versus these heroes on the dire side.
Uh-oh. Blink
fine,
away.
he's fine.
He's okay.
He's got blink now.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you can still get dived by Brawl. In fact, hold that thought, because Funnick top lane is going to be in a bit of danger, but a nice little jump in with the Onslaught, and Ari now the one that needs a medic, though Funnick does need to back off. Bash is coming in from Tomato. Funnick is eventually going to go down. Tomato able to secure the kill. Stominant trying to run. Tomato doesn't have Time Walk available, so it's going to be a bit of a slow process and maybe some wasted time, as he has left the creep wave behind. Going to miss out on, I think, 3 creeps while he was going for that chase, but nevertheless, a nice pick off here for Tomato.
Nice counting. 3 creeps.
I'm
no
very
more,
good at counting.
no
Lizard.
less.
I'm very good. You know why? Because I'm
Count
a
to
POS 5
10.
player.
Let me hear.
I'm a POS 5 player that needs to watch my carry do this all the time. So I count each creep. So when they inevitably start shouting at me for something that I didn't do,
You pause the game and you tell them the number. Yeah?
I don't even say creeps. I just type the number.
You
And
just
they
type
know
the
what I'm
number,
talking
and
about.
That's it.
Yeah.
So you have good memory as well.
Oh, absolutely.
You memorize the denies in the CS or just the missed CS?
Just the CS. We don't need to talk about denies. That's my job.
Okay.
I'll take care of those.
I see.
Anyway, moving on.
You sound like a very perfect human being. Very balanced, by the way.
I've been playing this game for a long time, Lizard.
Yeah.
You know? You
I
see
know.
yourself become the villain after a while, let me tell you.
We've all been there, you know. I pride myself with being pretty PMA.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've all been there.
Lizard. Oh, excuse me, I was meant to say Lowdyne. I forgot you're not playing the game. Sorry about that, Lizard. Dendi?
Why do you have to emotionally hurt me every time we cast?
Mid lane. There was a bit of a jump on Dendi. He's going to be all right. I tell you what, though, like this offlane's gone. Oh, hold that though. Dendi. Lasso's there. Bye-bye, sir. Yeah, he's gone.
But they're really making sure that he doesn't have a good game. Damn.
Indeed. Glimpse away on Bryle, so at least Dominant's going to be okay. In the meantime, Kasane does go down. Now, I was about to say Kasane was having a bit too good of a game. He's 37 and 15 in terms of CS, but they do at least pick him off a second time throughout this laning stage. And Stonebank, at the same time, is also having a fantastic game on the Ursa.
Yeah, he's farming. Prophet's farming. Like, usually teams do like to pick Ursa into the Nature's Prophet. Like, the laning stage itself isn't that bad for the Ursa. You can run him down. Like, the item build is always nice versus the Sprouts. Overall, you can get on top of him. And they do have ways of dealing with the glass cannon type offlaners in the Primal Beast, right? Like, you just charge them, catch them, follow up with anything. I like Bait's draft, like, 5 times better than in the first game. I feel like this is playable.
That it is Bryle. Oh, he's farming a lot of creeps right now. Onslaught's going to be there. Does connect with the trample out. Bryle, he's going to get pulverized. Flamebreak does not help his cause.
He
Still
just
trying to
wants
farm.
Yeah.
It's like, at least let me take the creeps with me.
Just before he dies, CM.
Now, Ari, he's having the CM experience right now.
There's no glimpse. He might even have to use the ulti here. Let's see. Maybe
Ari?
not.
Yeah, he's gone. Oh, stick charges. Onslaught, though, going to be enough. Tomato does rotate, though. Does have Chrono up and available, but the problem is he's probably going to lack some damage.
Yeah, and there's Glimpse as well coming off cooldown.
Oh.
He might use it on Funnick here. Invis. Okay.
Very nice. There's your Chrono. Glimpse is not close enough here. Dominant needs to get closer. Sonic Wave is there. Funnick still alive, still trying, but the bash is out.
Wait, wasn't he alive if he didn't use the stick?
Why is that?
Because he was Invis. They had no flame break and no vision on him, I believe.
Oh, you are correct.
But the problem is, I guess, he's running towards mid and he's thinking there's a sentry there. So he's just popping the stick and hoping for the best.
Right, we've got that kind of God's vision, so we know there isn't a sentry, but bot lane, Kasane.
One more leap.
Nice sprout. It's not going to be
Look
enough.
at them, stuck.
Low tide. He's going to get chased here. Snowball does connect. Meanwhile, Brawl does have Lasso up. Stonebank, he's got the enrage. He will pop it, but there's the cancellation. They'll force the Lasso. Stonebank, he's just going to farm the creeps as well. He knows he's dead.
Imagine if you're that good that you plan all of that out with the Sprout.
Ari,
CM.
in the meantime, again, enjoying the CM experience right now. Must be fun. I was looking at the movement speed of this Crystal Maiden when he got Shadow Striked by Dendi. It went down to 240.
240. Yeah.
And for some reason, that makes me so happy.
That makes you happy.
I just
Because
don't
there's someone slower than you.
That's a low blow. Listen, you calm down, sir. I mean, I don't know. I've never understood Crystal
To be
Maiden
honest,
players.
you are a very slow walker, by the way. Whenever we're heading down to the studio, you're the one that's like, yeah, you're like, I don't know, you really like to take it chilled.
Yeah.
So.
Mid lane. Bit of a jump in. Tomato, though, he got knocked out of the static stall. I suppose maybe it wouldn't have made a difference, but Whitemod's here now. Funnick, shards are there. Lock him in. No onslaught to get out. He is just gone.
Yep, he's goner. They get him. Easy. Another pick-off for them. Well, not really a pick-off, just a defense into a kill, I guess. 3 heroes of TSM on top of the net worth shards. Game going pretty damn easily for them at the moment.
Yeah, 7-7. Very slight net worth lead the way of Bait, but top net worths on the board are all on the side of TSM. They're having a fantastic time. Can't complain whatsoever.
It's the CM effect. That's the net worth advantage of Bait. Like the CM and Tusk, they literally have nothing. So the side of Bait obviously have... They've got their supports a little bit higher net worth.
Kasane again being focused down. Nice onslaught in from Funnick. Kasane
And the arrows.
probably just can't make it out. Pulverize the setup, but problem is now Braul's going to show up.
No detection.
Where's the dust? Uh-oh. Oh, Ari. Come on, sir. You know you probably should have been holding something. That's a
how
report.
how do you protect your position 5s when something like this happens, you know? Like,
You can't.
of course the scene is gonna hate on them.
Of course.
Had one job. It happens. His inventory was filled with branches, right?
Yes, they were, Lizard, but I appreciate your excuses here, Fari.
He does have a sentry now.
You feel for these pos 5s. I appreciate that. I need you in my
I
team.
don't. I
No,
don't.
you
I
don't.
used to back in the day when I played, when we had like no teleport scrolls, slots, mid lane, Dundee.
Oh, nice chrono. Gonna lock him in. You've got lasso if you need it, but you
He's
don't.
dead anyway, yeah. Do you remember those good days? So TP had its own, like you had to hold it in the inventory, right?
Yes.
Like sentries and obses didn't stack.
Yeah.
A dust, that's already 4 slots. You're left with 2.
It's a back in my day moment right there, Lizard.
Yeah, boots and the smoke, and that's it. That's your inventory.
I loved those days. I loved
I
those
enjoyed them
days.
as well, yeah.
Yeah, because it was like,
Because I had an excuse why I was sucking.
right, and so, but support was like very high skill in those days as well, right? It was like you couldn't just be, you know, I'm gonna buy a 4-staff Glimmer Cape, you know, this and that. Here we go, Mirana's gonna go down. Now these days, Pos 5 can like buy Aeon discs and all this garbage. You know, back in my day, Lizard, you had to, all you got were wards and TPs. That's all you got, and dust. And you wouldn't complain either, as they are gonna last.
Okay, Grandpa, come.
Stop a minute.
I love I started it, but you know.
But those were the good days, weren't they? They really were. I mean, some people might be like, that sounds terrible, but they really were fun.
You truly do like to suffer, I see.
I'm a married man, listen, you learn to love it, let me tell you. Funny. Bottom lane, gonna get caught out. Onslaught is there though, he should be just fine, but there is a bit of a rotation from Brawl. Not gonna amount to much though, Brawl gives up on it.
How far is he? The Prophet? 300 gold?
Oh, the axe.
300 and he's got it, yeah. It's gonna bring them some more control.
Nice snowball, White one. Oh, Funnick. Arrow's going to be there to follow up with the pulverized setup. That'll be Whitemon
Glimpse.
going down. In fact, they might be able to go for more now. Kasane on the run. Glimpse is available. It is a level 3 Glimpse, but he's still not within range, and now he is. He'll get the Prophet with the Glimpse up. Kasane going to go down. And Bait, they're doing a pretty damn fantastic job of shutting down this Prophet at the very least. Though I say that, he's still second in net worth somehow.
Well, they are killing him. It's just that he farms a bit faster
Right.
than they're killing him, but
Low died.
maybe that's even better, you know? He's like a big-ass piñata of gold running around.
Gonna go down here, Low died.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
14 minutes in, 10 to 11, 1k advantage. Very, very close game, I would argue here, though. Again, it does concern me because you are against the Void, right? And the thing, like we say this every time there's a Void in the game, but he's like one of those ultimate late game carries. Like you're not going to outscale a Void because he's always going to have Chrono, and like if you're behind now, you're probably going to be behind later. It's very problematic.
Yeah, I'm checking if they have any big things to deal with him, and they don't really. Like no ways of saving in versus the Chrono, but you do have ways of killing him. Like Disruptor is always a decent hero versus a Void. I'm surprised they aren't trying to make any big plays onto him, because it's not too difficult.
Low died.
Mirana,
And caught out is probably just gone. Does leap away, but Brawl's in the chase. Low died's gone.
got him.
Got him.
Yeah, maybe some stacks as well. Not a lot of creeps here, but Timadu rotates in with the Maelstrom. Gets that small amount of farm.
Radiant's top tower is
Axe is up now on Kasane. At the very least, you do have a Battle Fury on Stonebank now. Not too bad timing, 15.5 minutes. Not the best, but not the worst. Nevertheless, he does need to start really scaling up in farm because I do feel like this Ursa is going to be required to get involved very, very soon. And he is already queuing up the Blink. Meanwhile, mid lane, there was a bit of an attempt here on Bryle, but he's going to be just fine.
Funnick thought of it, thought about going in, but yeah, that was too difficult. They couldn't really connect the arrow as well, and here comes the first smoke for the Chrono. This should be the Chrono smoke, right?
It should be. You've also got the lasso available, so you could set up with either.
Let's see who they go on. They see the Ursa down bottom, but he's too far. Dendi, however...
Yeah, Dendi's a much, much spicier target, and they don't even require, like, they just lasso. They had the root there as well.
I mean, Crystal Maiden has a blink, man.
Yeah.
How? Like, you were feeding the whole beginning of the game. Now suddenly you're a beast.
35 CS on this CM. Well, that doesn't sound right.
No, good job to Ari for really coming back.
Hey, he's a great player. Stonebank,
Truly is.
probably going to go down. Does pop the enrage, but, you know, he's just an angry bear now that's about to die.
Hit some creeps. Oh.
Well, there you go.
They just lost Queen of Pain on mid and instantly Ursa afterwards. Kind of sad. Funnick top.
Funnick's getting bullied by a pos 5 CM at the moment. In comes Kasane. I suppose it is the fear of God with the Prophet TPing in. Funnick, though, going to turn back around. Ari
Arrow.
turns back around with the Frostbite. Arrow's not going to connect, and now Whitemon's in.
They're just getting these pickoffs easily everywhere. And like, I want Pate to start playing together, make a move or two. Like so far, they're just being picked off one by one across the map.
My question is, who do they play with? Because, like, Dendi's suffering from the mid lane. Hold that. And speaking of Dendi, he's going to get chronoed up. Is the damage there at the least? Oh, it is. Well, I mean, that's kind of my point, Lizard. Who are they going to play with at this point? Because I feel like the only person that's left to group up with is probably Funnick.
No, I disagree a little bit. I have a feeling that they just aren't playing together, but they do have what it takes to get pickoffs at least. Like you have a Disruptor and the Primal Beast and a Mirana.
Okay, glimpse back, Bryle. He'll be a nice pickoff. Barrett does get caught out. There's a Pulverize there. Funnick still going. Even the Static Storm being dropped by Bryle. He's got the BKB. He's all right. They go back onto Funnick. Lodine's still trying to snipe this Bat Rider, but he is not going to die. Can they at least find the CM Courier? There you go. They got something out of this.
Here.
Ari, he's out. Stonebank trying his best to fight back with his team. Dendi, a nice Sonic Wave. Going to pick off White Monos. Kasane going to go for the TP out and is going to make it. Just TP forehead.
You see, it's kind of competitive when they're all together.
Right.
Like it can work. They can get kills. Like you had a glimpse Static Storm versus heroes that had no BKBs, but now from this point onwards it will be more difficult. Like it is becoming increasingly difficult because they're all of three of their cores are getting BKBs. One on the Bat, one on already done obviously. Void, 300 gold away, and the Prophet within minutes of getting his own as well.
Oh, 11 to 18 now. 6k advantage the way of TSM. All three cores on TSM still at the top. I mean, it's been this way for practically the whole game. I appreciate the point. Oh, here we go again. Frostbite. There was an ulti coming out. Funnick does Pulverize to make sure Ari can't just channel that freezing field. Frostbite again.
Glimpse on a Prophet though.
Yeah, I mean, it's there, but who's going to follow up? Well, Stonebank is going to jump in, but the Flame Break knocks him back, and now the Sprout is out. Kasane, can he run out of this? He should go down.
At
There
least
you
the
go.
trade. Yeah, at least the trade, and it's a solid one for Bait.
That's nice.
Like, right now, the way I'm talking of the game feels like I'm biased towards them, which I am a little bit. I just want to see a game 3. I want to see something competitive coming
How
from Bait.
dare you?
Biased caster, fire them.
Don't look at Reddit tonight, Lizard. Don't look at Reddit. You're going to be all over Sir Dendi. Oh, Dendi. At least the glimpse back is there, but he's got the BKB. Bye-bye, Dendi.
Bye-bye.
I feel like every time I talk about how great Dendi is, I feel like I jinx him. Because I did say at the start of game 1 that he's been fantastic. And...
I mean, they've been losing a lot of games. You aren't jinxing anyone.
All right.
It's just the way it is. Like, you don't hold that amount of power, MLP.
Yeah.
Relax, Mike.
Here we go. Maybe this smoke works out. Like, they are playing without their quap, to be fair. Dendi's up in 15.
Prophet is killable, definitely here.
Onslaught is going to connect. Stonebank right behind. They even have the arrow. That's a great kill. Kasane goes down.
You see, like, these combos, CM,
Yep, Ari gets caught as well. Going to make the run for it as Whitemon does move in, but the Static Storm going to make sure he cannot do anything. And now TSM kind of feeding some kills away. Bait suddenly making the game a lot more interesting as they do find 3. In fact, Bryle He should be okay with the Firefly.
But Roshan might not be. They don't have Chrono, which is one of the reasons why Bait took such a decisive move. Chrono was used, so they felt reassured to do something on the map, and it paid off. I just expected them to be making these, like, I see Mirana Disruptor Primal Beast. I expect them to be charging the map, creating kills from the get-go.
Well, there you go, Bait. Aegis up on Stonebank. Suddenly it's only a 4K advantage the way of TSM. And the game is a hell of a lot more interesting now for sure. Like you see some glimpses of life here from Bait, and it was really all off the back of Stonebank picking up that Blink Dagger, it feels. Like as soon as he got that, he was like, okay team, let's go. We need to do something.
Yeah, his Blink and BKB on Primal definitely helping.
Lowdyne, gonna get lassoed up, will go down. Not the biggest deal in the world here for Bait, just a pos 4 to die. Bryle, though, going for a deep dive in, so Stonebank might think about going for a kill here. Bryle still has the Firefly for a little bit longer. Glimpse is there, but he does pop the BKB.
It was Aegis or BKB. He uses the BKB. Actually, wait, he doesn't have... Yeah,
What the hell is wrong with you?
it happens. Long day.
Yeah. Second game, huge day for you.
Second game, yeah.
T1 mid tower.
Happens more often than I'm willing to admit.
Chrono up. Tomato. He's looking at Dendi. I mean, every time they see Dendi show on the map, he's like, hold on a minute, I've got Chrono up. We can kill Dendi. Oh, he blinks right into Whitemon. Whitemon was just waiting in the tree line. That's just so unfortunate.
And the way they converge on top instantly afterwards, they have, what, a root in the Prophet, a root in the Crystal Maiden. Mirana as well going down. The Quap needs a BKB, and he's not that close. 700 gold on him. Needs 700 more.
Story of my life.
Quick maths.
Quick maths. T2 bottom tower is probably not going to survive, but they do glimpse it up. Buy a little bit of time. Problem is top lane. Funnick, he does find the tier 1 tower, but he may have sacrificed his life for this. He needs a way to onslaught out. He'll pop the BKB, but there's your Chrono. And that's a big Primal Beast.
She's a big boy.
That's a big boy. Pulverize out. Funnick, not going to survive. He'll stand there and just take it.
Another kill going TSM's way. It's like, I'm not sure. From Bait, they have a lot of disconnected moves in which only one player is making a play, right? Quap, bottom lane, the root was there from the Aghanims.
It's unlucky, but Dendi not taking enough damage. So Bryle,
Yeah, I'm not sure. Kasani wasn't willing to commit with the TP. I'm not sure they would have damage anyway, even if he ported.
Yeah.
He just gave the Wrath of Nature.
oh, double damage Bait. Whitemon still gets a snowball. Nice shards. And of course gives the Vice Land. Very nice play from Whitemon.
Nicely done to get away the way he did.
I always find it hard to do that shards trick.
It's just a little arrow that you need to follow.
What little arrow?
There's an arrow that has to turn towards your hero when you're sharding. Like, you know when you're casting the shards?
Hold on a minute. Tomato. Oh, you can show me later, is it?
I will.
I was not aware it was that easy.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to train it.
Okay.
It's just that if you aren't doing it a lot, you will still mess it up when you're pressured. But it's not that hard to learn.
Well, Stonebank, he wants to fight. Like, double damage is worn off, but he's feeling it right now on the Ursa. Still has the Aegis for another minute 20. So they are going to see Brawl on the south side of the map, so they will start rotating here on the Batrider. Onslaught, channeled, right on target, but Brawl gets the BKB in time. Problem, oh, TP in 2. TP in 1.
He actually cannot.
He can't do it. Oh, Brawl. Bye-bye, sir. Dendi gets a little bit of revenge, and that's a lot of gold.
That's a ton of gold. But it's very reminiscent of the last game in which he dies as a puck, also having a godlike but 10x streak. This time it's... yeah. Gives just as much gold, though. More or less.
Happy days.
Mjolnir completed on the Faceless Void.
That's my concern, right? Like, if anything, Tomato's going to be the big problem very, very soon. I mean, if he isn't already. 26 minutes in, he is a big boy, and building up a Lincoln Sphere next, going for a Refresher Orb straight after that. Understands how powerful the Chrono is going to be naturally in this game.
I'm not really happy with Stomanen going for the Blink Dagger.
What would you rather? Like, you'd rather the Ags?
Yeah. Like, Ags in this game is literally game-winning. Obviously, if you could have both, that would be amazing, but...
Yeah, I mean...
Getting the Ags first, like, just catching... Let's say he gets an Aghanims very fast, and he just catches Void in one of the pick-offs, one of the team fights. It can be massive for Bait.
Yeah? Well, I mean, obviously he seems to just really want the setup, but it's kind of like you said, because every core is basically a BKB.
They have a BKB already, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, at best, you will not be feeding as much. Maybe you'll be... I mean, he's not feeding. He's 3-2-6. He's having a decent game on the position 4. But... he switched it up, by the way. After all, he's going for Axe.
There you go. Listen to Coach Lizard.
I hope he doesn't hear me. If he does, that's for him.
Funnick. Moonlight Shadow. Oh, nice dust from Whitemon. Knowing something was around. Funnick, gonna go for the BKB TP out, is gonna be just fine.
Fast enough.
Still a smoke going on Ari and Bryle, but chances are they're not gonna find much as everyone else is across the map here on the side of Bait.
Yep, they can move all the way down bottom now. Set something up for the Prophet TP. Top lane is most likely abandoned, and they know that. What's the next big item? Like, the next big item that I see that actually has been completed is the AC on Prophet.
Well, there goes Lodi.
And the
Meanwhile,
top
top
lane.
lane, Funnick. Gonna be fine. Like, again, they can't drop the Static Storm without the Axe because he's just got a BKB available. Denny's gonna try and force it out of him. Problem is Tomato just man fights him back, and now with the Chrono, he just holds the Quap down, but he doesn't seem to have the damage, though. No, he does. Just barely. Oh, three down.
Anyone else? They're chasing Primal. Okay, Primal will survive, but that was so bad for Bait. Like, they were the ones going on the Void, and they knew he has a BKB and he has a Chrono. I'm not sure what the plan was, because you have no control to take that down.
Yeah.
Like, you could perhaps force the BKB, but the Glimpse wasn't available as well. It was already used.
16-27. 8k advantage. Dendy and the side of Bait not out of this game yet. But currently Dota Plus sitting at 22% chance of them being able to pull off a comeback here in game number 2.
Yep. They're waiting for the Aghanims on the Ursa. Once he gets that Aghanims, perhaps they'll have a different hero besides Primal Beast that can jump in first, create some madness, and then you follow up. But your follow-up damage should have been from Co-op, and she's kind of struggling, suffering, doesn't have a lot of items. So that's questionable. Level 16 on Dendy only.
Bryle. Where's the arrow here from Lodi? Moonlight Shadow immediately out. They do not want to deal with the Bat Rider right now. Though Lodine's still being chased down as Tomato's going to show up. This is without Chrono.
Oh.
Nice little blink out as well. Not going to get caught here is Ari. And now, well, Funnick's the one in danger. He'll BKB and just walk out of there, but Lodine does go down still. Stonebank does jump in and takes out Ari. Problem is, though, can he deal with Tomato and the lasso of the Bat Rider? BKB out, Stonebank still trying, but the bashes should come in from Tomato very, very soon as Stonebank is dropping way too low. He is down. Funnick's getting bashed to death as well. Denny gets away, but he's the only one, really. It's Funnick getting knocked about.
That was so unfortunate for the Ursa because he decided to fight exactly as the Aghanims was flying over to him. It was halfway there. But, I mean, he didn't necessarily just decide to fight. The fight was already happening. He could have maybe waited, but then the fight wouldn't happen.
Yeah, really unlucky.
It is what it is, and that's why every single CS, every single camp that you miss matters, because eventually in the grand scheme of things, it's a game that's decided by, what, seconds, really.
It's compounding.
It definitely is.
Stomanen being harassed here by old Bryle, but in goes Tomato now. Bash. He's going to be there. Tomato does secure the kill. Make sure he gets the courier as well, so there's no trace of Stominant left.
He goes in with that shard.
I love that shot.
You love it?
I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah. It's fun, I admit. I liked it when people were doing what, like eggs plus the shard, and then like a Battle Fury or something, you know, just AoE madness.
I just love the fact that the shard came out around the same time that that Will Smith meme was happening. Remember that rewind time?
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh, what a meme. He's had a lot of memes recently, that bloke.
Yeah, unfortunately for him.
Roshan. Here we go. TSM will get started. 4-man smoke, though, from the side of Bait. So they are going to try and fight this one out. Stoneback going to go for the long wrap around here through the Dire Jungle if he can.
He's got the axe now, so he could possibly jump in first.
But they are fighting into a Chrono. Lincoln Sphere up as well on Tomato, so he's not that easy to catch as Bryle. Going to be targeted. BKB popped to avoid the arrow. Meanwhile, Phoenix going to jump in. He pops his own BKB, but Wymon's there with the Warriors Punch, and now the Chrono's there. It catches the Ursa. The damage, it may not be enough yet, but Tomato... Oh, Roshan bashes!
Rosh bash?
Oh, Roshan, why?
Come on, Rosh, what the hell? He was like, bash bro, I got you. I'll bash him. If your bashes aren't working, I'll bash him for you.
That's ridiculous!
That's so sad. Like, Void is hitting you. You're kinda surviving his bashes quap as well, Dandy.
Oh,
And then Rosh comes in. He's like, yeah, you're Ursa, here you go. For all those solo Roshan kills.
That was literally, just... Gaben was watching, he's like, this Void hasn't bashed enough. Let me hop him out.
Gabe watches every game.
Oh, absolutely.
Every single match.
He loves his bashes, that guy. Big fan. There we go. Roshan the way of TSM. Kasane is going to casually take down Stominant.
Gem taken by Kasane as well.
Courier gone as well.
Yep. Everything gone. Base gone. Morale gone. Let's be real. TSM is one of top 2 teams. It's kind of hard.
I mean, considering they beat Shopify, they're
Maybe top 1.
They're
Yeah.
probably the top 1. Like they were in 2-1. You've got to give the guys the credit.
Yeah.
It's the thing, everyone likes to remember the major, but, you know, major's over now. Don't worry about that crap.
Okay, regionally, they are the top 1 team of NA.
That's right. Funnick, he's going to reveal himself with that very short onslaught. Root was there, but... Oh, Stonebank. Stonebank's gone very deep. He's all by himself at the moment.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
No buyback. Oh, Dendy, yeah, he'll get lasted up as well. I mean, this game is looking very tough now as Funnick.
Yeah.
He's going to go for a pulverize, but the bashes are incoming.
I see you're standing up, Mike.
I mean, you kind of have to. When a game looks this bad, it might be time, and there you go. If there's anything I'm an expert at, Lizard, is calling GG, because I lose a lot of games.
Don't you call it aggressively ever?
Yes.
You do?
Always. No.
Always, okay. Unfortunate for Bait once again, but this time around they did put up a little bit of a fight in this game too. It still felt very disconnected from them, and I'm not sure. Like sometimes, it's about the quality of your enemies, right? Like maybe if Bait played the same way versus some team like Felt,
Yeah.
maybe it would have looked much better. Maybe they would have found those little openings. Perhaps TSM just plays a little bit too fast for them, and they aren't able to connect any moves because all their moves get broken down even before they happen.
Yeah.
All their smokes don't really connect, so, you know, it didn't look great for Bait, but then again, TSM is really out of their league at the moment.
At the moment, TSM has been really performing fantastically. I believe they're undefeated right now in the NA DPC, which, again, did happen basically in 2-1, so it's a bit of a repeat performance here for TSM. Every time I see them, I feel like they do just get a little bit better, right? Just a little bit cleaner, just ironing out the creases right now is TSM. Speaking of ironing out the creases, we're going to throw to our panel and see. I know it's a terrible throw, but let's throw to our
See
panel
if Nomad has ironed out his
let's see.
crease.
Nomad?
Why a jumper? Anyway, TSM later SmackDown, Team SmackDown doing it again here in the NA region, continuing to be absolutely dominant. Meanwhile, Bait just not able to put the draft together, unfortunately.
Yeah,
the draft was together.
Draft was good, execution not so
Yeah.
much. So I guess this
Yeah.
is again like having an idea, but not really getting to execute that idea.
Yeah, I mean, it felt kind of bad because they had the ability to make plays, and we saw that in the game, but every single play they made was just answered with like a hammer from the side of TSM. I mean, why did it feel that way, Phil?
I mean, I'm just gonna go back to the laning stage. I think like they just had too many items at that point in the game where it felt like you couldn't do anything anymore. The BKBs came online, but it was the laning stage. We picked this Queen of Pain to try and deal with Bryle's Batrider in mid lane. This is like the first boss we talk about. He had the option to win this lane. He tried to win the lane, so he went for 2 points into the dagger. No blink at level 3, by the way, and then 1 point in the scream. And he really wanted to outplay Bryle here and try and kill him. But the opposite happened, unfortunately. Bryle outplayed Dendi there, and he ended up killing the Queen of Pain in this matchup. And this is a game where Dendi had to go ham. He really needed to, and he wasn't able to. And we all see what happens to Queen of Pains when you don't have a good laning stage and you don't snowball. You kind of like become irrelevant, and he couldn't find a place in this game on this Queen of Pain. I feel like I was watching him walk to this mid lane and die repetitively for 20 minutes straight. Just going back to the mid lane, just dying over and over again. And it was the same for Funnick on the side lanes. There was no point in this game where they really decided to, well, they did in a couple points in the game, but most of this game was them just kind of just going off by themselves on the side lanes and just dying.
And where were the supports whilst this was happening?
Exactly. Yeah. Where were they? I mean, were they also just
That was an actual question,
were they also just exactly like was it them also struggling to find a place on the map? Like Fear already painted the picture. Dendi not finding any place to be on the map, but dying in the lane 22 minutes still into the game in the mid lane. So just I feel like Bait kind of crumbled down together as a unit. You know, it felt like they were a bit at a decrepified situation of we've got some playmakers, but we're not really getting to utilize these heroes early enough because we kind of, I think we're a bit lacklustered. Maybe the comms aren't too clear and everyone's not on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, it was really ridiculous. Like 4 and 10 on a Queen of Pain. You know, this is a hero which you kind of want to die like once, maybe twice if you absolutely have to in some engagements, but most of the time, you want to be pretty far ahead. XP makes all the difference on a hero like this, and when you're dead, you're not getting any XP, and Brawl just absolutely running Dendi over, getting the solo kill as well. I mean, that's something we don't really see that often. I mean, was that a surprise for you? Of course it was a surprise.
I mean, yeah, that matchup isn't supposed to go that way, for sure. I mean, he chose, like I said, he wanted to outplay Brawl. He went no points in Blink, so he couldn't really disengage like the sticky spam. He wanted to kill him first and just went the other way, unfortunately. Sometimes you just get outplayed, but in this game and in this specific matchup, if that does happen, it's very, very bad for you.
And Tomato continuing his very successful streak of managing not to die in game. 0 deaths this game. He'll be getting our MVP as well for going godlike on the Faceless Void because he really was just a great lane, great movements around the map. I mean, so many chronos in the early game which resulted in getting kills, and it's not like he had help. We talked about how there was no damage for the chrono, but he just knows this hero well. He knows his timings that he was able to chrono and then kill them off just as the chrono ended without really like having to expend many resources other than his own ultimate for it. So that was really impressive and what gave him such an amazing start to this game.
Yeah, this was a great hero pick in general. Tomato, we're used to seeing him getting active later on in the game, but I'm actually happy we got to see a Tomato who wants to brawl early and just really utilize the power of this Tusk and the Nature's Prophet both added into your team. Batrider's already crushing mid. He's like, boys, I want a piece of that action as well. I want to be the guy to step up forward, and he did on this hero, and I'm happy he did because that gives us I wouldn't say a new side of Tomato, but a refreshing side of Tomato, getting him active early.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, making that chrono go to work for sure. I also want to shout out the support duo as well, like both Ari and Whitemon just everywhere on the map, really. It felt like every single engagement which Bait tried to take, they were already there, ready to counter it. They're reading them perfectly, so that was pretty sick as well. But we now have our interview available, which means we're going to get to talk to the man himself, the mid laner of TSM, one of the most technically amazing mid laners in my opinion. We've got Bryle. Congratulations on the win, and how are you feeling?
Yeah, hello guys. Thank you. Yeah, it feels good beating Danny, you know? Because this guy solo killed me last time I played him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A bit of sweet revenge then, a bit of solo killing back. In the past, TSM, or before that, Team Undying, were a very team focused around friendship and unity and such. Has that followed through to this roster as well?
I think there's some aspect to it. I think all of my teams has been like even though like outside of Dota, we like maintain like a healthy relationship. Even outside of Dota, it's like all of us gets along really well, and I think that kind of carried over to this team as well. Because we have like we have a lot of jokesters in our team, and we have like Kasani and we have like Ari, like so.
Very nice, very wholesome. Always love to see it.
So speaking outside of Dota here, if you could have one food for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Probably potatoes, like French fries. Can it be like
Just potatoes.
Because I like potatoes,
Potatoes.
so and I feel like it's very like efficient, like nutrition wise. So.
All right. Going for efficiency here, not flavor, all right?
That checks out for Brian.
Very good. All right, next question, a little more serious here, is going to be, what do you do before you have like a really important match, whether it's online or on LAN, to like kind of like de-stress yourself and prepare for that match mentally?
It's usually, well, personally, I feel like I don't really get stressed, even though it's like a big match. I feel like I handle that aspect really well. But I just make sure like I prepare myself like mentally, like what heroes am I gonna play, or like what am I gonna play this series, and to make sure like I'm prepared for it. And that like if I am prepared, then I don't really get mentally nervous for it. So.
Okay, great. So when it comes to that kind of like preparedness and, you know, friendship aspect, like we mentioned earlier, does that make kind of maybe pointing out your, you know, criticisms of your teammate and stuff, does it make it easier when you're all like kind of very close, or does it make it harder?
Yeah, definitely. I think it definitely helps a lot because when you're close outside of the game, it's much easier to talk to them about Dota. It's like less pushbacks, less argument, and I feel like the more closer you are, the more open you can be, especially about Dota.
Okay, and out of the 3 new players which have joined the team this year, which of them do you feel like is learning the most from playing with you?
I think definitely Ari. Like the first time we played against him, this guy does not stack. This guy won't count my rune span. But now, we're, like trying to make sure like he gets the hang of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Brawl, congrats on your win. And nice to talk to you once again. The last time we had a good chat in Tour 1, we had some interesting takes on your coach and pause for playing. I'm going to kind of grasp on top of that again, but actually about your players, Ari and Kasani. You kind of talked them being the tricksters and the jokesters of the team. They had a bit of a contest last time we had an interview with Ari about having higher ping than the other. We had Ari talking about 100 ping, and Kasani's like, bro, I got 130. That's completely different. Who do you think performs better with more ping?
Or ping.
You can throw some
Kind of hard
bets as well.
question because Ari he kind of complains a lot. Like when he plays like Hoodwink, he like misses spell and is like, God, I think he says it on mic, and God, I wish I had lower ping right now. And like after the game, he says like, guys, sorry, I have a high ping this game. I can't really play. So definitely not Ari. Maybe Kasani.
All right. So they're both kind of on the same line. About pub experiences, this is your chance to influence all the people watching this right now. Is there an unconventional item build on a specific hero you play in pubs or someone else plays in pubs that could potentially work? I'll throw an example, like off-lane Slark with Rod of Atos, for example, just rooting up the whole time. Is there some unconventional item build you think could work?
Well, I feel like right now, like you could have any impact on the hero as long as you buy Meteor Hammer. So like if you go mid, let's say like you're in Ancient 5 or whatever, just buy Meteor Hammer mid, and you have like you'd have impact like 10 times impact as you would on any normal hero. So
Even Pugna?
yeah, even you can play Techies mid and just buy Meteor Hammer. Just take towers.
All
Like,
right.
so
How
much
come-
impact for your
How
team.
come you didn't buy Meteor Hammer then?
Next TPC game I will.
I wanted to see the Bat Rider Meteor Hammer.
I'm here for it.
That is
Yeah.
a promise we will hold up to you. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you very much, Brian, and best of luck in your next series.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you.
All right.
Good stuff, good stuff.
Yeah.
Good to see the wholesome vibes are still there for the TSM crew, because that's what I always think of them as, right?
Yeah.
Like from that time on Undying, then turning into TSM, and now, you know, with this new roster, we haven't gotten to see quite as much of them on land just yet. You know, unfortunately, only the major, which they had quite a short visit to. But
Yeah.
when you hear that, you're always thinking like, this team can take losses. They can take a bad performance at the major and turn it into something better, learn, move on, and get better. And that's what I'm excited to see from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we need to get there first. They probably will make it to the major, but we need to see them perform on like the big stage, right? Because like we need to basically just have them show their form that they show online on LAN. That's the only thing that's missing here for this squad. And we all know they're really good online. They just need to be able to transfer it over to LAN, and then this team could be great.
Yeah, they're the only team alongside Nouns who have yet to drop a series. Everybody else has lost so far, so that does push them in a very good situation of heading towards the major, getting those DPC points towards TI. And I feel like this is the phase where they started off with building chemistry and getting to know each other and just hoping that it clicks. Now they're in a fairly good position, thinking that they still got the success riding from that last tour. Wins are coming on the board. They beat Rebellion once again. It's like, who are going to stop these teams? Is it just down to the international teams? Can anyone in NA actually compete against TSM right now? I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
No.
and that's reasonable because
I
last
don't think
season,
so.
yeah, last season no one could. This
Yeah.
season, I mean, at the moment is looking the same. These guys are so damn clean, and we can now go and look at them up in their glory in the standings, sitting there with their, I believe, 3-0 now when it comes down to their standings. So doing very, very well. Bait, meanwhile, they're in a bit of trouble. Only down to 6th at the moment, but Wildcard and 5 are going to be sniffing at them and trying to muscle their way above Bait and push them into relegation, which... Honestly, from what we've seen from Bait so far, we've seen one good series coming out. The rest of the time, it's just not looked promising. And I am worried about this team when it comes to elimination. Like, I feel like 5-Rat and Wildcard could both push them, even though they already lost to Wildcard. But either way, I think they can drop games against any team.
I'll throw a curveball. They did lose to seeds 1 and 3 from last tour. So they still got to play Rebellion on the first, and they're playing the both qualifier teams and 5-Rat. There's a chance that Bait can still currently go 5-2 at the end of the season. Rebellion, probably not. So 4-3 for Bait is already an upgrade to what they saw last tour. That they're going to get to DPC points at this pace. I am still pretty hopeful for the roster.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. We'll see.
Time will tell.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
I mean, it's hard to stay hopeful for Bait for so many years and get the same result every time. So I don't know. I'm not going to put any expectations on them. I hope they just continue to show up and play and just give us some good Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what about what's their next series? The next series is going to be against Team Felt. What are your thoughts on that? Where do you feel like how do you think Bait versus Felt goes?
I think that's actually a really close series. It could go either ways. I think it's going 3 games for sure, but like it's going to be very important for both of these squads, honestly. Like any of these Felt, Bait, Wildcard, 5-Rat matches when they play each other could be like the difference of relegation or not in the long run, right? So all those matches are going to be incredibly important.
Playing back-to-back series as well. When they play against Felt, the next day they play against DogChamp. So both qualified teams, can they match up to the level of Bait? And I think, honestly, can Bait match up to the level of expectations Felt and DogChamp are riding on right now?
That's been the question mark. And of course, our next series today is going to be Shopify versus the side of Felt, which is a interesting matchup as well. Can Felt put up a better fight than Bait did? I'm not so sure, but we're going to find out. That is going to be our next matchup. But as you can see, it's in a little bit of time. Okay, so we're going to throw it over to a break, but we might have a little bit of entertainment for you guys when we jump into that break. So stick around here.
I can tell you that is not me shaving my non-existent mustache.
No, you put an incredibly low-stakes bet on that game.
Oh, come on.
And you don't have to shave the mustache, so there you go. There you go. All right, we're going to throw it to a break afterwards. We will be back to give you a little bit of break time entertainment, but after that, we'll also be having Shopify versus the side of Felt, which is going to be an interesting match indeed. So stick around for that one, and we'll see you very soon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hello and welcome back. That's right. We are in a break. It's going to be a while still before we get into our next series of the day, but we have a little bit of entertainment for you guys. I am going to be putting on a quiz show we're going to be calling Casters versus Panelists. I'm going to be testing the strength of the bonds of our casters, the friendship between these guys. There we go. I have our lovely casters up here. Mike and Lizard, how are you feeling? How confident are you that your bond of friendship is going to hold up against these two?
Well, let me be very clear here. We only found out about 2 minutes ago that there was a game show, so we're feeling very confident. I mean, these idiot panelists have no idea what they're doing. Obviously,
They're gonna get wrecked. Let's be real.
It's too easy.
Talk is cheap.
Give us the rules, though. Man. What's happening?
Talk is cheap. Fear, man, a few words. I'm ready for it. All right, what is happening? Well, we're going to go through 3 rounds of quizzing in which I'm going to put you guys to the test. We're going to test your intellect, your creativity, and then your friendship. You're going to score points, and the team with the most points wins. It's as simple as that. Yep. All right, you guys ready for the first round, which is quizzing? So, in this one, we're going to be just playing a game which I like to call Pro Player or Healy. And if you guys don't know what a Healy is, it's a shoe with a wheel in it.
I guess that's me because I got one.
So, yeah, basically, there's loads of different models of Healys out there, and the names sound weirdly similar to what Dota players would name themselves. So, you don't need the clipboards for this one. All I'm going to do is ask you one at a time whether you think it is your drawing. Okay. Let out your creative side. I'm going to ask you guys which one you think it is. So, it's going to be very simple. You're going to take it one side at a time. So I'll start off with our panelists. Fear and T-Panda. Do you think Helios is a player, or do you think it's a type of Healy?
It's a player.
Helios player, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations. Nice, easy point going for you guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Easy.
Throw it over to our casters. Mike and Lizard, do you think Wowzer is a player or a Healy?
It's a Healy.
It's a Healy.
It's a Healy, straight away. No conversation, no discussion at all. Well, you're absolutely right. One apiece so far.
Of course
Easy
we are.
peasy to start things off.
What's a Healy?
All right. Why do you not know what a Healy
no clue.
is?
I mean,
They don't know anything.
They're already in shambles. We got this in the bag.
Yeah, we do.
All right. Karma, player or a Healy?
Say it again.
Karma.
Karma.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Player or Healy Karma.
I mean, I'll be real with you. I don't know a single brand of Healy, so
I don't think anybody
I'm
does.
really just looking at do I know a player named Karma? Thing is, I could probably look online, and there's probably someone named Karma.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, so let's just say.
Yeah, let's just go with the pro player. Yeah, we're going to go with the player.
That's correct.
All right.
They're an SEA
Yeah, we
player.
got
You're giving them the easy
that was
questions,
easy.
Nomad. What's happening?
All right. There's no favoritism here, okay? All right, guys. So do you think Fire CB is a player or a Healy?
Well, see, they get Karma, we get Fire CB. Look,
CB, like,
what does a Fire CB?
What do you think it
What do you
is?
think, Healy? Or-
RC.
See,
Can you imagine a player named that?
I could imagine it because
I don't know what Healy is, but I'm gonna go. I'd rather go with Healy.
it's got to be a Healy. Go on. Healy.
Healy.
You're correct. Well done.
Yes.
Well done. They're drawing
Sheer luck.
even still. 2 for 2
Easy.
apiece. All right.
Easy.
Third one. X2.
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 Yep. Player or Healy?
Sounds a bit like a Healy to me. I mean, think about like a player. Sol G has double X's. Is that the same as X2?
I mean, I haven't been covering China, but there's a lot of strange
XXS.
names
Yep.
X2.
in that region. I don't understand. I want to go Healy. I want to go Healy.
Yeah, let's go Healy.
Go Healy.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I go Healy? Okay. You're correct again. Well
Yeah.
done.
Oh, yeah.
Not
There you
a
go.
question wrong. Yeah, my goodness. Maybe I made this one too easy. All right. Mike and Lizard, final one for you guys. Marblu. Is that a player or is it a Healy?
It's a player.
That's a player.
That's correct. That's correct. And they were playing in the China DPC. So well done there. 3 points apiece. Well done. You guys, I made it too easy apparently.
Apparently.
You guys didn't lose out on anything. So let's move on to our second round. This one is going to be all about testing your creativity. I'm going to ask you guys. Who wants to go first on this one? Who's feeling more creative?
We started last. Shouldn't casters do it first, you know?
Well, what are we doing to test our
Don't make me
creativity?
draw. I can draw a stickman, and that's about
if
it.
we're drawing,
Don't worry,
this is
Lizard.
awesome.
We're in the same
We're
boat. Don't
just
worry.
testing some creativity.
All right,
That's
go
it.
on.
You don't need the clipboards yet, by the way. But no, for this one,
confirm my
we're going to be
clipboard.
playing a game simply called Voice Lines, okay? And the creative part of this is that you guys are going to be creating voice lines for heroes. Now, you have a list in front of you guys. One of you is going to be nominated to be the voice liner, and one of you is going to have to guess. So which one wants to create the voice lines, and which of you wants to guess?
Hold on, well, where's the list, Nomad?
It should be on the little table in front of you.
Oh, okay,
Let's get the list. Let's get.
Okay,
all
we
right.
got the list.
All right. Well, okay. Well, Lizard, you're looking at it. Don't look at it, Mike. Don't look at it. Jesus Christ.
Guys are
It's a
cheating.
really simple instruction.
I don't remember anything.
Did you see anything? He didn't see anything.
Wow, I mean, look
My
at these
God.
guys.
Well, that's what
My
you get.
God.
That's what you get.
All right. So, Lizard,
Casters us
They
You
knew
are-
they were going to lose. They're already trying to.
you have a list of heroes in front of you, and you have to create a voice line for the heroes in front of you without using the hero's name and without using any of their abilities' name. And Mike's going to have to try and guess what it is, all right?
Sure, I'm trying to like
Okay. You have
remember
1.5 minutes. That is it.
for all of them.
Well, no, you get as many as you can in the time.
Oh, okay. The
All
first
right.
one.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
All
Let's
right.
go.
3, 2, 1, go.
In Flames.
Ember Spirit.
Second one. Double-headed disaster.
Jakiro.
Close enough.
That's wrong.
Ogre Magi.
Close enough.
Is that
It's
Ogre
wrong.
Magi?
It's wrong. Does he have another chance, or do I go onwards?
Yeah, you can go. You can guess as many
Ogre
times as he
Magi.
likes.
Ogre Magi, exactly.
Well done. Beep boop.
Io?
Yep. Is that?
Yeah,
does
yeah,
he
you're doing
have
great.
it?
Keep going.
We've
Keep
got 1.5
going.
minutes. Just
All
keep
right,
going.
all right. Faster than the wind.
Wind Ranger.
No, that's an actual voice line. It's a voice line from the game. Absolutely, it is.
No, she doesn't say exactly that, does she? okay.
Oh.
She's a. she. Wait. I like to garden my brambles.
Dark Willow.
Yes.
No, you were not supposed to use the spell name.
I'm.
in the description.
Oh, Fear, get over it.
I mean, I'm
We'll let
just
him
saying.
off. We'll let him off.
Okay.
right,
I'm
fine.
out of the gym and I'm ready to call.
Axe.
Nice.
Well, that one I'm not letting off. That's literally killing play. No way. One I'm giving you, two I'm not. Come on. You got 9 seconds. Get one more in. Go on.
They can't.
Celestial disaster.
Oh, I don't remember.
Celestial darkness.
You are out of time.
Can we
What
steal?
was it,
Can we
Lizard?
steal?
No, you can't steal. What was it?
I'm sorry, I failed you. I
Yeah,
feel
it's
like
all right. It's
I
all right.
feel like I
know
could
who
have done
failed
more.
us?
I could have
Nomad
done more.
failed us.
No,
How did I fail you?
Nomad, you failed us. I agree.
Why?
I agree.
Well,
Because if I was the one coming up with the creative lines, that would have been like we would have gone through all.
Yeah,
of them.
we would.
100%.
We would.
yeah,
we
well, Lizard
would.
looked at it first, so what can you do? What can you do? All right, well, you got 4 points from that one, so all right, I
Not
guess.
bad.
What was a celestial? What was
Yeah.
that?
Enigma.
What?
She's got the
known that.
black hole.
I could have known that.
Celestial. All right.
Yeah, come on.
That's my boy.
T-Panda was thirsting over that one. All right, okay, let's try the other team. Can you?
If I do?
Yeah,
answer?
I'm
All right,
heartbroken.
All
here.
right.
Can I look at them now?
No, wait. We need to
But
put
they know
timer
what
up
it's
first.
about. Like it took us 30 seconds just to figure it out.
All right, Lizard and Mike, shut up, and let's get T-Panda and Fear. T-Panda, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
All right.
You ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
All right. I don't know the accent for this guy, but I
have
make
to-
a double.
I make a double arc warden.
Yes. Just one. What's the? Man, I don't remember like voices for these heroes when I need to.
He's joking.
Hoodwink.
Yes. Well, hold on
Is
a
that
minute.
a voice line?
you
Was
got
that
to
impersonation?
Okay.
That's a minus one.
Egg.
You can't imitate the heroes.
I'm not feeling that vulgar anymore.
What are they doing?
Try again. Go again. Try again.
Try again, T-Panda.
I can't.
Phoenix.
Yes. Sheena.
All right. Here's some words, please.
Drop the bass. Okay. Drop the bass.
Drop the bass.
Drop the bass.
OD. Hammer. Pulverite. Primal Beast.
No.
No.
No? What is it? No, sorry. Don't.
Oh, yeah, skip this one.
Okay, go next. Go next.
Last
You got
guy.
2 seconds.
Time's up.
I tried.
Drop the base. I need to know.
I mean, Turret Protector. He drops the base. It makes a big. Have you heard the audio cue? Have you heard the audio cue? All right. Dude, what the? So when you pump fake. So there was 2 that I was hoping. When you pump fake the ulti, you make a massive baseline.
Sure.
It's either Warlock Golem, which is also a big rumble, or a Nutrient. And he hits like this.
Crying.
And he puts his.
Literally crying.
Oh
Stop.
my god. All right, we tried.
Nice try. 2 points. 2 points for the panelists, which means the casters now pull 2 ahead.
They won.
They certainly won our hearts. They certainly won our hearts. Wow. I mean, T-Pan, I've got to give you 10 out of 10 for effort.
Thank you.
1 out of 10 for execution, but 10 out of 10 for effort. Which now means that you are 2 points ahead, casters. How do you feel? Is that what you expected after the...
That's what I expected.
I expected about that. They were cheating too. They were playing charades of all things. Like, they were playing the game.
All right, okay.
Those are hard
now
ones, though.
It's time to move on to the final round, see if you guys can catch up here. And this will be the test of your friendship, okay? So this is where the whiteboards come into play, or your clipboards
Do
come
we
into
have
play.
a friendship?
I mean, I know Mike has no friends, so we should be
You heard him.
All right, we'll
Give me
go
my
casters
son. Give me
first for
my
this
son.
one. We'll go casters first for this one. Okay, so... wait,
Again,
actually, no,
us?
we're all going at the same time. What am I talking about? We're all going at the same time.
I don't know.
Okay.
You're making the rules. And listen.
Yeah, I absolutely am. So, what we're going to do for this is it's a newlywed game, basically. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you a question about one of you, and then you both have to answer, okay? So, theoretically, it's like, what's your favorite hero, for example? You know your own favorite hero, you write that down. If you get the same thing, you get a point. If you write something different, you don't get a point. So it's a test of how well you know each other, okay? All right.
Okay.
So
Pen's ready.
yep. This one is
Going
for...
with...
This one is for Fear, and this one is for Mike, okay?
Okay.
So I'll start off with the one I just mentioned. Guys, what is your favorite hero? And don't show each of the answers, obviously, because that would ruin the whole quiz, all right?
So my
Lizard,
favorite hero.
So who
Yeah.
are you asking though?
Mike, what's his favorite hero? And Lizard, you have to guess what Mike's favorite hero is.
Do I write it
Yeah,
down?
I need to type.
I write it down, right?
Yeah, you write it down as well.
Okay.
And I need to guess fears.
Yep. And write it big so that the cameras can see it.
Oh, well,
Uh-oh.
thanks, Nomad.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know.
Sorry for assuming you were aware of the basic function of what we're doing here.
You should be.
Don't judge my handwriting.
All right.
All right.
Only true friends
All right.
Don't mess this
So,
up.
let's start with a reveal here in the studio. Fear and T-Panda. Starting with you, Fear, what did you put?
Do I show the camera?
Yep.
Camera's not on me.
Yep. There we go. Lone Druid. Okay. T-Panda. Show us what you put.
Well, that's...
Wow. There it is.
Look at
Point for
that.
them. Point for them, the besties. Okay, let's see what our casters put. Mike, show.
What?
Oh, no.
That's my most played hero. It's not my
Why is your most played hero not your favorite hero?
Because that spirit sucks, listen. How many times can I say
Damn it, man. Why did you tell me this before?
We all know what's
Unlucky.
going to happen there.
Unlucky. All right,
Unlucky.
let's swap it around. This one's for Lizard and for T-Panda, okay? Who do you think is the best carry player in the DPC?
Like all regions?
All regions or NA?
All regions. I don't want you to just all write RTZ, that would be boring.
Active player or all time?
Active player right now, this DPC.
I have to guess
Yep.
what Panda would put?
That's it.
Oh, Jesus.
You get
All
this.
right.
Good luck, man.
Yeah, there's no chance this is happening.
So
It's
who
a
do
wide pool.
who do
Can I
I
overline my old one so it shows better on camera?
Well,
handwriting
you
is
have
bad.
multiple pages.
who
You're
does
supposed to put it-
Panda
we have-
think
oh,
is
yeah.
the best carry player?
Who is the best carry?
It's fine, just leave it like that, T.
I'll
You got
leave
it.
it. I'll leave it.
Yep. Casters, you got it?
I'm struggling quite a bit, Nomad.
I'm struggling
He
to
hasn't
figure
even
out.
started writing. He hasn't even started writing. He doesn't even know
I
himself.
don't know my carry player. Let me figure
mean,
it out.
Oh, what am I?
All right, I got mine ready.
You got yours ready?
I'm
got
gonna
mine
have
ready.
my what
This
I
is a
think
loss.
Panda will say, but I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see what our casters put.
Oh, hold on,
Team
lighting,
Panda?
Nomad.
Oh, panelists.
Oh, sorry,
Panelists?
panelists. I don't know what you guys are.
All right, so
Reveal.
mine would be this. So
What
that
is
would
it?
be
Holy.
Sir Watson.
Watson.
Hey,
Dude, he got it. He got it.
What?
There's
no way.
Call shenanigans.
How did you know that?
I just heard him praising Watson before. Just hanging out, actually having a friend.
friends who hang
know.
out, you know, they talk things and they reveal secrets.
Did I praise anyone, Mike? I don't think so.
All right, casters. Let's see what you put.
Yeah, here you go.
Clearly it's Stonebank.
Skitter.
Oh man.
You're right.
Skitter and Stonebank. Very,
Skitter.
very similar.
It's S.
I don't know who I feel
Yeah.
bad for, more Skitter or Stonebank.
This
All
guy
right.
doesn't respect anyone. That's the problem.
What do you mean?
Literally never respects anyone, this guy. Like, everyone's bad to him. You were the best pro ever, Lizard. That's what you told me every time.
Definitely. That's
Well, you're now-
exactly what I say. All
You
the
are
time.
now 7-7, guys. So they've actually managed to draw up here in the panelists. They've used the power of friendship to come back into the game. So let's go for another question. This one will be for Fear, and this one will be for Lizard. What's your favorite? Oh, this was actually really easy for one of you, but whatever. What's your favorite non-Dota hobby?
My favorite non-Dota hobby.
What's your
Non-Dota
favorite
hobby.
non-Dota hobby, Fear? And Lizard.
Now he's going to say it out loud.
Yeah, don't say that.
I mean,
out
come
loud.
on. If you make this
And
one wrong,
hide your whiteboards from each other, lads.
Well-
Don't forget.
What do you mean? We've only talked about like a couple
Okay.
things.
I got it.
Uh-huh.
Does Fear
All right.
do anything outside
Uh,
Dota?
Man,
I do.
He exists in a subliminal space.
come on. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. I
I'm
believe
literally
you.
just gonna write this
I
down.
can't
No
give any
hints, no
charades
hints.
either.
He's writing too long. I can see.
This is a long sentence. All right, why don't you reveal, casters? What have you put?
I put investing and you put...
Jim! It's obviously
Do I
the
look
Jim!
like I
How
know
would
the
you
Jim?
not know that?
Oh, I thought it was me!
No, it's me.
Oh,
Right?
well...
Yes, it's you. You did the right thing, Lizard. Well done. You're a good boy.
Oh, well-
But you still lost.
So, no, we're correct.
Fucking lost. All right, T-Panda, Fear.
All right.
I hope I was at least somewhat right. Okay, I mean, you
Hey, but the
always
gym
talk
as well.
about food, but...
Oh, okay.
you always talk about good foods, but yeah, Jim, yeah, it should have been.
Oh.
So the answer for everyone was Jim. All right. Okay, well.
You're still tied.
You're still tied up, so we'll go for one more. How old is your partner? So this is T-Panda and for MLP. This is a real
That's
test.
a big number,
This is a real
T-Panda.
test.
Can you fit triple digits on
Wait,
that
wait, wait.
paper?
Am I guessing his age?
Oh yeah, he's
or-
guessing me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you just have to put your
So
age.
you're guessing Mike's age. Mike is
I was-
writing down your own
I was
age.
literally
Okay.
typing ancient here because I thought it was Fear, but
Yeah, doing
How old
T-Panda's
are you
age.
again? I forgot.
What's next? You're going to ask about my weight too, Nomad? Ask about my height, why don't you? Look
Mike
at
is,
me.
Mike is a fine lady.
Look, I mean, look, listen,
You're
I've had
younger
a,
than
reveal
me,
or
like-
what?
I've had a
Wait,
hard
you guys
life,
done?
Lizard.
Or you
Are
this
you
is this is a
younger?
quick one.
I'm done already.
That's the only question.
Well, we're done.
I've had a hard life, Lizard. Don't judge me by exactly how I look, all right?
All right, casters. Reveal.
Write something down.
all right,
But you
all
haven't
right.
written yet? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's counting the wrinkles.
as if you can talk, Fear. Get out of here.
All right. Let's reveal, casters. What have you put?
31, and he said...
29.
Oh,
2 years
thank you.
off.
You know
Two
what?
years off.
I'm a winner.
You won. You won.
Yeah.
I was being.
A low estimate.
No, I was thinking 25, 26.
Oh,
but
thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Let's find out what our panelists put.
I think we talked about you.
Hey.
They've done it. They've done it. They get it
Let's
right.
go.
The panelists are stronger than the casters.
This
and
game
That was
sucks.
to be expected.
Congratulations.
Thank
You
you.
won.
Rigged game.
Rigged
you.
game. Get me out. Rigged.
All right, casters. I mean, how do you feel losing that one? Do you feel like you need
I
to
don't
spend
think
more
like we
time
lost.
together?
I think this was stolen from us.
I mean, I think this is embarrassing that they lost because Lizard was just basically using hero spell names in that second challenge.
True.
Making it super easy
True.
for Mike. Well, I had to guess charades over
Literal
here.
voice actor.
That was absolutely the hardest thing that anyone could ever try to do.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I won watching T-Panda trying to play the game.
That was,
I mean, honestly, looking at this list, I'm not sure. Can we get a zoom in on the camera? I mean, I just want to show these because these are like
here we
some
go.
really difficult ones. Like, are you going to voice act a Viper? Wait, when you put the zoom
You're
in.
not voice
there we go.
acting.
You got the Viper. You can make Viper voice lines. Phoenix.
I
I was about to
poison
go
you.
for the techies. These are pretty hard. These are pretty hard, actually. Thank you so much, cameraman.
All right. Well, you won anyway, so you can leave the copium for the other guys in the caster booth. They can take that. But that's going to be it from our game show. Hope you enjoyed it, casters versus panelists.
Easy
and
clap.
we will have TSM versus Felt. No, we won't. We'll have Shopify versus Felt coming up after this break.
is under attack.
TSN FTX victory.
Hello and welcome back as we jump into our second series of the day. It is Felt versus Shopify Rebellion here at the NADPC. My name is Nomad and joining me on the panel, I've swapped up. I've not upgraded. I've not got downgraded.
What?
I maybe have downgraded because they won the game.
What?
Yeah, I definitely downgraded. It's Mike and Lizard.
You downgraded. How dare you?
Who said that?
You lost the game show. You're the worst duo.
We
so-
lost by default. We misunderstood the question. Me and Lizard had that in the bag.
All right, talk to the judge. Talk to the judge. But let's talk
You
about
are the judge.
shit. Let's talk about the series we've got in our hands. It's Felt versus Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, everybody knows Shopify Rebellion. They were top 4 at the major, and they're a team with some seriously good players on them. But I want to talk about Felt a little bit more because I think for most of us, we're starting to believe in this little team. The little team of unexpected players who are coming in and actually turning some heads.
Don't you call them Lil? Like, they've been doing some pretty great things so far in the DPC, like more than expected, definitely. I'm definitely very surprised by Kits and the way he's been playing, because he's been on fire in a couple of those series. I have a feeling if they do enable him, like things might happen, magical things might happen for it.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, the stats reflect that as well. He's actually really close behind Abed for highest average kills with 10, whilst Abed has 11.3, which might have even gone up recently as well. This guy's been playing might go up after this series. He's been playing like a madman and going to be tough in this one.
And you know what? Like, you tested our friendship, but I know for a fact that Mike loves Albino Zebra.
Exactly, albino zebra.
Albino
This is
zebra.
my man.
Albino zebra.
Albino zebra.
Albino Zebra.
Albino zebra.
Albino
That's
Zebra.
right. Yeah,
Zebra,
this
yeah.
is my guy. I mean, he got kicked recently. Which team was it? 5-4 stuff he got kicked
Yep.
from. I think Neff messaged me personally. He was very, very upset. I don't know why we bring up Neff.
He always wiggles his way in.
He's a non-factor, but
He's a parasite.
Yeah. Albino, he got kicked out by 5-4 stuff. And, I mean, you know what? He's showing his worth. He's showing his worth right now.
He is.
It's funny that you can kind of see the same mentality which Felt had in 5-4 stuff now as well. When we have spoken to them, on off-stream and stuff, they're very much like, we want to be top 3. We want to be the best. We're working hard to improve. But they haven't really had quite the same kind of momentum as Felt seemed to be getting. And, we're talking a lot about Felt. Okay, they did lose one of their series. They've won one, lost one. But I don't know, their interviews just sound so promising. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this team play. And again, I just hope that they learn as much as they can from this series. They come with some serious ideas. Because that was one of the things which kind of disappointed me about Dog Jump. They just kind of go in for this tinker. Draft doesn't work. It all falls apart. You learn nothing from that game. But you can always learn from playing a better team than you. So I'm excited to watch them play. But
You're excited to watch them learn, is that what you're saying?
yeah, I'm excited to watch them lose. I'll say it.
What?
What?
Like,
How dare he insinuate such a thing?
How dare you? But there are some nice things. Like, I mentioned Kids before. When we were watching their games, when we were casting them, Mike, I remember this Hitmonchan, Hitinmune guy. Like, he was owning. Unfortunately, for me at least, he played always the same hero. I believe he was playing on the Prophet, right? So it wasn't really... I didn't see a lot, but what I've seen was great.
Yeah, he's owning on that hero, and he's got the highest GPM and XPM average in the region at the moment, just because he's been playing loads of Prophet, really. It'll happen. But let's move on to talk about Shopify Rebellion. In their opening series against TSM, we weren't super impressed by Shopify. They're a little bit slow to adapt, but then they came into their next series with a ton of new ideas and were able to take a clean 2-0 over Dog Champ. But this team, they're pretty damn good. These kids are all right, Mike.
Yeah, I'd say they're a little bit all right. Listen, I don't want to burst anyone's bubble. We're talking about kids. We're talking about how great this kid. He's up against Arvid, right?
Yeah.
He's up against Arvid. Like this, I keep saying this guy's the best mid. Potentially. I know people get upset when I say in the world.
Say it.
I mean, to me, he is. This guy's always constant. He's always consistent. I think Kids is going to have a very tough time, and this is going to be a very interesting learning experience for the man.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Abed has just been outstanding throughout the major and throughout the DPC as well. I mean,
Throughout his life, really, like ever since he came into the
seriously.
scene, he's been outstanding. Like, I still remember him coming into the scene as one of those Meepo spammers. Like, he literally played Meepo and Queen of Pain and maybe one more hero. Was extremely young and then just slowly expanded his hero pool. But he never lost the stability, and I believe that's something that he brings to his team, like to Shopify Rebellion. He's always on point.
To what extent is he enabled by crit, would you say?
I definitely crit is helpful. Like, his rotations are 100% on point, not 100% on point, but 100% helpful. However, Abed, I would argue that in any team he would shine on that mid lane.
Absolutely, and we can throw out the comparison now between Kits and Abed because these two are, very similar in the way they play the mid. The team really revolves around them in both cases. Arteezy's always there as the kind of carry, the guy to come in and finish the game for them. But when it comes to tempo, it is all about Abed. And between the two of them, statistically, actually, they won't be that far apart because, as I mentioned before, Hidamune has been playing a ton of the Prophet. He's been drinking in the gold. He's been drinking in the XP. And look at that, 10 average kills versus 11. It's crazy close. That's the 1 and 2 position in A, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling these numbers are going to change after this game, number 1 and 2. I mean, I'm not going to lie. 10 to 11 is nice, no matter. I don't want to be anti-hype here, but my God.
That basically means that they're on the same page, right? Like, this is a very close matchup. This basically means that we're in for 3 games, 60-minute struggles,
that's one way
comebacks. Yeah.
I mean, only if we see some, a little bit, we saw that from Arteezy, the TP onto the tier 1 tower against Dogchamp when he had his ultimate down on a bad and immediately died. If he does that 10 times, then maybe.
Yeah.
Stats are rough when we only have such a small sample size, right? Like you have 2 games from each of these teams, so you can't really count a lot on them.
But you know what you can count on?
On you.
It's earning tokens when you watch through esportsbet.io, which is, of course, a sponsor for the Western EU and North America DPC, and they're offering an exciting new innovative platform where you can watch the games and earn tokens as you do so. It is 3,000 tokens per hour, which is equivalent to $3, which you can then use to place bets on your favorite teams across the region, all just by watching. There's no need to place a bet to get those tokens. Just sign up, watch away, join in the Dota community over there, talk about the games, and earn tokens whilst you're doing it. So sign up today and check it out. That is esportsbet.io. But now we move into the game, and we do have the draft available, so let's waste absolutely no time on strapping on the Speedos and jumping in at the deep end. It is Shopify Rebellion versus Team Felt. My biggest question here is, are they going to ban out the Nature's Prophet against Felt?
I mean, my biggest question is, do you actually wear Speedos when you go to the pools, Nomad?
You'll have to find out.
I don't know if I want to, Nomad. I don't know if I want to. What was your question?
Is Nature's Prophet going to get banned? Your mind was just on something else there, wasn't it?
He drifted away a little bit.
It is going to get banned.
Had a
Nomad,
shine in his eye.
Prophet banned. Second ban out from Shopify. So I was actually wondering if they wanted to try and beat them, just to really teach them a lesson. Be like, you think you're good with this hero? But no, they're going to ban it out, at least in the first game. Maybe that'll be the second game. So Felt they're going to take this Mirana. As we mentioned before, they did have a bit of a shuffle going on. They moved Solji, who's previously their mid laner, into the 4 position, which means that he's got a pretty small hero pool. So they pretty much always first phase this guy Mirana, or Tiny is basically the heroes we've seen him on. I think he showed a little bit of flex, but overall, it is a bit of a limitation for Felt, unfortunately.
I'm a little bit surprised that they banned out the Prophet, honestly. Like, I expected them to let the Nature Prophet go through and then battle it out, see if they can win. Then perhaps in second game ban it, but okay, they don't want to play. They came here for a victory. They've already dropped the series. No reason to risk anything, it seems like. And they get their DP. So that's also one of the reasons perhaps why they banned the Prophet. Like, it's one of those heroes that lanes very well into her and decently well into the Undying, so yeah.
I do love when they go the Death Prophets for Sableye as well. Like, I mean, obviously there's the flex between Sableye and Abed. You can kind of flex it between the 2 roles, but the thing is, like, they take the bot tier 1, they rotate mid, they take the mid tier 1, map control gets taken over by Shopify, and then they just have a very dominant game. I mean, it's a very kind of repeated cycle here with Shopify Rebellion, but if it's not broken, you don't fix it.
Absolutely, but is there any way you can abuse that on Felt, perhaps? Pick some low cooldowns and try and run at them?
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, there's always a Tusk. There are always heroes that deal well with these, and they're good with Mirana, like fast rotations. Like Mirana and Tusk were one of those heroes, one of those combos that were most picked in the last season. This time around, okay, they go with the Lycan. A very early Lycan, by the way, I have to add.
Yeah, second phase. I mean, they can ban out some counters to it now, but as the offlaner, potentially, you probably don't want to commit too many bans to protecting it. But yeah, that's going to be your player for Kits. Your hero for Fade. And he's been probably the most consistent player on this team, I would say. Maybe Kits, but I think probably Fade, just in terms of like always being able to get stuff done.
I think it's versatile as well, right? Like, we have seen some Lycans on the safe lane, on the off lane as well. Do you want to lane it into the Prophet? Probably not. Do you want to lane it that much into the Undying as well? Probably not. But they must have a plan with it, so they pick it up very early on.
I mean, it's kind of nice though, right? Because it's like the Death Prophet's going to want to take objectives early, but now you've got your own way of doing the same thing with the Lycan, and you kind of force Shopify to in some way just kind of draft around it maybe, like have the wave clear, have some control for the Lycan, because otherwise it's going to run across the team fights, just taking out your supports. You know, and it's a bit cheesy. And like Nomad just said, I mean, Fade's been the most consistent. So give him this kind of hard to deal with hero and see what kind of magic he can make happen.
Yeah, definitely. Magic. That's what I want to see. That's what we need from Felt.
Exactly.
A little bit of magic coming out for them. And yeah, going for these non-conventional stuff. The only thing is, not amazing with her Mirana. Like, you can use your wolves to like block to try and make the arrow a little bit easier, but yeah, but it's not really about the arrow on that hero anymore, is it?
It isn't really, and maybe we'll see something crazy like a Tinker in the second stage. Like we have seen a lot of Tinker picks, and we have seen a lot of Tinker picks with the Lycan, right? The wolves give you vision. The wolves give you a way of like just getting around the map wherever you want to be. So it is possible, and you can see that Felt, they're really protecting the Lycan. Like their bans are basically Naga and Bloodseeker. You really want to have a decent game on your Wolf Boy.
Yeah, yeah. But already the Undying, which is already a slight issue for him, so already not going to be the easiest lane.
Yeah, versus the Undying, you just creep skip, right? Like you can't really do a lot, so you're creep skipping until you come online. Once you hit that 6 have Helm of Dominator, it becomes easier.
It's the hard part when you draft Lycan as well, because you tend to make the draft rotate around the Lycan, right? Like it has to work around this Lycan hero, and if the Lycan doesn't do anything, then your draft just, falls apart. You're 4v5.
At least you have the creeps. Always doing something. Like DP is, I would argue, the same, right? Because you have that ulti, you have to converge around her.
Difference is you can't farm the ghosts.
That's true.
Right.
That's true. Imagine if you could kill the ghosts as they're flying above
Amazing.
you.
Oh, but you have to like click directly on them, you know. There's no like also it's got to be like a skill shot, like shooting pigeons.
She would basically be like a carrier from StarCraft then, right? Like you remember?
Well, why do you talk about all these other games, Lizard? We're talking about Dota.
No one plays StarCraft anymore, old man.
What's
Get out of
StarCraft?
here.
Literally, don't pretend you're older than me almost.
Yes?
Almost, I think.
I mean, how old are you?
Same.
You look very
I don't
young.
know. I couldn't guess.
You're a very young, handsome young man you are.
Thank you.
Yeah. Primal Beast comes out, Nomad. Shop of the
I was letting you have your moment.
Please don't.
No. I was letting you have your moment. I was
Next.
enjoying it. I'm not going to interlude on that. Yeah, Primal Beast. So obviously, when you pick the Death Prophet, as you mentioned, you've got an AOE silence, but in terms of like team fight control, that's about it. So you want to grab something else which can go in and do a bit of frontlining for you. Go and hit some heroes, and the Pulverize is a great stun for doing that as well. So that's going to be Shopify's pick. It could be Crit's hero. I think it will be Crit's hero actually. He really likes this Primal, but we'll see the matchups first and then make that decision based upon that.
Is this like, okay, you want to trample me, I'll just use Rocket Barrage against you.
Yeah.
Is that the play? Is this a position 5 gyro?
Could be.
Spamming the rockets?
Which wins though? I think Trample does more damage. What do you think?
Probably because you can also do it around the creeps, right? So it becomes a little bit easier to harass the carry.
Yeah.
For Felt right now, they literally took 2 heroes with stuns, but that are extremely difficult to
Very
utilize.
mad stuns.
So, okay, we have stuns. How do we actually use them? That's a different story.
Yeah.
Are we guaranteeing, like, it should be a pos 4 Primal, right? Like,
I think so as well. It could be offlane too, obviously. Saberlight can play it, so that could be an option for them.
Well, it could be Arbed mid if they really want, but again, I don't think that's... Again, their options are open, though. They've got 2 more picks to come. They get to see 2 picks of Felt here. Really powerful to pick something flexible in that 3rd pick for Shopify. Ooh. See what you're dealing with and then mix it up, and they'll go for the CK here, which is your big illusion-based carry. Obviously, the Naga Siren and the Terrorblade banned out by Felt themselves, and now they'll go for the CK themselves. Interesting. So they want to take this at a high tempo by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's definitely the way it looks. Like Shopify right now, what do? Do you deal with the illusions directly? Do you switch things up in the lanes? I don't think that you have to. You can still have the Primal on that 4 and pick a decent hero versus the CK. Like the carry-to-carry matchups, there are still quite a few that are left in the pool that you could pick up and abuse.
Dire team ban.
Oh, okay. That's
Welcome
alright.
back, old friend.
Yeah, here we go again. I was not expecting the Sven to come out, but I suppose it does offer some nice wave clear, high armor.
High armor, wave clear into the Lycan and into the CK, right? So I think that's probably what it is. Like,
Yeah.
But most of the time I've seen Sven played recently was actually on support. But,
yeah, with that kind of shard build and
Yeah, but this feels more like a carry Sven, and it should be the carry, right?
That's the thing though, like you get so much value out of the Warcry this game. Like stupid amounts of value against the Lycan, against the Chaos Knight. Neither of them like it, so it's not the best pos one, but when there's value, there's value.
Of course, you can cleave through the CK at any given point in the game as well, so
Yeah,
yeah.
I like it.
As long as you manage to farm up those stacks, get some farm.
I
should be cool.
guarantee Fee is sitting there in the casting room, by the way, he's just like, he's so happy. And he's foaming at the mouth, this guy right now. I tell
my
you.
son, he's back.
He just keeps telling me about how great Sven is, and I go, Fee, this is why you're not playing pro anymore. I mean, you know, you just get back to casting.
Yeah, stop it with the old guys, with the old heroes,
No,
right?
he's
Sven.
old.
Yeah, he can't.
Yes.
That's it.
Mean. But poor Fear. He can't even defend himself.
Mean but true.
He'll defend himself.
well,
He's right behind the corner. He'll get a word or two, I'm sure.
I'm sure he will. But Sven in this game, yeah, absolutely. For chopping up those units, which the Lycan's going to poop out. Very, very useful. And just getting rid of the CK as well. Very, very nice AoE stun. Yeah. I think you could work on cross the rolls here, actually. But it does look like they're kind of lacking in... I don't know, what are Shopify lacking in? I was going to say a mid laner, but they can put DP or Primal mid if they want to.
They could. I'd rather have the Primal if you need to, because I feel that they need a playmaker from that mid lane. Their lineup is a little bit slow if you're
Yeah,
protecting.
especially with the Sven, right?
Yeah, with the Sven, like he will take a little bit of time to farm up. So you can see Felt's bans as well, Storm and Puck, instantly bad banned out by Shopify because both of them do well against him. Okay, they go with the Ember. For Abed right now, what are the options? Like you can still go for the last, not the last, but the other remaining spirits, right? It's an option. You could go to crush him with something like a monkey on the mid lane. Put the Primal perhaps even there.
Yeah, I was going to say the Primal seems like a viable... I mean, those are Death Pro. Both those have good matchups versus the Ember, but yeah, they might just want to crush the game with this last pick here. Pick something which Abed can really abuse and hopefully give Arteezy a free game to get those stacks going and get that farm on like this hero needs.
If this was some other region, is Mars banned? Even like something like a Mars to control the Lycan and deal decently in the lane.
Yeah, that would have been cool. But again, not really a thing done in this region. We see that a lot in China though, going for the Mars mid.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Abed wants now. Like, it feels like you just want some kind of boring hero that can just join the team early, right? Like, I was even going to say, like, if you really wanted to, you could just go for a mid Viper and make his life absolute hell.
It's doable.
Yeah.
I would be kind of worried because of the Lycan, but you could go for a Kunkka here, let's say. Like you
Right.
do well in the lane, you also deal versus the Lycan, you get that X
Yeah.
marks the spot.
Oh!
Okay.
Okay.
So it's DP mid, Primal and Darkseer on the offlane, Sven safe lane. That's what they're switching it up a little bit. But
Yep.
they really want to crush these lanes.
Yeah. And does this crush the lane? I mean, is this something which CK can play into?
He can heal up against that, but at the same time, eventually you get the good old vacuum into Sven stun into the cleave, which is what we're looking at in this game. Like that's what we were waiting for from Shopify.
Yeah, and also throwing a Primal Beast with an Iron Shelm in the middle of that as well. That sounds terrifying. I
Yummy.
mean, what a combo that is. Shopify with a deadly offlane, but of course... maybe Fel can catch the better of them, but then again, like you don't really have the support which offers any kind of sustainability or like, like a Gyro can't survive in this lane. Morana will just have to leap away. So I'm very worried. I think this was a really, really sick pick coming out from Shopify here. Mike, what do you think about these two drafts?
I like what Shopify's got going. I do like what Felt's got going as well. My main concern is who's controlling the Ember, who's controlled this Lycan, right?
Okay.
You look at this Primal Beast, it feels like Crit's got a lot of weight on his shoulders to be able to control these guys throughout the team fights, and you've got to make a choice. Do you want the Ember controlled up? Do you want the Lycan controlled up? Like, you've got the DP silence, which is kind of nice, and you've got a stun from Sven, but it's very projected, kind of hard to land it, so a lot of weight on Crit.
Yeah, it kind of leans back to this theory that like the more burst you have in theory, the less lockdown you need. And this lineup is so burst heavy on the side of Shopify. Like just one single stun, and they are going to be able to bring them down. But of course, if you don't get that initial pick off, then you could be in some real trouble. So this is going to be an interesting first game. Shopify looking to take game number 1 with Storm. Can Felt withstand it? We're going to find out with T Panda and Fear.
And welcome indeed to the home of friendship and fear. There's a very good reason we very rarely let Mike into the panel table, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was looking for a mid here when they already had DP. Not really thinking there was going to be a Saberlight Darkseer tied there. I don't know.
Sometimes we're in the wrong, but nevertheless, Felt, they decided to open up with a first pick Marana out of all options. Is that the right way to go?
I mean, it's their way to go. They like this Marana a lot. It is something that Solji does like playing. He is new to his role, so he's going to go for his comfort. So we'll have to see if it works out. He might not even play it as well as we have seen him. Like, they've played on different roles here, so it is comfort. It could be good. I'm really worried about the mid lane here. The Ember versus DP matchup is not good. RTZ's for sure going to free farm on Sven. Sven is a hero that is quite good versus a lot of illusions and like the zoo. So he will have both in this game to actually have to deal with. So it's going to be really nice. As well as that, you got the Wombo combo. You got the Darkseer Sven with the vacuum into the Stormhammer, into the damage there. So we'll see if they can get to that stage of the game. Whereas I think on the side of Felt, their safe lane is probably their strongest aspect here. Whereas I do not believe that Darkseer should do well against CK in the laning stage. He does have that crit and that heal to sustain quite easily.
Yeah, they got plenty of options, at least on the side of Rebellion, to approach into this first game. And there is a lot on the shoulders of Felt if they wish to take a victory here. I believe the pre-game odds weren't looking too hot on the side of Felt. And of course, it is Rebellion, the name that everybody fears, and now currently even building into a household name in North America. As they just got to find their tools very fast and be super active, and most importantly, very focused this game. No room for mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, as usual, like when you're playing against a team that is this good, your window for mistakes is quite tiny here. I am seeing this support gyro come out again. I'm not sure how I feel about it right now. Like, most of the games I've seen it, it's looked okay, but it hasn't looked amazing at the same time. So another game of Albino Zebra going to be playing this support gyro. He should have his work cut out for him this game, because like their instant stuns are pretty limited here. They do have like the chains into arrow combination, which is quite potent, but like when is this gyrocopter really going to come online, and can he deal with the laning stage? I guess in theory, against a Darkseer, it could be pretty good. The homing missile will track him down, and they are 2 melee, so them killing the rocket in the lane might be quite difficult, but at the same time, if they just creep cut together, I don't know if this gyro is going to be one of the stronger heroes of like zoning them away from that.
Exactly. I'm just thinking like, how early are you going to look to build a potential Blink Dagger on this CK? Because the Chaos Bolt initiation, it might just be something that Felt has to almost solely rely on. You mentioned the chains and the arrow combination that they have, but it's not always reliable. So you might even have to look for playmaking items on the side of your carry. Hitmonlee would like to build into the casual damage and extra stats, make sure he's going to be tanky enough to fight against the heroes on the side of Rebellion, especially against the Sven Cleave. But what about that Blink? Do you think it's going to come out earlier this game than normal? Or does he want to build one?
I mean, at some point, I think he definitely should. But you have like a choice to make. Like when you do go Blink, you also have to like somehow deal with the Sven, and Blink isn't going to make you any tankier either, so I guess he's got his work cut out for him as far as itemization, but I think initiation is going to be more important than any other item, so I do expect him to get that within the first few items, probably just go to Echo Saber, Armlet, into BKB Blink.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the core things, especially early on, is really locking down heroes and getting some success on those pickoffs and not really getting like these unfavorable trades too early on, especially kits on the Ember Spirit. You want to have impact on this hero. Supports might need to help them out in the mid lane. DP normally has somewhat reasonable movement speed, especially once you have Exorcism on, so you can run away from the rocket, and you have these range heroes to kind of just try to get as close as possible to blowing up the DP. DP being the only range hero. This is a 4 melee draft on the side of Rebellion, but is that a weakness or is that a pro more on your... What do you think about that?
I mean, I think having a lot of melees with Darkseer is always kind of nice. You have more options to use that shell. On top of that, you just get in there and do as much damage as you can. So it seems pretty okay in this game. And you don't have a lot of punish here, I think, on Felt. Like, these heroes don't really punish melee heroes, so to speak, right? The only question is, who's going to be buying your Force Staffs and how early are you going to get them? Because I think Crit is not playing a hero that generally wants to buy Force Staff very early.
Oh, Solji taking a huge amount of damage here, and the stun connects on Arteezy. He's going to bring up the first blood for Rebellion.
Very nice. I think this is going to be a free farm lane regardless for Arteezy, but add first blood on top of that, and he is going to be really happy. As Felt, I think Fade down here is going to be struggling a little bit. He does have a big wand, though. But what I was going to say was the mid lane matchup. Actually, Crit on the top lane.
Yeah, let's look at that. Crit fairly low, but it is Saberlight. It's going to be soaking up most of that barrage. Not even taking too much damage on the side of this Darkseer. But Crit does get to salve up and regenerate, but they are fairly low here. And he does have Onslaught available to charge in. Just needs that trample up, and then they will try and go again. However, CK, you got to try to, at the same time, push the wave, because you do want to get your lifesteal out of the creeps. But how do you keep the lane tranquility in your favor? Do you just push against this Darkseer? Because he does have the Iron Shell, and you have a melee core who will soak up some of that damage. What do you want to do here on the side of Felt?
I think you're just going to farm and chill for the most part in this top lane. Every once in a while, I think Saberlight can Iron Shell crit, and they can do a lot of good damage, but this isn't a lane that they're supposed to be winning. Because I think the CK, he just has that much self-sustain, as Albino Zerbo might be gone on here.
Yeah, at least the Chaos Bolt is a reasonable counter to that trample damage, as you do end up getting stuck on the spot. And now there's a rocket flying in, Reality Rift being used up, a very limited damage. Saberlight just walking right next to him, actually right on top of this CK. So Hit Immune also ends up taking a fair chunk.
Yeah, I'm wondering at what point they're going to decide to just lane cut, because I don't think you're going to be pressuring the CK at all in this laning stage, especially when he gets more points into the Chaos Strike here, because he will just sustain quite easily. What I am very interested is about this mid lane. I mean, Ob is actually just going to glyph and go for something aggressive here.
Yeah.
Oh, that was close. He does have a fairy fire.
Are you watching, Mike? Look at this guy.
Look at this guy. He's cooking for sure. This mid lane is very, very difficult. And what's going to be worse is, like, you already know Rebellion has a plan. When Obid gets level 6, they're going to move supports here.
Oh, got the arrow connection as well. One hit away from the kill. And the creeps will finish off the job. So Solji getting a solo kill off of the Sven.
That's very good for him. Now he's at level 3. They killed the Sven, who was free farming. So
a bit of a salvation that they needed. And now there's no Chaos Bolt to land on top of the Primal Beast. They will finish off the Gyrocopter. That's going to be the second kill. Going in favor for Rebellion. They're somewhat low on mana. They do have some mangoes here. Vacuum onto Hit Immune and just soaking up that Iron Shell damage onto this CK. And actually turn around a fight. He is tanking the tower. Crit will swap the aggro away, and of course he's going to crit the guy. Albino Zebra, the Zebra guy, chasing up Saberlight here. Another Iron Shell as well. Wants to retaliate a little bit more, but the creeps are tanking the barrage. But however, not going to save you here. It's both Crit and Saberlight going down for Fel.
yeah, I mean, he has no points in the Surge. They're going for the absolute aggressive play, killing the Gyro, which would have been fine there, but they got a little bit greedy, trying to go for the CK, ended up losing both the offlaner and the position 4 there, so that turns out like not working out for them whatsoever. And now Saberlight, only level 3 here, no points on the Surge. Might be in a little bit of danger in the next little bit.
Well, there's a rotation, pre-level 6 Ember Spirit, nowhere to get out, no remnants, no nothing. And that is Kit's fallen down. And one thing to highlight is actually the Lycan CS. He's at 9 last hits, 13 denies on RTC. So despite that solo kill Solji got, Lycan's not liking it at all.
I mean, Solji's higher net worth than the Lycan at this point. So, like, it's a little bit rough for sure. But talking about that mid lane, like, how many times have we seen this where just some Death Prophet or Leshrac just gets level 6 while some Ember's level 5, top lane don't hit immune? The vacuum, he's going to be gone.
He is history.
But, like, you come in at this timing where you're level 6 with a DP, you have the catapult wave, you end up dying on your Ember, you lose a lot of damage on your tier 1, and then they're trying to salvage it as best they can as Lycan goes down again, but it's so hard. Like, once you leave, you know, to help Ember, now the top lane's getting pressured. And now Lycan's going to get pressured on bot lane, so last couple of minutes here have been really good for Rebellion.
There's so much pressure that it starts to feel like, where's the breaking point? mean, right now, it might look like net worth is somewhat even, but Lycan is struggling. The CK's not having a great time, but he's still topping net worth, at least on the side of Felt, and almost tied up with the DP, who's enjoying his time in the mid lane. But this Saberlight crit duo, I mean, the more levels these two heroes get, it just becomes more and more difficult, not only inside the lane, but the action that's going to happen after.
Yeah, for sure. I think you can't leave this CK alone anymore, because if you ever leave him alone, the double ion shell is going to be too much. And they're going to try, but
we go again. We've seen this movie before. They do get one stun into the rocket, and they might be able to turn around for a crit kill. Yes, they will, but hit immune. Very low Saberlight trying to chase around with the ion shell. Puts another on the melee creep Albana Zebra. Oh, he's going to soak up so much damage. Fairy Fire. He will buy some time, but it's not going to be enough. The creeps are going to be tanking the tower, and Saberlight is going to be completely fine with it. TPing away as well. Solji does show up, but it's going to be a little bit too late. However, CK gets to live. It's a sacrifice.
I mean, I think that ended up being fine for both sides. It's kind of like a wash, right? You just traded your supports here. They really wanted to get the kill onto the CK there, but just not enough damage. He actually got a double crit there, which healed him up so much. So a little bit lucky, I will say, for hitting immune there to be able to survive out of that one.
Someone's misfortune is somebody else's fortune.
Yeah. And then into the mid lane here.
There's a bit of traffic.
Yeah.
5 heroes in mid currently.
I mean, there's no points in Shane's right now because I feel like Kit's didn't have a good enough lane. He's just like on full like survival mode right now, just trying to deal with the pressure Ovid's putting onto him here.
One thing about survival mode, I hope he doesn't go Blade Mail this game. I have not seen Blade Mail ever have success.
Yeah, it doesn't really look good in this game either, not necessarily. Like, it's fine in a way versus DP, you pop Blade Mail and then you man up, but with the Siphon, you just have so much heal on DP, I think you're just gonna die on Ember, and while doing a little bit of damage back.
And even a Sven dealing damage into the armor, but in the top lane at the same time, Saberlight's gonna be in trouble. Does have the vacuum and the surge actually cast onto crit, I believe. And they will get the turnaround. That's a double for crit. Kit's a bit late for the party.
That wall animation is so annoying to look at, actually. It's like, it doesn't look like a wall. It's like so subtle.
Mesmerizing.
It's very subtle. You kind of like want to walk into it. It's very nice.
All right, looks nice. So I'm just gonna walk in it. But yeah, it does look very, very mesmerizing in the end. But Solji soaking up a fair amount of damage. Abed under the tower. CK TPing in as well. Hit immune. Will pop the ult, but he's too far away for the reality rift. Oh, few pixels away, just a little bit too far. Don't be long for 2 gone.
Crit's in.
Crit's going to be charging in onto Kits, and he does have Pulverize available. Doesn't quite get the opening onto the Ember Spirit. I think they want the fight to escalate a little bit more until he goes for it. And just going to have to sack Fly. Turnaround coming out from Felt. 4 heroes into mid to salvage the situation. And Fade's been catching up meanwhile. He's not going to get the fantastic Dominator timer, but he's not like completely shut down this game. Like, he's been... A lot of space has been made so far.
I mean, I think the difference between that fight mid is they brought 4 heroes on Felt to defend that tower, but on the same time, Saberlight and Arteezy on both side lanes are completely free farming. So it was a 3 versus 4 in the mid lane. They did get Fly, which is good that they got something out of it there, but you haven't really stopped Arteezy yet. He's completely free farming. Now Saberlight as well, with the CK leaving the lane there and then getting that kill. Yep. Now is in a position where he's going to get a tower, and his net worth is going to skyrocket as well, as he's going into the Crimson Guard against the Lycan, against the CK. It makes sense. It seems like a pretty good item.
Yeah, it makes a reasonable amount of sense. I mean, you don't get to see the Crimson Guard every single game, but when the situation allows it... Oh, good night, Solji. Raindrops ain't going to save you here. Got the rocket flying in, and melee heroes trying to destroy a rocket. Well, not gonna have the best luck with it. That's not really gonna be leading into a fight. However, Tombstone drop bottom, and again, 2-man rotation coming in to save Fade. He is tanking. He does not have his shapeshift available, but the call down. Arteezy is really deep, and there's the change shown for the first time. And Arteezy, he is down. That's a man down on the side of Rebellion. Maybe even 2. 10 stick charges up on the Undying. He will heal up, but the rocket's gonna be there in Kits, just chasing Fly down under the tower. Felt for 2.
I mean, I was just watching Arteezy like continuously click that helmet dominator. I was like, you have to know someone's TPing at some point, right? But he really wanted that HOD. You know what the worst part about it was? He didn't even get it. He got down to like 1 or 2 hits left until dead, and then he was like, oh, this is taking a lot longer than I thought, and mid lane Soldier's gonna go down to
Kits
crit
is
here.
actually wanting to get some revenge for his buddy who just fell in the mid lane. The tower's going to go down, but Kits is going to get a kill on crit. And bottom lane, there's another battle going on. Fade will fall as they drop the wall from Saberlight, and Arteezy pops his ult as well for that extra damage. And the tower, it stays up with 65 HP. It is at deny range, way over deny range at this point, but they can just finish off with the pressure, maybe even use that tower for another rotation in case Arteezy ends up extending a bit too far again.
Things getting a bit out of hand here after those couple fights there.
Right.
You got 2 kills on Abed. Bottom lane, Arteezy gets another tower. They get 2 towers in that small amount of time. I assume bot tower will fall really soon here.
Yeah.
Oh, he just got crit twice.
He's going to commit for it too. Crit coming in for the rescue. No TPs to the tower, but 4 heroes, or 3 in this case, just walking in and hitting Mune. I think he got a bit jebaited this time. If Arteezy the last time tried to get the hot creep, now he was like, I want to protect this tower. Oh, I might be even getting a kill, and dies himself. That's the worst kind of pain a Dota player can sometimes feel.
Yeah, this game was pretty close, but all of a sudden, over the past like 3 minutes, it's now a 5k net worth lead for Rebellion. And it's getting a lot more difficult now. I mean, you do have opportunities to get back into this game if you are Felt. I think you're going to have to play around some timings, the Lycan ult being one of them, and we need some more points in this chain. 2 points, I guess that's enough there, but you need to find some chain into arrow combinations and play around this gyro ult.
Especially since Ember does have the Orb of Corrosion, meaning that he does want to brawl even more. Wants to keep up the fight, keep up the tempo. Right now, triple core net worth lead on the side of Rebellion compared to Felt. So they are playing from a bit of a deficit at this time. We're only 13 minutes into the game. 21 kills also added up on the board. Objectives, they're slowly falling. All tier 1's gone on the side of Felt. And only the mid-tier 1 taken it just now by Fate's creeps. And RTC, he gets the hot creep this time. Hooray!
Yeah, I mean, he had God Strength this time, so it went down a lot faster.
Double down.
Yeah, double down for it. And I think right now, like, what do you do if you're Felt? Because, like, you're playing into this Crimson Guard now of the Darkseer. I feel like your damage is incredibly low. Arteezy's going to free farm because of the space that's going to be made by Saberlight here. He's just sitting in front of him, one of the most farmed heroes in the game. I mean, he was higher than Arteezy until that HOD kill, but how do you pressure Arteezy now at this point? Like, you have to go through Saberlight and Abed, who are just going to be sitting in the front there. And I think you just have to sacrifice that net worth now to Artur. I don't think you're stopping him from farming, but that's a scary thought, letting the Sven free farm in this game.
Idea?
Yeah, of course.
Kit's Rapier.
Like right now?
Yep.
Let's
go, baby.
That is a very crazy idea. I mean, he does have 2.5k gold right now, which is a little strange. He's debating what item should go. All right, he's going for the Maelstrom.
I mean, this is also another wild idea, but I don't think that a Radiance ID on the Ember Spirit would be too off the mark because it is in the end a Sven, and Sven does not generally like to build an MKB if he doesn't have to, because he relies on the cleave damage and another target to hit, so he can just bypass the mischance. But that I don't think he's going to go for it, just throwing in some wild ideas.
Yep. I mean, yeah, he just switched it up and went for the Maelstrom, but not buying the small pieces, just kind of like he has the money to buy it all at once, but kind of weird. He sent the hammer out.
Just the hammer, okay.
When he has the money for the entire thing now, so little inefficiency there, but that's okay. It'll be back out in a moment here, as we do think, I think Rebellion wants to smoke now.
3-man smoke on the way. Saberlight crit and fly. Very low mana on this Darkseer right now, but he does have enough for one set of abilities. Mango also up there, and see if they can find someone. They're probably looking for a core, farming on the enemy side of the map, but there's nobody. There's absolutely nobody here, except maybe a bit deeper in. There is Fade. There's an Ember Spirit right behind the corner. They've got a read on it, and they will spot Fade. Instant pulverize. Kits has no mana. He can't fight back. He's going to have to sack this Lycan. And also, at the same time, Soldier being chased by Arteezy. He wants a bit of revenge for what happened in the laning stage.
1 second for leap. Oh, that was...
He used it.
Yeah, mid-animation got hit. Unlucky.
Cut in half.
But the net worth lead is going down, actually, even though they got 2 kills. It's down to 3k now, so... I'm actually a little surprised by that. I thought they were farming about the same there, but clearly that is not the case. But Roshan will be going down now. And at some point, they do have to be able to kill this Sven Do you take the Aegis if you're Sven now? I'm not so sure you do. But DP's not great either with it, because if you die with Exorcism, I mean, I guess they're similar type of heroes. Who else would you give it to?
Yeah,
not the best
pretty
Aegis
much.
game.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Like, if you take Sven and TB in comparison, it's always the kind of same thing. You have to sacrifice an ulti or a big ability for either one of your lives. They're trying to kill off Saberlight, but it's just the lone gyrocopter.
Lucky. Yeah.
Machine breaks down as he gets charged by a dinosaur.
But with that, they know Arteezy's alone, and will Arteezy be greedy, or will he be a
Well,
good
he
boy
went blink.
and go back? Arteezy end up going blink? All right, that's a very aggressive choice here. And that just indicates that I think the rationale is they have the Aegis now. They want to be a bit more aggressive now, and he could buy this blink dagger right now and participate, as opposed to if he went for a BKB, he would still need more time. So it looks like that kind of shows that he does want to participate a bit more with this first Aegis here.
Well, hit immune with the CK. He's been keeping up in the farming pace. Kit's also placing himself fairly aggressively, but he knows he can get out. It's only the DP silence or the Sven stun. Most importantly, the DP silence if they want to try and catch this Ember Spirit off guard. Won't be able to jump out. And they're setting up for a bit of a gank. They're expecting somebody to show up in the top lane and just try to catch him in the lane. Arteezy, however, is moving away. While Fade is using his shapeshift to run away from crit. They're taking over the triangle right now on both sides of the map. Establishing some dominance on the map. Okay, mass TPs. Arteezy takes the fight. Were they ready for this? They were looking for someone to TP in, but that might be a bit too much traffic for Felt. They're fighting all the way they can with the vacuum on 2, and they will take that hit immune and Albano Zebra. They will both fall, and Kit's maybe as well. Kit's trying to get the snipe on Arteezy, but it's not going to be enough. The man who did not have the Aegis down to 100 HP and walks away scot-free.
Yeah, that was definitely a close one there. I was
Look at
like
the damage they dealt that fight. That's 7.5 to 3k, losing 2 heroes.
Yeah, but still didn't. Sven is a tanky boy. He has a lot of HP. They almost brought him down, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and the Crimson Guard's doing work.
Yeah, the thing I'm more worried about is I think this is quite possibly one of the latest Helm of Overlord timings I've seen in a very long time.
It's not optimal.
Just picked it up right now, and I'm afraid the timing that this hero had, it's like, it's gone now.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be very difficult. Lycan is not a hero that functions really well while playing from behind here. Oh, it's top lane. It looks like Kits is just playing with him a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to find a way for this Lycan to get back into the game. He's going to buy a shard. He wants to rat, but you're going to have to win a team fight at some point. And then you have like Saberlight here, who's continuously buying more auras going into the Greaves now.
Yep.
DP is going to buy more survivability going into the BKB. I'm just afraid at some point the damage is just not going to be there. It's going to be all on CK to output this damage here. So I think the big timing that Felt will have will be around the CK's BKB timing, which he's going for next. And I think you just got to go with it because there's no other timings for Ember necessarily. Sure, maybe his BKB could be good timing as well, but Lycan's timing is pretty much now.
Also to think about, Rebellion's draft works in very many various ways because they have a lot of wave clear, which also prevents that actual rat from happening on the side of Felt because Darkseer, Iron Shells, it doesn't even need to be there. Sven's going to do a lot of damage on that too. They will find Solji's Marana. Use that Pulverize to grab Marana's mount and just smash her down onto the ground. Meanwhile, farming happily in the enemy side jungle and actually was looking at his career movements. He is moving it for a much more safer path. They are expecting trouble on their side of the map, and that's going to be death number 6 for the gyrocopter. Gotta start looking for some spare parts in this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like trying to rat as much as they can. Like the CK's ratting bottom, Ember's ratting top, which means...
might die.
Yeah. Which means if you do things like this at some point, I mean, Fade ultied as well. Again, another like defensive ultimate here, like not really amounting to anything on the Lycan. And I think they feel the same way I feel about this game, and it's just like, what can they do? They can't really find an answer themselves. They realize running into them and doing a 5 vs 5 won't work. Ratting isn't really working either, as Crit is finding them, as long as Saberlight too, with the haste he's providing.
Yeah, look at this pushing power. You've got one hero in mid with a regen rune regenerating onto the tower with an Aegis about to expire, giving another set of regeneration. Sven pushing the other lane, taking another tier 2 tower, and they did not have a creep wave left in mid, so they had to give up on the push there, but they will definitely get one of these tier 2s. RTZ already pushing up at 13,000 net worth so far.
Yep. I mean, there is no God Strength now, so you do have a small window. Aegis
But
went
there's no
out too.
shapeshift either, so it kind of hurts.
It does hurt, but I think at this point, Shapeshift is not more important than God Strength. So
It
I
is
think
true.
if
That
you
is true.
are going to take a fight, there is a window now. And like, if they can't continue doing what they're doing for the entirety of the game, there's going to have to be some point of this game where they're like, we have a timing that we have to use to try and get a pick off, because split pushing forever just doesn't work in this patch. Eventually, you're going to get caught, you're going to die, and as the game progresses and these respawn timers become longer, every time you die, it's going to mean more and more. So
Yeah.
they still have a little bit of time they can split push where these death timers don't matter, but pretty soon here, it's going to matter until they can find
and
the timing.
Rebellion, they know about this smoke. There was a ward behind. They saw the movements, and now they're all showing up. But Saberlight gets the turnaround. Crit coming in with the onslaught as well. But Kits with a BKB, trying to deal as much damage at the front as he can. But the rest of them, they're not feeling it. They don't want to take this fight. There's no Lycan either, even nearby in the fight. They might just lose the CK. Nicely dodges the stun there with the BKB, but that's a 9-second charge being used. And Solji, can he still see an opening here? The haste rune runs out on Kits. Won't be able to chain up Crit here. Flies low, and RTZ's God Strength, it is running. It is ticking. They've just used Shapeshift as well. Just came off cooldown for Fade. Still on the hunt here, trying to get as much information as they can. It is a 4v4 fight without the Aura Carrier, but they can't quite cross onto the high ground. The Classic can't step up the stairs.
But overall, that was pretty good for them. I mean, sure, they used a lot of BKBs, but they forced the BKB out for RTZ as well there. They got the Saberlight kill, only losing a position 5
Again?
for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is that damage dealt this one? I mean, I think it might not be taken into account the... It is actually the VAC wall there.
Yeah.
That was just 50. They have 600 damage, but it basically just dealt that fight. So it is kind of ridiculous looking at these damage numbers on the side of Felt. They could definitely do a lot, and it is majorly coming out of Kits' Ember.
Yeah, I mean, that was his BKB reveal there. So, like, we ended up using
Talking about Kits.
a lot of BKBs there, yeah.
Yep, they see the courier and everything.
10 seconds for
And
BKB.
no- okay, just walks in the middle of everyone. Remnant
Oh, he
jumping
came
back
back.
and forth. He's got 36 seconds on TP, so he does have another Remnant. Just has to juke around a little bit. Tombstone. Stay in the trees. Just stay in the trees.
Yeah, I mean, Tombstone off the mark there, and that's just, at the end of the day, space. More space made. I think that one fight in the mid lane was super good for them to open up the map
Might get
a
a
lot.
kill as well. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
He actually finds himself a kill here, maybe. RTZ, though. Oh, so close for the kill. And still TP cooldown for 10 seconds. Kits. Did he push
There's
his
no
limits?
way he knows, right?
No
Oh,
way.
He just saw him.
He should be out. Oh. If only if Rebellion splits further a bit more, that would have been a dodging a 4-man gank into actually killing a hero and creating a ton of space. But you can't have everything.
It's go time now for me.
No
Sven
Ghost Strength.
just used ulti. Undying used ulti
Oh, they're moving
as well.
towards it. Look at top.
Yep.
There's so many heroes on the minimap right now, and they see RTZ, no ulti. They see Saberlight as well. Marana ulti scouts
Heals.
him out. That's going to be throwing into the air. Crit has the jump on the Marana, though, and no stun, no arrow coming out. The vac comes out as well. They will finish off the supports in a moment. Sylvana Zebra running for a crit will go down, and it may actually make his way out. And Ahmed, you ain't got no ages for yourself protecting you this time. Kits is doing so much work in the front line, but he cannot finish off the kill. Fly also shows up, as Saberlight is still in the midst of that battle. That regeneration, all the auras provided, they can't get a kill.
I mean, right place, right time for crit there to really interrupt that combo. But at the same time, like, I think Felt played that a little bit too
Gyro did
fast.
the most damage there.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of damage was done other than the crit there. But, like,
Yeah.
I feel like they had a really good timing there. They just needed to go together and make something happen. Sure, Marana found, like, it was Saberlight there, yeah, with the Yules, but they were alone. It was just Gyrocopter there. They didn't have enough damage to really secure that kill and continue going forward here. So now things have kind of reset again. Overall, though, everything is going fine for Felt. It's really not that bad. The net worth lead is
It
only
could be
3,000.
worse.
Could be much worse.
Yeah.
And they're getting back a little bit. We still haven't felt Fade
haven't
in this
felt
game.
Fade.
Like, we really have not seen him in this game. But he has been farming. He did buy the drums up, going for a
Arrow.
nullifier.
Good night, Crit.
All right, that's a kill. There's Fade. That was it. He's in the game now. I think at some point, you might want to consider buying
This is a
more
pretty good smoke.
utility.
This is a pretty good smoke. They're in neutral area, no vision around them. And Roshan is, of course, the key they're looking for here. Saberlight, the one to be caught. That could be a very good start for the fight. The arrow actually lands onto the Undying as well on the side. Fly was not expecting that to happen. He was pushed away with the reality rift, and the arrow lands on the Undying. You got a two-man stun basically happening there. Hidden Mew getting Fly, Kit's getting Saberlight, and suddenly you got some map control. Sadly, 30 seconds is the Roche timer right now, so he's not going to be up on time.
Yeah, I mean, if Fly doesn't get hit by the arrow, maybe you get a tombstone on the high ground, you get a soul rip off, and you can maybe get your Darkseer spells off too and turn this fight. But like the fact that they just both got stunned simultaneously, CK stunning the Darkseer, and then Dying just getting hit by an arrow, they had no chance in that fight after that.
Felt is really making this a super competitive game, and it's not going to be a walk in the park for Rebellion. A team that never underestimates their opponents. Maybe RTZ from time to time has a bit of extra fun, but but still, we do talk about, I think we can still totally agree, there's a very systematic team that goes through their strengths, and if they have a weakness, they will fix that weakness, and they show none. But right now, Felt is really making this a proper game. 27 minutes, 5-man smoke coming in from Rebellion as Roshan. It was already started for a moment. They do back out, though.
Yep. Assault Cross now just completed for the Sven, so they're going to hit a bit of a timing. But all that matters right now is going to be this Roshan fight. And who can have the better vision?
They're very split on the side of Feld. They're not allowed to give any extra pickoffs here because they're going to lose Roshan right away. If they give something here, they could maybe give the gyrocopter away. That's not going to be a massive loss for them, but Rebellion they just can't seem to find anyone here. Quick glimpse off of Kits here. Two-man chains coming out again. No arrow. Tombstone already placed down.
We're starting to see like them having very little like catch for this Ember, how annoying it can be. Kits is able to play
Fade is not here yet.
face.
Fade is not here yet. He's still in the mid lane. He's going to have to show up soon. At least Felt is slowing this down.
His creep is there at least. He's there in spirit.
Oh, they actually got a glimpse of him. That same ward that's placed right next to the tier 2 tower shows his location, and he's down for 40. He does have shapeshift and potentially a TP as well for the outpost, but Rebellion, they want to find more.
They're playing under their vision here if they can get the initiation on Felt.
Rocket already connecting onto crit. Flies down to half HP. Sven has been controlled for the time being. Lycan coming in with the buyback as well. And the fight, the walls placed down and only onto Solji, and CK just TPs away. He's not having any of this. Solji even manages to juke them away. Oh no. Fly coming in with a buyback.
Crit.
Everyone getting out from the side of Felt. They just killed off Fly and Crit as well. I mean, Fly already died before he bought back, but Crit dying. And Exorcism used. God's Strength has been used. Rebellion is getting baited here. Can they even kill Kits here? Kits should be okay, but he doesn't actually have Mana for the Remnant. Now he just does as Albino Zebra comes in to show up and help him out. And here comes the CK, freshly back into the battle. Arrow flying in onto Saberlight as well. CK dropping very low on HP. They will be able to take down Saberlight, but Albino Zebra, he will fall as well. But RTC very low on HP. Abba is going to have to do some heavy lifting here. Kits, he will be found. He will be taken down. And Rebellion, they make it into a 2-3 trade in the end. There is a Golem causing some issues for RTC. And what does Fate do? He's just walking about. Arrow connecting onto the side onto Abed. Lycan can't walk on the high ground. There's sentries everywhere. He will be spotted.
Yeah, I think a little bit of mistake there by Burna. He decides to kill the Darkseer instead of finishing Arteezy's Sven off. In the end, really did not work out for them. I think he was thinking they can end up killing both of them, but it looks like we're going to die on Solji as well. And back into Rebellion's court here. God's Strength back online. They're going to go into the Roche pit here.
They still get it in the end.
Potentially, what can they do here, maybe? I mean, the outpost was still there if they want to TP on it, but I think Roche might die too fast for this.
Yeah, they don't have any scans. They probably suspect them to be in the pit, so Saberlight already putting the bot wave to push in, making sure those wolves ain't going to be causing any issues, and as they find one objective, waves are kind of far on the side of Felt's map. They're going to have to play more defensive for the time being. And that means free Roshan. Aegis number 2 has been picked up.
And as soon as this Roche was about to go down, I looked at Fade's inventory, and he just purchased, like, he had 3,000 gold. He bought a plate mill, and he bought the shard. And it kind of shows you that, like, okay, we're going to play this game again. Kind of like the first Roche. He wants to start ratting, so buys the ratting item, and it really shows you that they do not want to take a fight for the foreseeable future here while this Aegis is online. But I don't know if Rebellion will give him that luxury, because I think it might be go time for them to go high ground. There is a cheese available as well as the Aegis now.
There's a lot of items on RTZ's courier as well, so let's see what he finishes off. And Aghanims at the same time ready for the Ember Spirit, and this is a pretty good timer for Kits. Kits, who has had a lot of impact so far on this Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
He had a rough start to the game, but I think he has, I wouldn't say even recovered. I feel like he's been carrying the team quite hard, not just alone. It's been a team effort for Felt, but it can't help but highlight how well he's played this game considering the start was so hard.
Yeah, for sure. I think Kits has been having a great game, but the laning stage was supposed to go poorly. He's playing versus DP. It's a hard matchup. They did realize this game, they don't have a lot of like lockdown for the Ember, and he's been doing a really good job of exploiting that.
Again, Rebellion kind of split on the map right now. Saberlight there to attempt and defend the tower. There is RTZ sitting in the mid lane, but Felt, they're suspecting people to be behind them. They have no vision whatsoever. I feel like they're blind on the map right now on the side of Felt. They probably don't see much. Yeah, they don't really have anything on the map right now, so a bit of a scary moment. Curiosity question, do they have any wards in stock or any wards on their heroes on the side of Felt? Because
I mean, the Gyro's got a bunch of
Mirana's got some
sentries,
in her backpack, yeah, so there's something, but they're really blind right now.
Yeah, they've got 2 wards. One on Mirana, one in the shop that they just purchased out.
Okay.
And they have 0 on the map physically, so I think they should use these wards later on to just try and take team fights. Don't place them for vision to like just pop on a high ground. It's going to get dewarded immediately. When you pop these wards, it's going to be for initiation for that fight in that moment, preferably out of a smoke. But I think they're going to dodge until this Aegis goes down. Another 2.5 minutes.
It's going to fly in, it's going to connect on Saberlight and a massive magical nuke.
Yep.
That's a freebie. I was suspecting that to happen. He wasn't vacuuming himself away. He already saw the first attempt from Kits, and he's just chilling and walking away, Iron Shelling, thinking he can survive, but it's to Mirana as well, +1, making it different, but now fighting on right next to the triangle. Gyrocopter trying to make his way out. It's going to be a support for support trait, but that's actually a... Was that a gem? That's a gem on the ground as well, so Abed, he will recover it.
There's a Scotty on the CK
Scotty
now.
on the CK, yeah. They don't have a way to cancel this TP off of Abed. He will be fine, and he recovers the gem.
I mean, he used Exorcism there too, so like that was a BKB, that was Exorcism. And this all kind of goes back to Saberlight dying on this top lane here. Like, they were formulating a plan to go to this bot lane, but Saberlight, he wanted to do that 1 extra Ion Chill for that 1 extra wave.
Yeah.
But
They
was
aren't
caught out
quite
and
the
died.
evil geniuses, huh?
Not anymore. But yeah, I really don't like see like why they have to take these small risks right now, because like Felt has been doing such a good job at punishing these mistakes from Rebellion right now, and you've got to be a little bit scared here. Sven is not the best hero in the ultra late game, and I think this DP and Darkseer, they can be good, but I'm really afraid of this Ember and how he's going to progress in this game. He's already an issue, and he's already sort of low net worth. He has a lot of room to grow here, and this DK as well, with the Scotty getting as farmed as he is going to be a problem. I'm not going to think... I wouldn't say that Rebellion have this game in the bag in the late game by any stretch.
Obviously, the CK scaling does come through those 20 and 25 talents as well, but taking a bit of a battle here with RTZ. Some extra
Again.
cleave damage. That is God's Strength. That is BKB
used
used up on
nothing on
RTZ. And they haven't used anything yet. And Crit again jumping Solji before the arrow comes out. That will be a needed sacrifice
All right.
for Crit to jump in. They will take the Mirana kill.
Kind of feels like Felt are just playing a little too fast. Like, all they had to do is wait for that BKB to go down, right? Wait for the God Strength.
Wait for Saberlight to
Yeah.
show up in the lane.
Maybe, sure. Maybe just like go as a team, right? But like it feels like Solji, he's jumping them a little too quickly. He has the
Yeah.
right idea of what to do, but he's just doing it prematurely.
I mean, he's got the mid-player mentality. He will jump the opportunity if he sees it, but then he also realizes, oh, I'm actually kind of squishy here, and I might just get blown up if I don't have the backup of my supports, but I am the support this time. RTZ jumping in between to help out Fly, and now you don't have your God Strength, so Crit has to do some big plays, tries to get the stuns up, but the BKBs are still running. RTZ down low on HP. Will he fall? He will will fight to the end. They will take down the CK. They will take down the gyrocopter. And Kits won't be able to intervene and find a kill for himself. He's going to get silenced up as well with the Bloodthorn. Crit's going to be there as well. They will secure another core kill and forcing out the buyback as well from the Ember Spirit and Kits. He's got to do some heavy lifting here with the help of Solji. Fade doesn't have much to give. Exorcism being popped as the glyph has also been used up here. An RTZ diving in. Another God Strength available. Will there be a buyback? Yes, there will. Kits will be falling. And now Gyrocopter, another hero to buy back and attempt to recover the situation. But Rebellion, you have a Rebellion in your base right now, Felt.
Yeah, we've got too many dead heroes to deal with it either, so
The King's not happy.
definitely not. Right now, they got 20 more seconds until the CK is online, but really what made the difference in that last fight, it was all Saberlight. Like, Arteezy was man-fighting there. It was really, really close, but you have the Crimson Guard, you have the Greaves there in the last second to really save him. That's a dieback as well.
Yeah, that's a dieback because of a Bloodthorn. Oh boy.
That's a swag play right there for sure.
Fades. He's going to try and cause something here with the shapeshift, but
Story of
this
Fate's
is a
life,
very
this game.
difficult battle. Again, they do have a Hex coming out as well, and Crit's got the control. They will keep Fate on the spot, no matter if you have a shapeshift or not, or if there's a BK beat up CK on the run. 500 HP. Ovid will man fight to the bitter end, and Ovid might just find a kill. There's the blink coming out from the CK, so Hit Immune will get to live a little bit longer, but right now, Felt, in a matter of moments, in a matter of seconds and minutes, the lead is now 23k on the side of Rebellion, which was a very long time. This game was somewhat a close game. Now it's in shambles.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely like the final fight, I think, for Felt.
Technically, yeah.
Because like they're not going to get another opportunity that's going to be that good unless Arteezy is feeling generous today and wants to go into the fountain.
Well,
but I think he's all business
I think
right
it's too
now.
far. I think it's already gone past that point. Is another kill. That's the CK down for 60 seconds. And Arteezy, he's already level 25. He is hammering this lane down. And there's the GG call coming out from the side of Felt. They've had enough. It was a valiant battle from them, but again, it's just not enough against a team like Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion, they looked a little sloppy in this game. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, they definitely had some moments, but at the same time, you had Felt on just playing good Dota as well. Like, they really stood up this game. I think the big problem was that, you know, this Lycan never came online. We just never did. And it felt like they did so much work on this Ember. Hidden Immune also played amazingly. Same with the supports. It's just, we got to go back to the drawing board to get the Fade in the game.
Yeah, Fate was not having a very good time in this game. The laning stage was super difficult for him and didn't quite have the impact that they were looking for on this Lycan hero. But what does the panel think as they're ready to break down this game number 1 between Rebellion and Felt?
That's right, we're going to have a breakdown here. It is Shopify that come out with the win, and, you know, as I was saying, a little bit sloppy, a little bit loose around the edges. Did you guys feel that this was Shopify kind of being called out, or were they just taking the series too casually? What would you say?
Maybe a little bit casually, but then again, when you think about the draft and the way it started, they're banning out the Prophet, they're picking quite a serious draft. Like when I compare these two drafts, I feel that for Shopify, Rebellion is just so much simpler, so much easier to execute. They have these heroes, point and click, stun, team fights with Darkseer. Meanwhile, Felt, with what they had, they put on a show. Like they had a ton of heroes that don't necessarily synergize too well together, but they still made it work. They still managed to like win a couple of really crucial team fights around that mid game, where it looked that Shopify Rebellion might even drop the ball.
Yeah.
Luckily for Shopify, they didn't. They had a lot of good vacuum wall combos with the Sven. Sven that bought, by the way, he itemized for his team. Like, he itemized to fight instantly. He had Echo, Mask of Madness instantly into a Blink Dagger. So this guy was active a lot.
Yeah, and that's what they needed for sure. But I don't know, what were the highlights for you for Shopify before we start talking about Felt? Mike.
For who?
Mike, say something.
Mike.
Yeah, you're looking at me.
MLP.
I was like staring at him.
I mean,
Give me
Arteezy.
nothing.
That's my boy. Arteezy on the Sphere. I mean, like you said, I mean, he was ready the whole time. I mean, Crit was pretty damn good too. Big onslaughts going through, huge pulverizers. I mean, what can you say?
Thanks,
Classic Crit.
Mike.
You're welcome.
Mike
yeah.
Le Phoenix.
Mike
on
Le
the
Phoenix.
mic. Yep.
Yeah, Arteezy doing great, just kind of getting involved and being the character they need to be, making the Sven look kind of good. I mean, do you think we could be seeing a little bit more of this hero?
Don't say that, no, Matt. Don't. I mean, maybe. Like, the thing is, like, he did itemize very, very early on, and I feel like the draft did kind of enable him to be that kind of big carry. But at the same time, like, felt for the first 30 minutes, it was a pretty close affair. Like, it's not something I was quite expecting to see. And I don't want to take anything away from Felt. I think they did put on a fantastic performance, and turns out this team does deserve to be in Division 1, or, you know, really kind of having Shopify on the ropes there for a moment. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe the game was a little bit too simple for Arteezy, like for the Sven. No, it was one of those golden games for the Sven. Like, you were playing into the Lycan in the laning stage. Later on, you just cleave through everything with the Darkseer. Like, one of the reasons why Fade was having such a rough game is that you're this Lycan that pops his ulti, and then what? Like, who do you run into? Everyone is, yeah, please come. I have Iron Shell. I have Siphon and Shivas. I'll cleave you to that.
Dying behind us all, yeah.
Yeah, or Primal B is just waiting with a trample. It was really difficult for Fade.
Yeah, no, it was a very difficult game for Felt to play, but they did a really marvelous job. They played Mouse. They played Mouse really well, but of course we've got to give an MVP, and for this one, it's got to be the big Stompy boy. We're going to give it over towards Crit on the Primal Beast, just for getting involved, for getting in there, stomping around, you know? Love it.
Yeah, I love how Abed is. He's on such a different level that even when he has a flawless game, even if he has a flawless game, nah, that's not enough, bro. Like,
Biased panel.
what was it, 10-0-10 or 9-0-10? No, not enough. You need to get like 20 kills with 0 deaths, and then Abed, maybe we'll consider it, because you can do better, you know?
Yeah, well, we'll just end up giving it to him every single Shopify game, and it's going to get boring. People are going to start complaining. Couldn't have that happening. But
No.
yeah, Crit will be our MVP. 15.5k hero damage on the Primal Beast, going for this very unconventional build of Blink and Boots of Bearing. Not what you expect, but, you know, didn't feel like he didn't want the BKB this game, so that's what you get. Boots of Bearing to buff up the whole team as well. Very nicely done. But yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about Felt, because I really do feel like, you know, what I said at the start were about me wanting them to have a good loss. This is what I was talking about. You know, they really brought it to Shopify Rebellion. They were playing a great game, and they were playing Mouse perfectly, where they were like running around the map, not getting caught out. You know, so many close instances where they were just able to kind of outmaneuver Shopify and not get killed there, which I thought was really promising. So great stuff from Felt. I mean, what were your standouts from the other side of the coin, Lizard?
From Felt or from Shopify?
Felt, yeah.
From Felt, the standouts. Like, Ember had a pretty decent game overall. I think all of them... I don't want to harp on the Lycan. He had a rough game, but overall they played well. As a team, they made a couple of really significant moves. The fight around Roshan Pit was probably the most important one that they successfully took. Besides that, Kits, once again, like, doing wonders. The mid lane was not easy for him. Like, he wasn't playing in a good matchup.
Yeah, and the CK was a really nice piece of drafting as well from them. They pulled that one out. I mean, admittedly, I think the Darkseer was picked up into it, but nevertheless, still had a great game. He came out of the lanes doing really, really well on hit immune, and yeah, they weren't like super far behind. They didn't get crushed in the lanes like a lot of the other teams have, so that was great to see. Before we throw it to a break, Mike, what's your final thoughts? Spread us some Marmite of wisdom, would you?
Man, if this Lycan had taken off, this might have been a completely different result. I mean, I'm telling you, boys, Felt, I think game 2, maybe they get it back together, they get refreshed, talk it out, and I'm looking forward to a game 2. I think we've got a great series on our hands.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we are going to be back with a potentially very exciting Felt versus Shopify game number 2. We'll see you in a bit. G'day, mates, and welcome back to Shopify Rebellion versus Felt. I'm joined by my Bozzy friend and my Aussie friend, Mike and Lizard. How's it? Is that what they call you, Lizard? Over in
Bozzy friend.
Bozzies? Are you Bozzy?
No one calls us that way. No, Matt. But you get to call us that way.
Oh, sweet.
You
Since
do.
I've got an honorary membership there, I guess.
Honorary membership, exactly.
Great stuff, great stuff. I mean, what signifiers like Bosnian Dota?
Do we have? We basically had two players. That was Milan and me.
Milan.
And then that's
Where are they now? Let's not do that update. Let's not do
that's
that.
literally it. That's what Bosnian Dota is about.
All right. Well, we got Felt versus Shopify Rebellion coming up for game number 2, and this one might be a little bit closer than you might imagine because Felt, they brought a fight to Shopify in game number 1. They played them around the map, and honestly, there were some really close moments in that game, and it all kind of came down to that one big Roshan clash where they both smoked around each other for about a minute and a half before they finally engaged. But that really reminded me of what two tier 1 teams do against each other, where they just kind of outmaneuver one another to the point where they just don't fight for 1.5 minutes. So it was kind of nice to see. I'm very excited to see this game number 2, but I do want to ask, do you think they're going to give them a chance to get out of the lanes as easily this time, or do you think they're really going to try and lay the smackdown on them?
I don't think Shopify is going to be happy with the way that game 1 went. I think they're going to probably go into that, focused mode. Like, let's just stomp these guys. Let's not allow them to do that again. And we'll have to see, because I don't want to take things away from Phil. I think this is a team that deserves to be in Div 1. I think they've put on a real performance here, and I hope game 2 is as close as game 1 was.
Yeah. So what aspect of their gameplay do you think they're going to try and sharpen up on then?
For me, I would like to see the draft switched up a little bit. Like I'd rather see Felt playing a draft such as the one that Shopify Rebellion had in game 1, because it's so much easier to play. Like they're playing versus a team that's arguably and realistically better than them, right? But at the same time, they're drafting heroes and playstyle that's kind of flashy. It needs a little bit of flair. It needs a little bit of outplay. Make it a bit simpler for yourself. Point and click stuns, something like a Sven. Go farm the triangle, come out with a couple of items. Have supports that actually have normal stuns. Mirana and Gyro, like you're asking for trouble.
You really are. Alrighty, let's jump into it. Draft for game number 2 is now live, and we'll find out exactly what direction they want to go in. I was interested to see if Shopify were going to let over the Nature's Prophet. What I imagined was they ban it game 1, beat them without it, and then game number 2, let it through and beat them with it. That would have seemed like the safe thing to do, but the fact they're banning it both games is A, a big respect, and B, I think they're taking this very seriously. They don't want to give them any single chance to play in their comfort zone. They will give over the Mirana, but that's kind of to be expected.
Yeah, I mean, you don't give the comfort over. Like, game 1 again was pretty close, and Prophet's one of those heroes where he can just drag out the game a lot because you can just constantly split push the lane. So just don't give him that opportunity to play those kind of games, because it's just annoying to play against, right?
Yeah, hit immune as well, just with the Prophet is on a different level. I think it's as simple as that. Like when you have a player of his caliber on a certain hero, you're asking for problems if you let him play that. So you could still, and there's a lot of teams that would, like a lot of captains that would let that Prophet go through just to figure out if they can beat it, to test out their own strategy for later on, because it's perhaps not as important right now. But as they have already dropped the series, maybe they don't have a lot of leeway to mess around.
Yeah, it's possible that they're keeping it very, very tight here for this series and not letting anything through the net. And also last game, they weren't exactly a clean run, so they're not going to try and risk things in game number 2. Again, keeping them out of that comfort zone. So let's see what they go for the next pick here for Felt. I've noticed that they don't really bother with getting on a kind of setup or combos for the Mirana. They're happy to just have a free flow Mirana, just letting her do a thing, throw some arrows out.
There isn't really a lot of teams that care about that anymore. Like you can have something like an Ember with chains on mid lane and you're already happy. The hero just brings way too much. You get the mech very early on. Your ulti obviously is extremely important throughout the game. So
the win rate doesn't agree with you. Lizard 28.5%. That's a bit.
It's an A. It's fine. Like overall, I'm sure that Mirana is higher. Plus, like the amount of games that's played isn't really high, and teams that are playing it, like let's look at it this way. Felt is playing it now twice versus Shopify. Most likely they lose 2 games, and then Mirana's stats suffer because of that, right? It's not Mirana's fault.
No. I mean, she's being played in the best region, so
yeah,
there is a
course.
higher chance of naturally losing.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Is that what happens in the more competitive regions? More teams lose?
Shut up, Nomad. Shut up. Anyway, Enigma is for second picked up. I like the Enigma pick. There's no Rubik pick to come, right? They've already got...
I think T-Panda is chortling right now in the room.
I'd love to hear it.
I'd
makes
love
good
to-
noises.
I'd love to hear some noises when it comes to Enigma, yeah. What do you think what the voice line would be? I actually had that.
You had it, yeah.
What
yeah,
did I
yeah.
say?
You
Something
said
stupid.
celestial
It's
darkness.
Celestial dark.
But is,
It's very clever.
does celestial mean relating to the stars or just relating to space in general?
Like space.
Space
star.
stuff.
Yeah, Enigma. Space. Why
Space.
not?
I mean,
Kinda.
So anyway, Enigma, great pickup. There's no Rubik, right? Like you've got the support duo already for Shopify Rebellion. Not any stuns available apart from maybe the glimpse that could cancel, but it's so far a free Enigma game. Yeah,
Looks solid. Yeah, like you can get some heroes that deal well with the Eidolons on that position 1 as a way of dealing with the Enigma. But there's a problem perhaps for the Mirana. You're playing versus the Disruptor. But then again, is this a 4 Disruptor? Because Undying Disruptor, yeah, it kind of forces the Disruptor into that position 4. Unless we're going to see something a little bit crazier from Shopify, like an offlane Undying, which has been played.
yeah, it has. We've seen it, and I'm here for it.
really?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's really good. I think it's underplayed. It's just funny seeing the big boy, especially if he gets like a BKB as well. He's just like really big and just running in and smacking people with the Echo Saber.
Oh, look at that.
Makes me happy.
Yeah, please, no Echo Saber build like that. That's
No?
a meme. I mean,
okay.
sure, Echo Saber and Aghanims, right? You just with the shard, you just run around and you
Yeah,
summon
just
zombies.
smack people. It's
Yeah.
fun.
It can actually be really damn scary if the hero is good in the game. Like if there's no counter to an Undying, it can be scary.
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Noted.
Yeah.
All right. Shadow Fiend's going to come out for the side of Shopify. That is a scary hero. He literally fears you, so he's very scary indeed. It's not really what I like, though, honestly.
What?
Okay, it's Arbed, so I love it. Sorry, it's Arbed and I love it. No, okay, I'll explain my rationale though. You've got 2 heroes on the supports, neither of which have any kind of stun, like a little bit of control here and there, but like, I want them to grab some brawlers now, and I want those brawlers to be like ready to back up just one big kind of, basically, if you have 2 supports which are kind of like these non-brawly heroes, then I want to see 2 brawlers and 2 of the core roles, and then just one big last pick Giga carry. Can Shadow Fiend be the Giga carry this early on in the draft? Maybe Felt have answers to it. I don't know, but that's my reasoning there. Now, Lizard, tell me why I'm wrong.
You're just wrong always. I don't need to give any arguments on that, but okay, they got an
It's
SF.
disrespectful, really.
They
No, it's
get-
fine. Continue. No, keep going. It's fine.
Did I hurt you?
No, keep going. Go on, say a thing. Do your job.
Here.
No,
Hard.
it's gone.
Hard for you.
It's gone.
No, look, we've all seen Abed and what he can do with the SF, right? And what's really good about it is that it's flexible. It can be on that position 1 and on mid, and it can be played in 2 completely different ways. It can either be a right-click late-game carry or a playmaker from that mid lane. Right now, though, there is a Tiny on Felt. You were asking for brawler-type heroes. Well, Felt took them. Like now they have this Mirana and the Tiny. That's a scary combo. Like in the mid game, no one is safe. You're gonna have that Mirana ulti running around with Tiny, perhaps with a blink.
Yeah.
SF, he's not the tankiest one. And one Eva toss combo with an arrow, and like you can get picked off very easily.
And this, of course, is the Fade Enigma as well. This is his all-time favorite hero. He loves it. He even talked about in the interview how much he loves it. So he's kind of comfortable playing in any situation. Pick him some counters, whatever. I'll just do my aura thing. Don't pick me counters. Good job. You're going to get Black Hold, idiot. But now they're going with the puck, and that'll be the 4th pick on the side of Felt.
I really like the puck. I mean, it just suits the draft, right? Like, you've got this really early momentum now on the side of Felt. You guys kind of Nomad kind of said it. Like, the support duo is not very brawly, Undying, Disruptor, they can fight early, but it feels like Felt, like, if Kits gets off to a good run on this puck from the mid lane, it could be a real dominant early game for them, as they do go for the Ember now, so Arbit's going to respond with somewhat of a counter. But, yeah, I mean, that tells you the Arteezy hero is locked in. The SF's going to be the pos one, and
Yeah, so all they need is a Saberlight hero in the end, right?
yeah, I like the Ember at the very least, though, because it allows you to fight back, right? Like, it's another tempo setting mid they can, you know.
Yeah,
kind of-
definitely. Nomad was asking for a brawler.
Dire team
Yeah.
They don't have that in the two supports, but Ember is definitely bridging that gap. Like he's a hero that can catch the backlines, that can actually mess with the Enigma, with the Mirana early on. So it makes a ton of sense to go for it.
Yep.
Plus
And,
the
um,
matchup versus Puck, right?
Yeah,
But-
and you know, at the same time, you know, I was upset about them picking the Shadow Fiend early, but now I've kind of had a bit of time to stew, and actually, you know, now it's kind of cool because they get to counter pick with their last pick, and they can pick Saberlight, something which is a really nice answer and can really control the game. And I think that's a bit of pressure on him, but not too much because Abed's probably just going to kick off on this Ember Spirit and own. But if he doesn't, then it's going to fall on Saberlight to control the tempo of the game, and with the last pick, he should be able to do that.
Yeah, but it is interesting that they picked position 1 and 2 very early on. They left the offlane for last, but the 1 and 2 aren't flexible. Like, they can't be put on offlane. They can't be demoted. They have to be in their respective positions. They can switch between each other, but they can't be on the offlane. So Felt knows what they're playing against on the carry-to-carry matchup. So at least that's kinda advantageous for them, but Saberlight gets the ultimate last pick.
All right, Mike, it's your time to shine. Tell me what carry they're going to go. First, tell me what they need from the pick, and then give me a prediction.
For Felt,
Mm-hmm.
carry. It's kind of hard to know here.
Yeah. Well, the Shopify banned out the Ursa, so...
Because it
one of
depends. Like this draft is like already pretty early to mid game orientated. Like I feel like I wouldn't mind going back to something like the CK to just try and run down Shopify. Because you might not have enough time. Like Arteezy needs time on this SF to get to a point where he can actually join his team.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it comes to Hit Immune's comfort zone as well a little bit. Some armor from the position 1 wouldn't be that bad.
Like
Yeah, I like this Morph ban, actually. That was good.
Yeah.
could you just go back to CK this game? Oh,
Holy!
Well, I asked for some armor, not that much. But
That's a lot of
okay,
armor.
That's a ton of armor, yeah, coming
It's
from the
dank.
Luna.
that's a lot.
It is.
And
She packs quite a bit.
Zesty pick.
Yeah, interesting though. Like picking up a Luna. This hero for me has been gone for a really long time.
The only person
okay.
who ever tries to make it work in patches where it's terrible is usually Arteezy.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's been down this road. He knows how to abuse it. Yeah, a little bit concerned with this pick. But you know what, Felt? Let him cook. Let's find out what they can do with it. Lycan's going to be the final pickup from Shopify, though. That will be the last pick of their draft. That was like the old school counter to Luna, right? Is it still the case, Lizard?
I mean, it's gonna be played on the offlane. It's not a carry-to-carry matchup. Like in the lane
Yeah.
itself, I feel like Hit Immune could do fairly well.
Okay.
So overall, like I like what Felt have got. You even have some ways of controlling the Lycan before the BKB in the form of Puck and the Black Hole. Like, I don't mind Felt's draft. I think it's not necessarily easier to execute this time around, but it has a lot of late game potential. Enigma is unanswered.
That's another great point. Yeah, Enigma really doesn't have any counters unless you go like Basher Ember, which he's not going to do. So, yeah, no BKB cancel. I don't know. I think Fel have options. I'm unsure about this Luna. What does the Luna actually need to do this game to be successful?
Farm. Nomad, just farm the hell out of the map. Try and
There
farm
you
it
go.
out, farm it Artesian. I mean, Luna is going to come online fast in the SF, right? So you just group up as a team, say that 20-25 minute mark, and just run at the side of Shopify. I actually think Phil might have a really good shot at this game too. I like this.
I agree. I'm still gonna go with Shopify Rebellion, but
We
it
weren't going
looks-
to do predictions. I was just going
We're not
to
gonna
let
predict, but
sow the
yeah.
seeds of hopium and leave it there without showing it the true harsh reality of day. Is it possible? Could it happen? Could Felt take a win of Shopify Rebellion? Probably not, but it's going to be really fun to find out. And we're going to throw it to our lovely casting duo. We've got T-Panda and Fear for game number 2.
Thank you very much. And indeed, heading over to the second game of this series, we saw a very competitive game 1 coming out from Felt to battle it out against Shopify Rebellion. But game 2, and especially these last phase picks here, Fear, we're looking at a Luna, we're looking at a Lycan. What do you think? What do you feel about this Luna hero coming after a very long time?
I mean, I think they want to beat Arteezy with one of his favorite heroes. I mean, he was like the only player to really pull this one out at the major and win on it too. So I think they maybe saw that and were like, hey, you know, it
Potentially,
could
yeah.
work. But I think my faith for Luna is quite quite low. It is a hero that does need to get a lot of farm, and it plays very one-dimensionally. You group up, you make things happen. And if you do in a situation where it's like a rat game, this hero does not excel in that whatsoever.
That is
Easy to
very true.
catch. So you have to have some good lanes here for Felt. You got to group up around this Enigma here. Hopefully he goes for like the Greaves build, and then you got to make sure this Luna can hit buildings at some point when she does get her farm.
You definitely want to. And then also the Lycan last pick on the side of Rebellion. Lizard put it really well. There's literally no Enigma counter in this game except for the raw physical damage output. The hero doesn't really stand too much of a chance against physical damage, so hence the Greaves would be a good option. But I was more thinking about a different type of offlane hero because they're really lacking on the stun department. They've got the chains and they've got the disruptor to hold heroes in place. That's all of the crowd control this team has. Well, we got the Requiem as well, so maybe Spellcaster, RTZ carry, SF. I don't know if physical damage or magical, but it's going to be the idea he wants to go for this game.
I mean, definitely physical, and I think Lycan is definitely an Enigma counter. I think this hero is like not your traditional Enigma counter, as like you're going to stop the black hole, but I think his job in this game and why they picked this hero, his purpose was to deal with the Enigma. He wants to put the Helm Creep on top of the Enigma and just make sure he can't enter the battle, canceling the Blink Daggers. And as you mentioned, Enigma is a very low armor hero, so if you do have a good game on the Lycan, you can make it so this Enigma feels very uncomfortable entering to the fight. It's a different type of approach, but I've seen it work many times.
You gotta be careful with the squishiness that you have, and we this time have a different Morana on the side of Felt as well. It's not gonna be Solji playing it out. It's gonna be Albano Zebra to bring it up for this second game. So shifting up a little bit here and there, but not changing too many things in the process. This is gonna be a very awkward battle. The Glimpse is probably gonna kill him. Nope, not enough. The Fairy Fire is gonna heal him up, and Tango's running. We're probably gonna see a round 2 between these two heroes in just a moment. Regenerate it up. Crit really needs that Glimpse to be able to fight back. So Rana on the chase. Looks like they're just going to make it all the way back to the lane, and nothing else is going to be happening. So no first blood for now.
Yep, I mean, they're just chilling for now. I think, unlike last game, we're going to see a Lycan with a much better game. The punish isn't going to be there from these two heroes. Morana's not really the strongest position 5 at zoning heroes. And Luna isn't a hero that has a lot of tools to deal with Lycan's wolves in the laning stage. Sure, you have decent damage and you can click them, but you're not able to like bully Saberlight out of lane whatsoever. So going to see a different side of Lycan than we did see in that game number 1 there.
He's in CS, the mid lane is already pretty much even up till the start, but this Luna, Felt is gonna need to get as much CS as possible. Looking at the numbers we kind of talked about earlier on when we were on the panel about the last hits per minute averages, it was all over Rebellion and TSM running the top 4s and top 5s, and those were actually in the same game. They all were racking some crazy numbers in terms of farm. So Felt is going to have to find that next level of CS to keep up and even go past Rebellion. Luna is a hero that can do that in a good scenario. So they are definitely going to be falling a lot onto Hidden Mune and his timings.
I mean, the thing about Luna as a hero is this hero needs team around it. Because like what's going to happen is that you need space to farm, and you are prime target for being ran at.
Yes.
And so like Ember's gonna want to try and make his life hard. You want to smoke gank because Luna farms in very like obvious patterns most of the time too. We might have a glimpse here if they can actually hit this on Hidden Mune.
Let's see if it's going to be enough. There's going to be a couple of the armor taken away. The wolves are going to be body blocking as well, and with the help of the Thunderstrike, that is going to be a split first blood for Crit and Saberlight, and the creeps also relishing with their sharp swords and sticks, getting themselves a bit of an assist. Rebellion with the first kill on the board.
And this Lycan has complete free farm now as well, while killing the Luna. Not the start you're looking for, and it's the absolute disaster there. He gets glimpsed back to the fountain.
Time for the walk of shame.
Oh, man.
And they might even get the kill on this Morana. There is a lead being used, and I think a couple charges also available. So no kill on the Morana, but a walk of shame for the Luna. It's going to be a long, long road.
Oh, man. This is so disastrous. This Lycan is going to be so farmed. This is going to be one of the fastest helm timings we're ever going to see on a Lycan, and that is not good news if you are Felt right now. Because if you look at the other side, Fade and his Enigma, he's not doing so well right now, and things may get worse here if he doesn't get out.
They're on the chase, coming in from the back. Enigma's going to have to be careful not to get caught, hiding in the trees for now. The Eidolon's going to get cleared up by the SF. And that, again, SF's already up at 18 CS. Enigma has 4. Side lanes are in shambles right now. And the only one having a good game so far is the Puck. So Fade almost going down here. Zombies are running him down. Mango's available. Fly just needs a right click.
Yeah.
Level 1 Decay is not going to do any damage to take the kill, so he'll just walk up and slap him and smack him in the face. Solji tries to get a bit of a brawl with the Undying, but look at the amount of bump faking raises here, making sure that Solji's going to have none of this.
There's no TP on Enigma. Where did he TP? All right, I guess he TP'd back to that position, then died behind the tower.
Yeah,
so.
he TP'd from the trees to the tower, only to die instantly. So, yeah, that just happened.
This laning stage...
He smoked up to get to the lane faster.
This laning stage could not go worse if you were felt. First the Luna gets glimpsed back with a TP, then Enigma dies with TP on cooldown. This is rough. This is real rough. And then mid lane, that's kind of your last hope here, but Kids is not having the freest mid game either. He is struggling a bit against Obid and his Ember. And Obid's going, he wants to outplay him.
Oh, he wants to, and he will! And also the Mirana down in the bottom lane. Crit will find him. Get the connection, get the kill, and that's another one. It's 5-0, 5 minutes in, 2K lead for Rebellion and Felt. Oh, this is just dads versus boys.
Yep. Felt is definitely feeling this one, that's for sure. It's painful. It's real painful.
Well, we did not expect it to go this rough on the side of Felt. The panel, they had some faith. They did say that they have a lot of goals that they need to reach this game, but right now those goals, they seem very, very distant.
It's Mike on the panel. You can't take him too seriously.
Oh, I mean, you always got to take everything Mike says with a pinch of salt, but he did have a point. They do need farm. They're just not getting to it right now. And Hit Immune, that's going to be yet another death. Here's your carry down. They did kill Fly, so that is the first kill for Felt as well, but it's it's not much of a relief. It's something, though.
I mean, it is something. It's definitely... If you would have died a couple more times without getting a single kill, you're probably looking at a territory where you might have some 14-minute GG, but getting a kill here and there, hanging in there, getting to that black hole timing, getting to the point where Puck does get Dream Coil online, I think it's going to be really important.
This is what I was also wondering. It's 6 minutes in. I normally wouldn't look at net worth, but now there's a detrimental difference between all of the heroes on the side of Felt and the 3 cores in Rebellion. There's a massive difference building up here, and that Lycan topping net worth right now, 6 minutes in. Saberlight is in for one of a game that he's had in one of his best streams.
I mean,
he's living it right now.
Like a 6-minute HOD. This is one of the fastest timings you will see for this hero. And he's going to just go up and pick up a creep here before he even gets level 6. Did he take the Ogre? Okay, they killed SF though.
Yeah,
that's big.
They did kill RTZ. They got the toss under the tower. Make sure that the play goes for the tower tanking. Well, the Shadow Fiend's only tanking the tower. No creeps, no anything else to save him there. So they get something, and we got an Ogre Smash. That is nasty.
All right, we'll see if they can use this.
All right.
The idea is cool though, because all right, it's dead.
Oh no! Oh no!
It got arrowed immediately.
Ogre got smashed himself.
I was gonna say they're gonna do some glimpse on the Ogre Smash combo, and it's gonna look amazing, but. Saberlight not microing his creep and getting arrowed. Sad.
Yeah, not getting much out of it. Maybe we're gonna get a second round of another Ogre at some point. We'll see. 2-6.
Perhaps.
This Puck illusion is a bit too squishy to be recognized as the actual Puck, so they're not falling for the bait. Fade level 5, and the glimpse is coming in from Crit. Fade actually just walked into the casting range for Crit, so that will seal his fate.
Yeah. Good move by Crit there, realizing that they could be aggressive there, deciding that you can be alone on Saberlight in the bot lane. They already pressured. They forced some rotations to the bot lane. As soon as he lost his HOD creep, Crit was like, all right, I'm out of here if you don't have a unit. Goes and pressures somewhere else. He is one of the best roamers in the game, and Disruptor is not typically a hero that you see roaming around a lot, but this man has a skill set. He knows how to kill heroes, and give him any hero and he'll find a way.
That is a tower being taken down on the top lane. Rebellion scoring the first tower of the game, 8 minutes in. not the tower that usually falls first as well. So Enigma feeling pretty defenseless in that lane. He's got no real counters, but he's not having a game for himself either. He's at 2,000 net worth right now, and it's going to be a very, very long road for the Enigma to travel as well to get back up to speed.
Right, and I think one lane that we haven't focused a lot on, we saw Abed solo kill Kits in the mid lane, but he's like a level and a half ahead of this puck now, having an absolute free game. And this is another issue that you're going to have to somehow deal with. And you do have the coil, which is a good tool of locking him down, but I'm kind of looking at their heroes right now, and where's the damage going to come from to kill Abed here? It's like maybe they can do the toss coil combination here to make something happen, but it's definitely not going to be easy. As
toss an arrow connects, but
dead.
no damage whatsoever. They're just trying to get out of there. Solji killed by Abed, and they're trying to make a move on Arteezy, but he's
black hole.
A bit too fast on his feet. And yep, no black hole either. So it would have just been the Malefice and the coil.
They didn't have enough damage for that kill, that's for sure.
Yeah, this SF is very, very tanky right now, and Arteezy makes his way into the mid lane, looking for another tower kill. Mid tower to fall under 10 minutes. Rebellion, I think this is one of their fastest paces we've seen so far in terms of building damage that they've been able to deal pre-10.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Bulba gave him a stern talking to after that game 1 here. Okay, SF ult going off. That's a freebie.
We'll take it.
Very well played by Arteezy there.
We'll do it, yeah.
Very well played. But as I was saying, it's like they're playing crisp this game. Very few mistakes are being made here. Maybe that game number 1 was kind of like a wake-up call. Bulba yelled at them. So just play a little bit more serious
all right,
this one.
Tell me, Fear. What did Bulba exactly say? Like, let's imitate that you heard Bulba's pep talk. What are the things that he's mentioned?
I don't know. He's a pretty honest guy. He's just gonna be like, what are you guys doing in this game? You know, like, we do a lot better normally in our scrims. Just take it seriously, please, bro. And then he's probably begging them, please take this game seriously.
I wonder what the response has been from the players. I guess they just have to, submit, and the coach wants us to thrive, so let's do that. And they are doing so currently. It's a 4K lead. 10 minutes in, 10-2.
And Arteezy's probably like, I just woke up, man. This game was a little too difficult. Like, relax.
I can still imagine that happening. Just chill, bro.
Just chill. I just woke up. But we'll see. For the rest of this game here, we're going to have, like, a theme here. And it's going to be protect this Luna while Luna farms. Meanwhile, on Rebellion, they're going to try and not let Luna farm. And I think they're in a position, especially Abed in this game. I suppose Saberlight as well. And Arteezy, if he wants to, he can join. But I think most likely he's just going to farm. But
he's got a lot of stacks.
You're going to be running away a lot as this Luna versus the Ember, versus the Lycan. And plus, you do have this crit disruptor as well, which won't let you run. So a little bit of an issue there. So taking back their jungle might be something they're looking for, but Rebellion, they're going to play a little bit slower right now and just deal with all these stacks that, Fly and Crit have been making for them. And the net worth lead will continue to grow here, as Luna's going to try and go into a Dragon Lance, into probably the Manta. I think that is a fine option. Might need that BKB fairly early, but I'm afraid if you do go the BKB route, you're going to be farming too slow, and you're also going to be lacking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I guess this is the time of the game where you've already established yourself a pretty good start for the game. Might as well just play the safe game and just continue racking up. We saw the stacks around the side of Rebellion's map. There were a lot of them all over the place, so they're just going to clean those out, maybe continue on the same path, keep building that net worth difference, because they know that they've already got the lanes kind of in a good position. The tier 1s have all fallen. They can easily take over the triangle if required and contest this. Just as what the Crit is doing right now. They located the Luna coming into the triangle, trying to farm up a little bit, but they do scout out the wards placed down by Crit. He knows that he has to get out of there.
Yeah, and I believe Abed
Saberlight
is just
using
gonna be his face.
Shapeshift for a kill here. Chasing down Solji.
There's no way he kills him here, right? Saberlight could die, potentially.
He is leashed up. Wolf ain't going anywhere for the time being, but they are going to bring Solji into their arms. That will be a fly kill.
Yeah, I guess with the glimpse there, they do have enough, and Arteezy
And now they
decided
got
to join
Arteezy
as well. And you can see that Abed is just not letting Hidden Mew get any farm, just with his DD, zoning him out completely from the triangle. Just being a real nuisance.
They're really not getting the chance to farm at all on the side of Felt. The map's been choked out, and they were hoping to have space for Luna to farm. Luna being contested while the bottom lane was also being pushed in and finding a kill on the side of Rebellion. It's like there's nothing you can do. The classic good old saying, what can you do when you can do nothing?
That is what that means. But the question now is going to be, is this the correct gameplay? As Arteezy just going to go in, and it looks like that will be the end of Luna here, especially if you can get your ulti up. Arteezy just running away, never mind.
Wanting to stand his ground and fight back, but there comes the fear, and Abed slowly burning him down with the flame guard, but they lose the vision. The black hole comes out from Fade. Is this the turnaround that we're looking for? The raindrops ain't gonna be enough. Arteezy down, and maybe even Abed with the silence. Is it enough? The orb almost connecting, but it's not gonna be Abed's life fallen here. Midnight Pulse on top of an avalanche. Fly's taking a reasonable amount of damage here, and Kits, he will get the kill on Abed. He will school the boy and find one for himself. Fly still battling against Albino Zebra, but the Mirana will refuse to give in. And so is Solji, just walking in for the avalanche and gets a kill. And Felt, they just found 3 kills, and those being 2 big cores. That's a big swing.
Yeah, that was huge. They just didn't have detection there, unfortunately, against the Mirana. Whoopsie. And then Enigma just walks in there, gets the easy black hole off, and they just didn't have the vision there to finish the kill on the Luna as well. So I think they'll start packing a couple more dusts now before the next fight here.
Yeah, that is not going to happen again. I'm somewhere picturing Bulba's face palming a bit. Boys, what the...
I mean, they're still in a pretty good spot here. I think that is definitely what you need for Felt to get back into this game. You see, Fade is going for the Midas too, realizing that he is going to play for the ultra late game, right? And he wants to be that type of hero that
I will approve
gets
that.
it. Yeah, I mean, you are just going to give up on auras at this point, right? You're going straight for the late game. Solji in the mid lane. He's just going to go down the reveal of the Helmlet Overlord here.
Even though Enigma is not a hero that benefits directly from the attack speed given by the Midas, literally just all about the money. Literally about the money at this point. You want to see Midas on heroes that actually benefit a bit from the extra attack speed given from it, so you actually find some worth in the item. Not just money worth, but like actual gold to damage conversion, basically. He will get a lot out of this, considering he's only 4K net worth. This Enigma needs everything in this world that he can get.
His net worth is not looking too healthy at all, is it? I mean, I think the best way to put it is like, is there an item that he can buy right now to give his team some impact? The answer is no. Like, the Greaves is not going to do anything at this point of the game for them. The only thing that is going to give him a chance is if he can get to, you know, those BKB, Blink Dagger, you know, Octarine Refreshers. Like, that's the type of game he wants to play for. And yeah, that's a long time in the future, but I think that's the only chance you have if you're Felt right now. You got to play for that ultra late game because you are not taking any fights within the immediate future.
Win probability looking very grim for Felt, but also at the same time very good for Rebellion. Securing the first Roshan under 17 minutes. Gonna be happy with that second life on the Shadow Fiend. A very good carrier as well for the Aegis. So if we thought Game 1 wasn't too good for holding the Aegis, Game 2 is a lot better on the side of Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, and also at 17 minutes here, we did complete our Midas on the Enigma. So that is good to go, and hopefully that net worth of his starts creeping up just a little bit.
Yep.
This is actually one of the poorest Enigmas I have seen in a very long time. Fade, he's having a rough series.
Yeah, he definitely is. But actually, Fear, I want to ask you a question. The pause reason was mouse battery. Does Fear prefer wireless or wired mice?
I use wireless. I'm a big fan of wireless mice.
It is.
I don't like having to do the mouse bungee and the cord getting in the way, so... But you should charge it.
That's fair enough.
I mean, it's the worst when your mouse battery goes out. I guess it depends on your mouse, but mine I have to like plug it in, and it's like playing with a mouse that has a cord again, and that's sad. Speaking of sad, Kit's his sadness will continue.
Yeah, tries to cut the wave.
And Fade's sadness is even. I don't think he's. I guess he had that one black hole that was kind of nice, but.
Yeah. And that was just an instant glimpse there from the Disruptor, so make sure that that black hole doesn't go through the full duration. Let Fly actually play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they would have killed Fly, but either way, like
It
he's
is a-
probably not using that black
Yeah.
hole for a while anyway. Might as well.
I mean, it is a lot of damage, but sure, probably wouldn't have died right away. He's got the Eidolons on everything, Midnight Pulse, Black Hole, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone in the past, and that's going to be another kill. That's going to be the third or the fourth kill in a row for Rebellion in a very short time span.
Yeah. I mean, not a whole lot more to add to
Yeah.
this game at the moment. Like, this game gets spicy if Rebellion tries going high ground into some buybacks.
Oh,
but
not the
Immune-
Luna Glimpse.
Ooh, no
Close. Very close to getting that.
Yeah.
They will get the Tiny, though. Showing up with the numbers, and they will look for a bit of a brawl here. Not looking too favored for Felt, though. I mean, they exited the base to try and maybe help out the Tiny, but now you got Wolves inside your base. You have a bunch of Rebels here. Most importantly, RTZ with the Aegis. He's happy to give his life away one time. There's no Black Hole threat. Cole's going to be off cooldown very shortly. And they're going for a bit of a wraparound on the side of the Enigma and the Luna.
There's no black hole. I think they're just trying to get out on the map here and farm something. But this ancient black dragon is going to block their path.
It is a bit pesky for sure. I mean, one thing that I would like to see on the side of Felt is one thing they're already doing correct, which is farming the enemy jungle.
Right.
Secondly, have supports cut the waves, and even if they die far outside of the base, if the wave is not pushing in, I think that's a valuable death as a support.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I think just they have to get on the map and do something. That's the whole purpose of that smoke. And they are in a spot now where they can hit some creeps. They dropped a very aggressive ward that might help the Luna farm a little bit here, but
Yeah, crits on the hunt.
Rebellion knows this is up. They for sure know, and they're going to, once they see them not in the base, not in their jungle, they're going to know they're pulling the good old, like, Eternal Envy, farming really deep on your side of the map.
Yeah.
And they've played against this man before. They know these tactics. They will flush him out eventually. And I was looking at Abed's item build, which was quite interesting. Like, going straight for BKB, no Maelstrom or anything, and then Fly, buying him a gem. So straight defensive item into gem is really going to help them keep their map control as well.
At least on the positive side, Saberlight, he did build Overlord first before going for Boots of Bearing.
Yeah, that's...
You never rush Boots of Bearing. Take Fear's word for it. I mean,
Yeah.
he's not the one building it, but we've seen it fail on other cores if you go for it straight away. So
I mean, it was that TSM game. Saberlight played Doom and rushed Boots of Bearing first item, and a bit of a mistake. Buying Tranquil Boots on Doom never feels the best. I mean, we're going to make something happen here.
bit of a trade-off here. Okay, they've actually found the Sir.
Oh,
we were
GD
talking
Abed's
about
here.
for a second there. They have some TPs kicking in on the side of Rebellion to help out. They've lost Saberlight. Abed fairly low too. And actually
Abed?
looking like he might die. That's a lot of glaives. That's a
What?
whole bunch of glaives. He gets sliced into pieces. And now they bring out Arteezy, maybe a tad bit late to the battle, but he was sure he did not want to fall first, despite he still has that Aegis. But hit immune, you ain't got much room to navigate here inside the tree. So Arteezy finds another. Kits is diving in, looking for the kill on the Disruptor. Will get it. He also brawls with Fly, dodges the Requiem Fear, but the Black Dragon is right on top of him. He needs another orb. It comes off cooldown. Needs to jump in fast. And another Jaunt. He's got Blink off cooldown, though. Do they read the moves? Trying to put the fire on the ground, but the Black Dragon unable to get there. But the Black Hole from Fade. He will hold Arteezy in place, but they don't have the damage to fight against the Shadow Fiend. Fade will go down, but Solji did find a kill on Fly, so a bit of a trade-off. However, no BKB on Arteezy, but there is no Black Hole either on the Enigma for this base defense. So desperate moves. That's pretty much what it is.
How did Abed die there? That was a really weird mistake from him, not jumping to his Remnant, really trying to man up with some illusion rune, which just made it
Yeah.
bounce even more.
He had like 6 glaive projectiles on top of him
Right.
during the slay. Oh, does connect on Arteezy. Alvaro Zebra is like, I feel like I can kill this guy.
Yeah,
No,
I don't
sir.
think so.
That's a level 16 Shadow Fiend versus a level 9 Mirana. He's going for Satanic next, so Arteezy's gonna have a lot of HP to work with. Considering if he doesn't end up getting stunned a lot, or if they just stack up all their stuns, he's just gonna regenerate back to full HP in a matter of seconds. Hit immune. Back home.
Where did the gem go? Okay, so...
It's on the Mirana.
Oh, so Mirana actually took the gem in that fight with the courier, I imagine, and because she did die in that fight. So that is Rebellion's gem, so that's a big gold shift, as well as the ability to maybe get out on the map and do some de-warding. But I think Felt, regardless of everything, that went pretty okay for them, but they're still in the same exact position that they were before. They can't really leave their base, and they're just going to be stuck here waiting for Rebellion's next move.
The net worth difference, it has doubled.
Okay, Abed again.
It's on the last 5 minutes, but Abed killed Hit Immune, though he is in the fray.
Yeah.
Just soaking up hits from Arteezy. And Rebellion, I guess they're not super happy with the trade-off, but then again, it is the carry down, and that's a ticket for high ground.
Yeah, I mean, SF does have the talent. You do have a Lycan. Buildings do drop very quickly to this. The drums will be used as well, and I think this will just be a side of Barracks here, as Luna does not have a buyback. They do not have Black Hole. They don't have Coil. They pretty much have nothing here, so the only thing that...
Blink Toss, that's all they have, and it's still not
Right.
going to be enough damage. They need the Luna for it, but they're
There it
going to go
is.
for it anyway, hoping that Tier 4 Tower is going to be doing enough work, but look at him go. Slapping down the Mirana, not caring about the towers. That's another one to fall. That is the Tiny Dead.
Under attack.
And the lane of Rax has also been secured on the side of Rebellion. Only getting worse on the side of Felt this game too. They really haven't been that competitive compared to game number 1. Laning stage was pretty much the root of all evil. Kids fighting against Fly here, dodging the Requiem Fear once again. And he blinks in for the kill. He finds Fly. Fade also getting killed earlier
Arteezy,
on. And
though.
Arteezy's actually in trouble. That is Hit Immune getting a piece of that. That is a carry for carry trade-off. And another TP coming out as well. Can they bring in the numbers to save Kits? Kits is surely going to die inside the Disruptor ulti. And the Mirana to follow. And that is 4 heroes currently dead on the side of Felt. And it's just Solji on the Tiny and your Barracks. They're still taking hits.
I mean, it just kind of comes down to like all the threats that are on Rebellion right now. Sure, you kill the SF, but then you have to deal with Saberlight, who's also the most farmed hero in the game now, by the way, after that fight. And then you have to deal with Abed. It feels like the net worth disparity is just way too big for them to be able to take down all these cores.
The theme still hasn't changed. What can you do when you can do nothing? And as the second lane falls, Rebellion, they're going to look to clean out mega creeps. I guess Felt, they want to take one more fight by the looks of it. They're not calling it out yet. Seeing that they can kill Arteezy, maybe giving them a false sense of security, you could say. But it at least gives them an opportunity.
Radiant's top tower.
15 seconds for the puck. Black Hole is up.
Barracks are under
They don't
And
have a
Crit just
lot.
got a Blink Dagger on the Disruptor, so he can pretty quickly turn things around.
I mean, if they don't do something...
Solji, Black Hole, 3 heroes inside it. This is the chance. This is the one they need to make work. Abed still half HP, but they will take down Fade and Hit Immune in the middle of all of it. That's the GG call. No chance for Felt to fight back. And Rebellion, they will go for the clean sweep here.
Rough game if you are on the side of Felt there. I mean, game number 1, they looked a bit better, or was it the
bit,
fact that
yeah.
Rebellion just a little more sloppy in game number 1? Hard to really say, but this was not a very close affair whatsoever.
Yeah,
it was a beatdown. Poor Enigma, he didn't have a chance to enter this game.
It is kind of rough to see Enigma in that situation. Your net worth is so far behind. You don't really have much of an impact, but it's not his fault. They lost the other lanes as well. Abed punishing mid, Kit's not getting too much of a game for himself. This is one of those games where Puck didn't get to shine either.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say like which lane went the worst. I guess it really does come down to the Enigma had the worst lane, but that Luna didn't have a great lane either. Just got killed first blood, immediately TP's in, glimpsed back, dies again, has a really terrible laning stage. And then the moment I'm like, okay, Kits, this is it. This is your time to shine. You're the only one with a decent game. Get solo killed by Abed. Nothing went right for Felt in this game number 2.
Well, that also closes out the series, the last series of the day, and I believe our panel is ready to take over to talk what happened in this game. But it's a 2-0 series for Rebellion.
Yes, it is indeed. Rebellion do as expected and crushed down Felt in game number 2. Not nearly as close as game number 1, unfortunately. I mean, what was it about this game which kind of went against what you expected from the drafting phase, Lizard?
Well, nothing really went extremely different from what we expected. Like, they had a full control on the map. They were choking them out very early on. I think that maybe what we didn't expect is we are not seeing it. The highlights are starting a little bit later, but the laning stage went abysmally for Felt. I think that's probably the main takeaway, right? Like, you lose all your lanes more or less. Of course, the game is going to be hard. And even then, they kind of managed to have 1 or 2 decent fights. The black hole around the triangle was decent. I guess that's the only black hole that was good. But overall, it's not on Enigma. If you're never making any plays, if you're never finding space or time to actually team fight as a team, if you're getting picked off left, right, and center, of course you're not going to have good black holes.
Yeah, it was tough for him to really kind of get anyone in. I mean, at the end, he had a kind of nice one, but unfortunately, there were just too many issues, too much of an XP difference, and that was a tombstone which the Lin had to hit, unfortunately, instead. But yeah, I mean, when it came to standout performances on Shopify, who are you looking at, Mike?
I mean, Arteezy had almost a flawless game. Like, we are going to see a death as I say that, but Arteezy had a great old time. It's the classic SF performance here from Arteezy. I want to point out Abed as well. Like,
Of course.
Abed literally spent the whole game chasing this Luna. Luna goes to the triangle, Abed's there.
Hey, bud.
Top lane, I'm there. You know,
How's it going?
I mean, Abed literally just made it so like there's no farming coming on Hidden Mune. And it's like if your Luna's already having a bad game after the laning stage, now there's this mid-Ember just not leaving you alone. Like, you can't fight back as a Luna solo against an Ember. It's just not going to happen.
No.
Yeah, he
Oh,
just
I never
messed him
saw
up.
that before. GG, sad face.
Yeah.
Oh man, I feel bad. Poor old Felt. But yeah, no, I think they did feel bad about this one. They had their Enigma Comfort Hero. That was something I'm sure they thought they could deliver on. Puck as well. Also something which I think they're very confident with. And it still went really, really badly. Actually, even worse than the first one. MVP-wise, I think we're probably going to be giving it over towards Arteezy. What would you say, Lizard?
Yeah, I think that's fair. But to just, if the lanes went a little bit better for them on the side of Felt, I feel like we would have seen a different game. Some games, you just make mistakes in the laning stage. Like, the lanes don't work out and everything falls apart. The game just becomes unplayable.
Yeah. And I think there were a lot of moments where, you can kind of make some sort of play to salvage your lanes, but it didn't feel like that was even possible this time. I don't know what it was, but just like every single lane, you look at it and someone was running away from a Shopify hero on like 100 HP. So even though like they got a couple of kills in the laning phase, it kind of felt like there was even more because they were just always low on HP. They were just being out harassed. They were being outmaneuvered. And Arteezy's going to be our MVP for this game, just delivering on the SF, jumping in. The big flashy player. Also, shout out to Crit as well, who's somehow 7-2 in this game. I mean,
Yeah.
don't know how you managed that, but Disruptor doing work and also catching out the puck in key
All the
positions as
glimpse
well.
lasted,
Yeah, it actually was. There was a lot of that going on. Alrighty, well, it is time for an interview, and we get to talk to the man himself. It is Arteezy from Shopify Rebellion joining us to talk. Hello, and how's it going?
Hello, is this on?
It is loud and clear.
Okay, hello. Everything's good. We're making a comeback right now in the circuit.
Yes, indeed. I mean, how did you feel about having TSM as your first matchup of the season?
On one hand, I thought it would be pretty fun to play them on the new patch. Supposedly new patch, like the major patch, But yeah, this patch that came out was pretty bad, and I think there were some few motivation issues because we were expecting a lot more from the patch, and then I don't know, we played pretty bad against TSM. I didn't like that we played them like first personally, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. I mean, what were you personally hoping for from the patch then? What's your wish list?
Well, I was caught off guard. I thought it was gonna be a patch like that would change something. Not like some random hero changes, some base armor nerf, I don't know, some random stuff like that. I didn't expect it. I thought it was actually like a big change, like the map change, maybe some Roshan change, I don't know. But there was no economy change, nothing major, just things that like you read the notes and you're like, well, is this gonna change anything? And then like you play one game, you try some item out that got buffed and you realize it's not that good, and then you go back and then you're back where you're at, except you're feeling slightly like a little bit sad because you're playing something nerfed, but you have to play it because it's good. That's like state of affairs right now.
Actually, are you jealous of all the offlane players then who are now whipping out the meteor hammers and the carries don't get anything?
I think that is kind of a meme in itself, the item. There's definitely some I feel what this new patch did is make pubs like unbearable for a long time, but now it's slowly feeling a little bit normal. So that's what I hate about these like soft patches, because it makes people want to try new things. And I understand that, but ultimately, like the new things that they're trying is extremely forced. Like they want to try it because they read something and they're like, I want this to be different. I want this to be good, but it's really just a lie, you know? It's all just a lie.
I feel like I'm being called out personally here, Lizard.
So people are just making their own new patch. That's what you're saying, right? Like just innovating.
Yeah.
Are you
Exactly.
innovating with anything? Like, are you picking any new carries, trying them out in pubs, if you can share?
Let me check. I don't even remember. I'm just playing random shit. Like, I'll be honest. I don't really know what I'm doing. Like, my versatility thing is on like the max. I got some. Yeah, I don't think I'm playing anything. I think okay. I've lost all my Muerta games. I'm 0-6 with her, so that's rough.
Unlucky.
That's the thing I tried, but I'm not gonna try it anymore.
Give it up. That's a
I
shame.
know Jackie Mao. He was playing Carry Tinker, and I was interested to try it, but then I looked at some of his games and they looked pretty bad, so I'm not gonna try that one.
Yeah, he does have a lot of peculiar ideas, right? I'm wondering, on a competitive note, like how satisfied are you with your major performance, and what do you think maybe separated you from reaching the top?
Well, initially I wasn't. I was okay with top 6. Like in our practice before the boot camp, or like during the boot camp before the major, I would say scrims were going not great. We were learning, but it was ultimately I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to learn in time or perform at the major. But all in all, I think looking back on it, I think we had a pretty good result considering all the circumstances. So I mean, I'm happy with the result. I felt like in the moment though, when we're playing our matches, I thought we could go further than we did. It's like one of those feelings where you're playing this like we're playing for top 3 against Talon. I thought that a lot of things that went wrong. And I feel like easily on a different day we could have beaten them. So, but on the same thing, I guess we could have lost the spirit too. So overall, yeah, I'm pretty pleased.
Great. TT, going back to the major for a second, you just kind of briefly said, you know, you think you could have gone further, especially after that Talon match. But after that Talon match, you looked really happy. Like you guys were taking selfies with Arbed, with the crowd. Like, what was it about the major that kind of made you smile so much? Because it felt like a while since we've seen you look so happy at a LAN.
I'm not sure. I'm enjoying, as much as I hate, like in general, the patches. For some reason, I'm enjoying playing the game a lot, like playing competitive games and playing pubs. As weird as that sounds, and saying it out loud, it sounds pretty weird. But like overall, Dota is really fulfilling at the moment for me, and I feel pretty excited to play every game. Not sure why I didn't feel it as much last year, but this year specifically, I seem like I'm a lot more happier to play every game. I think that's probably why. Also, the crowd, I have to give credit to. It was a very, very passionate crowd. A lot more passionate than maybe necessary, if you know what I'm saying, with the whistling and whatnot. But I understand. It was hype to play there, for sure. Peru is amazing.
And going back to the TSM questions, I mean, you guys had a pretty rough start to the Tour 2. Do you feel like every matchup now there's a bit more pressure on you guys, or do you approach every matchup as, oh, this is going to be easy, we're going to stomp anyway?
I mean, that was my approach, but so far we've lost 2 games against TSM. I don't know. I feel the matches against them, if anything, if I'm thinking like an optimist, if I'm looking at it differently, I would say the first time we played them, we played really bad. And then the second time we played them, we played better and we kind of threw. I would say we like legitimately threw all games that we lost to them. So it feels like we are progressing. So now we have to work on actually killing their throne and not just winning like the first 25 minutes.
That helps.
So, yeah.
That definitely helps. Okay. I mean, you know, you've been through a lot of NADPCs now. How do like the middle and bottom teams compare to previous seasons of the NADPC this year?
Thinking. I suppose this year is harder than the... let me think, actually. Is that true? The thing is, there are a lot of names in these teams. Like, a lot of teams have, in the past, pretty successful players. Like, we have some wild cards, some of the nouns, and... yeah, that's it, right? I guess.
Yeah,
And then, oh yeah,
Yeah, I
5 rat
suppose.
as well. I think that there are some names on those rosters that are good, but it seems like at the end of it, they never really, like make it as a team. Like it doesn't feel like a team when you play against them.
Yeah.
Hard to exactly explain. Just feels
Yeah,
like a bunch
no.
of individuals on a roster just like doing stuff in like groups of 2 or groups of 3, and then when they're like 5-manning to do something, it's very messy. It feels you're not really playing against many teams.
Yeah, yeah. No, I get that. But out of those individuals, is there anyone who's stood out to you so far as like a high potential individual?
I like Speed. I like how he plays.
My boy.
Speed too. That's our boy.
That's
yeah.
my boy.
We like him too.
Yeah, I like that guy. Yeah, I guess that guy specifically is the only person. I mean, because I play against him in pubs a lot, and like, I remember when I played against him like 2 years ago or like a year ago, he was like really bad, and I could see that he improved from 1 year ago. So like, he's probably putting a lot of work in to be a better offlaner, which is always respectable for me.
Yeah.
Because whenever I have to go offlane in these pubs and lane with some random dude who goes like boots first on some melee 4 or some shit like that, like it makes me cry inside. And if I have to do that every day, I might just lose my shit. So respect to him, keeping it up.
Those pesky pause 4 players. All right. Well, I don't think we'll keep you any longer, but TZ, thank you so much for talking to us, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you. Cheers, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Cheers. Good night.
Great stuff from the GOAT. You love to see it. Arteezy there giving a lot of insight into how he feels about the scene and about Dota in general, and just as frustrated as the rest of us. I found it interesting that he didn't have any insider information on the patch, actually. I thought he would have been clued in, but...
It's interesting that what he said, he actually enjoys playing the game more right now.
It was a very it was like the duality of man, that interview, wasn't it?
It's like, do we actually know what we want? Do we maybe enjoy playing the same patch over and over again, without any changes? Think about chess. Like it hasn't
Exactly.
changed in a pretty long time. So
Chess
maybe
patch when?
Chess patch when, exactly.
Nerf Queen. Mike, what was your biggest takeaway from the interview?
I mean, your boy Speed got a shout out from RT.
He
I mean,
really
if,
did,
If
yeah.
Speed isn't smiling somewhere right now, I don't know what else is going to make him smile. This guy got a shout out from RT.
Someone DM him that clip, by the way. I was
I'm
going to
so
make
happy.
his day.
Because
Yeah.
everyone memes about Speed. It's always Speed, bat
Speed
chest.
DK.
Oh, it's your boy Speed, bat chest. Speed's got a lot of potential. I've been saying it for a long time. Finally, I feel vilified here on the panel. And, Arteezy,
He
me and him,
recognized the hard work, if
great
nothing else,
minds
right?
think, great minds think alike. Me and Arteezy, we're the same minds.
He's almost the same MMR as well.
Jesus Christ. I mean, Mike's reaching there. He's reaching. Let's have a look at how this win affects the scoreboards here in the NA DPC Division 1, because that's going to push Shopify up just a little bit up to position 4. But obviously, they're doing a lot better than that. Technically tied for position 2, I guess, as they are now 2-1. But their one loss is against that top team, TSM. So the big question is how they're going to do against Nouns, and we will find that out in the long-awaited future. Meanwhile, poor old Fel will now be sitting at 1 and 2, sitting at position 6. So they're looking like they're going to be kind of playing around the middle towards the bottom, as kind of expected for them. We'll see how they do against some of the other teams, but today it wasn't their game. What are your expectations for Felt actually coming into the rest of the season?
I expect some great things. I mean, they're probably upset right now, probably a little bit demoralized. I don't.
Sad face.
Sad face indeed. Like, I don't think they believe they'll be able to get a major slot, and quite frankly, neither do I, considering where they are, one win, 2 losses. But, I do believe they should be able to remain within Div 1 with the way things are going. And if they keep getting better every series, I mean, this is going to be a contender sometime down the line. Like, NA Dota isn't as one-sided as it used to be, especially since 201. Like, it's pretty damn close now, and I think people are upcoming in this region.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think we've got some big motivation to succeed. It just depends if they can stick it out. No, Arteezy said, stay together and try and make the improvements and become a team and not just a group of individuals. I think that's what we want to be seeing. And that's what Felt have shown us a little tiny bit of. But of course, it's a long journey for them if they want to be up there with the best. But let's move on to the schedule and find out what exactly is going to happen on the next day of NA Dota 2. Here are the matches you guys have available, and it is very, very spicy indeed. Nouns versus Wildcard. wildcard, this could be considered the last chance for wildcard to really make a name for themselves and attempt to kind of stand up and say that, you know, they're a team that's here to win, because right now they haven't shown us that. And then it's 5-Route versus Shopify. But what are your expectations for the first series, Lizard?
The first one probably is the only one that can surprise us with the result. If Wildcard actually do show up finally and play their A game, maybe they can take a game or the series off of Nouns. They have to, like you said, if they want to just stay up there with their hopes high. When it comes to the second series, 5-Rats 4-Staff versus Shopify Rebellion, I mean, I'm expecting something similar to what we just saw.
Now I understand why Arteezy shouted out Speed. I mean, he's got the matchup coming up very soon with the man. He's softening him up, you know, just in case Speed's, you know, he's getting a little bit better. Just Arteezy soften him up. He's going to play against him in the laning phase.
Tenderizing the meat before he consumes it. What a savage. What a savage. Oh my goodness. No breaks on this train. Yeah. Shopify probably going to be the favored team in that matchup. We'll see how it goes down. Make sure you join us for the next day of NA DPC. But from today, we are all done. Thank you so much for joining us for today's games. Hope you enjoyed it. Join us next time. But from today, we're all done. Thank you and good night.